HarperCollins presents Cruel Acts by Jane Casey. Read by Caroline Lennon. The investigator should pursue all reasonable lines of inquiry, whether these point towards or away from the suspect. Code of Practice for Investigators. Chapter 1. The house was dark. P.C. Sandra West stared up at it and sighed. The neighbours had called the police. She checked her watch, getting on for an hour earlier, to complain about the noise. What noise? The operator asked. Screaming. An argument? More than likely. It's not fair, the neighbour had said. Not at 2 a.m. But what would you expect from people like that? People like what? A check on the address had told Sandra exactly what kind of people they were. Argumentative drunks. She'd never been there before, but other officers had. Often. Trying to persuade one or other of them to leave the house. To leave each other alone, for everyone's sake. It was depressing how often she encountered couples who had no business being together, but who insisted, through screaming rows and bruises and broken teeth, that they loved each other. Sandra was 46, single and likely to remain so, given her job, which was a passion killer, never mind what they said about uniforms, and her looks. Nothing special, her father had told her once. Generally, she didn't mind. It was peaceful being on her own. She could do what she wanted, when she wanted. Sandra had a look in the boot of the police car and found a stab vest. Slowly, fumbling, she hauled it around her and did it up. It was stiff and awkward, made to fit someone much taller than Sandra. Still, it was in the car for a reason. She walked up the path to the front door. Everything was quiet. Hushed. Maybe one of them had taken the hint and left before the busies arrived. Sandra shone her torch over the window at the unhelpful curtains, then bent and looked through the letterbox. A dark hallway stretched back to the kitchen door. It was quiet and still. A screaming argument that ended with everyone tucked up in bed an hour later? Not in Sandra's experience. She planted her feet wide apart, knowing that she had enough bulk in her stab vest and overcoat to intimidate anyone who might need it. Then she rapped on the door with the end of her torch. "Please! Can you open the door, please?" Silence. She knocked again, louder, and checked her watch. God, nights were hard work. It was the boredom that wore you down. That and the creeping exhaustion that was difficult to ignore when you weren't busy. She wasn't usually single-crewed, but some of her rota were off sick. She never got sick. It was something she took for granted. The colds and viruses and stomach bugs all passed her by. It made her wonder if everyone else was really sick or if they were faking, and whether she was stupid not to do the same. She tried to suppress a yawn with an effort that made her jaw creak. It was tempting to call it in as an LOB. Sandra smiled to herself. It wasn't what they taught you at Hendon, but every police officer knew what it stood for. Load of bollocks. Then she could get back into the car and go in search of refs. She hadn't eaten for hours, her stomach hollow from it. Knowing her luck, she'd be about to bite into what passed for dinner, and her radio would come to life. The trouble was, there was a kid in the house. You couldn't just walk away without finding out if the kid was safe. Not when there was a history of domestic violence and social services being involved. Chaotic was the word for it. Not enough food in the house. Patchy attendance at school. the boy needing clean clothes and haircuts and a good bath. How could you have a kid and not take responsibility for him? OK, Sandra's parents had been short on hugs, and they hadn't had a lot of money to spend on her and her brothers. But they'd been reliable, and she'd never once gone hungry. Nothing to complain about, even if she had complained at the time. She bent down again and peered through the letterbox, moving the torch slowly across the narrow field of view this time. It cast stark shadows in the kitchen and across the stairs. But there was something. She squinted and changed the angle of the torch, trying to see. There, on the bottom step, light on metal. And again, 2 steps up. And again, 3 steps above that. Knives. Kitchen knives. They were stuck into the wood of the stairs, point first, all the way up into the darkness at the top. Sandra wasn't an imaginative person, but she had an overwhelming sense of fear all of a sudden, and she wasn't sure if it was her own or someone else's. Hello? Can you hear me? Open the door, please, love. I need to check you're all right. Silence. Oh, shit, Sandra thought. But not for her own sake, despite being scared at the thought of what might confront her inside the house. Oh, shit, something very bad has happened here. Oh, shit, we probably can't make this one right. Oh, shit, we should have come out a lot sooner. Oh, shit. She got on her radio and asked for backup. With you in 2 minutes, the dispatcher said. And Sandra thought about 2 minutes, and how long that might be if you were scared, if you were dying. She'd asked for paramedics too, hoping they'd be needed. The second police car came with 2 large constables, one of whom put the door in for her. His colleague went past him at speed, checking the rooms on the ground floor. Clear. Sandra was halfway up the stairs, listening to her heart and every creak from the bare boards. The torch was slick in her hand. Hello? Anyone here? The thunder of police boots on the steps behind her drowned out any sounds she might have heard. Bathroom. Filthy in the jumping light from her torch, but no one hiding. A bedroom, piled high with rubbish and dirty clothes. No bed, but there was a pile of blankets on the floor, like a nest. A second bedroom was at the front of the house. It was marginally tidier than the other one, mainly because there was almost no furniture in it apart from a mattress on the floor. Shoes were lined up neatly in one corner, and a collection of toiletries stood in another. The woman was lying across the mattress, half hanging off the edge, a filthy blanket draped across her. Her head was thrown back. Dead, Sandra thought hopelessly, and made herself smile at the small boy who was crouched beside the body. Hello, you. We're the police. Are you all right? He was small and dark, his hair hanging over his eyes. He blinked in the light, his eyes darting from her to the officer behind her. He wasn't crying, and that was somehow worse than if he'd been sobbing. Sandra was bad at guessing children's ages, but she thought he could be 8 or 9. What's your name? Instead of answering, he huddled closer to the woman. He had pulled one bruised arm so it went around him. It reminded Sandra of an orphaned monkey clinging to a cuddly toy. "Can I come a bit closer? I need to check if this lady's all right." No reaction. He was staring past her at the officer behind her. She waved a hand behind her back. "Give me some room." "Is this your mummy?" she whispered. A nod. "Is your daddy here?" He mouthed a word. No. That was good news, Sandra thought. "Was he here earlier?" Another nod. Sandra inched forward. "Did you put that blanket over your mummy?" "Keep her warm." His voice was hoarse. "Good lad. Good idea. And you put something under her head?" "Coat." "Brilliant. Can I just check to see if she's all right?" Sandra stretched out a gloved hand and touched the woman's ankle. Her skin was blue in the light of the torch, and even through the latex, her skin felt cold. "He hurt her." "Who did, darling? Your dad?" The boy blinked at her. After a long moment, he shook his head, slowly, definitely. It would be someone else's job to find out who had done it, Sandra thought, and was glad it wasn't her responsibility. The closer she got to the woman on the mattress, the more she could see the damage he'd done to her. And the boy had watched the whole thing, she thought. "All right. We'll help her, shall we?" His huge, serious eyes were fixed on Sandra's. She wasn't usually sentimental, but a sob swelled up from deep in her chest and burst out of her mouth before she could stop it. She held out her arms. "Come here, little one." He shrank into himself, turning away from her towards his mother. Too much too soon. She bit her lip. The sound of low voices came from the hall. The paramedics at long last. "I'm sorry, but you can't stay here. We've got an ambulance for your mummy. We need to let the ambulance men look after her." "I want to stay. I want to help." "But you can't." The boy gave a long, hostile hiss, a sound that made Sandra catch her breath. The paramedics crashed into the room, carrying their equipment, and shoved her out of the way. She leaned against the wall as they bent over the figure on the mattress. It was as if Sandra had come down with a sudden, terrible illness. Her stomach churned, and there was a foul taste in her mouth. A cramp caught at her guts, but she couldn't go, not in the filthy bathroom, not in what was going to be a crime scene. She clenched her teeth and prayed, and eventually the pain slackened. A greasy film of sweat coated her limbs. She lifted a hand to her head and let it fall again. What was wrong with her? The boy had scrambled back when the paramedics crashed into the room. He crouched in the corner of the room among the shoes, those round, solemn eyes taking everything in. Sandra watched him, watching the men work on his mother's body, and she shivered, without knowing why. Chapter 2. It was a day like any other. It was a day like they all were inside. Time pulled that trick of dragging and passing too quickly. and all that happened was that he was a day further into forever. He sat on his own, in silence, because he'd been allocated a cell to himself. It was for his protection, and because no one wanted to share with him. He wasn't the only murderer on the wing, far from it, but he was notorious all the same. That wasn't why no one wanted to share with him. His health wasn't good, a cough rattling in his chest all night long. That was more of a problem than the killing, he thought. But he'd taken his share of abuse for the murders all the same. No one liked his kind. He shifted his weight in the cheap wooden-framed armchair, feeling it creak under him. He had never been a fat man, but prison had pared away at his flesh, carving out the shadow of his bones on his face. The room was fitted out like a cheap hostel. A rickety wardrobe, a small single bed, a desk against the wall. There were limp yellow curtains at the window. At a glance, you might not notice the bars across the same window, or the stainless steel sink, or the toilet that was behind a low partition. That was one good thing about being on his own. He'd shared cells before, when he was younger. You never got used to the smell of another man's shit. Of all the smells in the prison, and there were many, that was the worst. He picked up the envelope that he'd left lying on his desk. It was open. A screw would have read it before he ever saw it. That was standard. Small writing, black ink. He wasn't used to seeing it. His name in that writing. He turned it over a couple of times. Nothing important in it, or he'd never have seen it. But no one writes a letter without saying something, even if they don't mean to say anything at all. He ripped the envelope, getting the letter out of it. The paper was flimsy, the words on the other side bleeding through. He wasn't a great reader at the best of times. His eyes tracked down the centre of the page, the scrawl transforming itself into phrases here and there. Don't forget we're all trying. I know you can. Easy for me to say. Coming to see you. Your appeal. Lose heart. Forget what happened. Start again. Have hope. Your son. Fuck you. It was a whisper, inaudible above the banging and shouting and echoing madness of a prison in the daytime. With a wince, he got to his feet and crossed to the toilet. He stood over it, tearing the letter in half and half again, ripping the paper until it was a handful of confetti. He dropped it into the bowl. He'd imagined the ink would run, but it didn't. The paper sat on the surface of the water, the black writing burning itself onto his retinas. He pissed on it in a stop-start trickling stream, annoyed by that as much as the way the paper stuck damply to the sides of the toilet. He flushed and waited and grimaced at the scattered, dancing fragments that remained in the water. He had a whole life sentence stretching ahead of him, but that wasn't what made him bitter. If, by some miracle, he got out, he would never be free. Chapter 3. The lift doors closed, and I shut my eyes, then forced them open again. It took about half a minute to go from the ground floor to our office. 30 seconds wasn't quite long enough for a catnap, even for me. The weight of the box I was carrying pulled at the muscles in my shoulders and arms, but that was fine. It distracted me from the wholly unpleasant sensation of mud-soaked boots and trouser legs. I didn't need to glance in the lift's mirror to see how bedraggled I was after a long night and a cold morning at a crime scene in a bleak, muddy yard. I only had to look to my left, where Detective Constable Georgia Shaw was hunched inside a coat that was as saturated as mine. Her usually immaculate fair hair hung around her face in tails. Like me, she was holding a heavy cardboard box filled with evidence bags and notes. "We drop this stuff off. We do our paperwork." I paused to cough. The chill of the night had sunk into my chest. "We finish up, and we go home." Georgia nodded, not looking at me. "Nothing else? Home, hot baths, clean clothes, get some sleep." Another nod. "If anyone manages to track down Mick Forbes and he gets arrested, we'll have to come back to interview him." Mick Forbes, a scaffolder in his 50s, the chief and only suspect in the murder of his best friend, Sammy Clark, who had been battered to death in the muddy yard where we'd spent the night. Georgia sniffed. "So, get some rest while you can." "Okay." Her voice was a whisper. The lift doors opened, and I strode out, trying to look as if it was normal for my feet to squelch as I walked through the double doors into the office. "Head high, Maeve." A quick scan of the room was reassuring. A handful of colleagues, mostly concentrating on their work or on the phone. A few raised eyebrows greeted me. An actual laugh came from Liv Bowen, my best friend on the murder investigation team, who bit her lip and dragged her face into a serious expression when I glowered at her. But for a brief moment, I allowed myself to feel relieved. I'd got away with it this time. I'd rush through the paperwork and then escape, unseen by... DCI Una Burt opened the door of her office. "Maeve, in here, now." I stopped, caught in the no-man's land between her door and my desk. Common sense dictated I should put the box down rather than carrying it into her office, but that meant leaving my evidence unattended. "Ma'am, I'll be with you in a minute. Right now." The edge in her voice was serrated with irritation and something more unsettling. The box could come with me, I decided, and trudged through the desks to Bert's office. My first impression was that it was full of people. My second was that I would rather have been just about anywhere else at that moment, for a number of reasons. The pathologist, Dr. Early, sat in a chair by the desk, tapping her fingers on a cardboard folder that was on her knee. She was young and thin and intense, rarely smiling, which I suppose wasn't all that surprising given her job. Today she looked grimmer than usual. Standing beside her, to my complete surprise, was a man who was tall, silver-haired, and catch-your-breath handsome. My actual boss, although he was currently supposed to be on leave. Superintendent Charles Godley. "Sir?" "Maeve." He smiled at me with genuine warmth as I put the box down at my feet. "You look as if you had an interesting night." "Not the first time she's heard that. But I'll give you this, Kerrigan. You don't usually look as if you spent the night in a sewer." The inevitable drawl came from the windowsill, where a dark-suited man lounged, his arms folded, his legs stretched out in front of him so they took up most of the room. Detective Inspector Josh Derwent, the very person I'd been hoping to avoid. I could feel his eyes on me, but I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of reacting. Instead, I smiled back at Godley. It wasn't the most pleasant crime scene, but I'll live. It's good to see you, sir. You too. Are you coming back to us? I had sounded over-enthusiastic, I thought, and felt the heat rising to my face. Una Burt wouldn't like it if I was too keen to see Godley return. She'd only been a caretaker, though, standing in for him while he was away on leave. Not quite. Not yet. The smile faded from his face. I'm here for another reason. I've got a job for you. For me? For you and Josh. Una bustled around to sit behind her desk, pausing until Derwent moved his feet out of her way. She sat down, pulling her chair in, and leaning her elbows on the desk she had inherited from Godley. He was much too polite to react, although I knew he would have recognized it as her marking her territory. Currently, he was a visitor in her office, and she wanted him to know it. What sort of job? I asked, wary. Leo Stone, Godley said. Our latest miscarriage of justice. I frowned, trying to place the name. I don't think I know. Yeah, you do. Derwent's voice was soft. The White Knight. That sounded more familiar to me. Before I'd run the reference to Earth, though, Godley snapped, I don't like that name. I don't like glamorizing murder. We're not tabloid journalists, so there's no need to use their language. Derwent shrugged, not noticeably abashed. Before he could say something unforgivable and career-threatening, I spoke up. You said a miscarriage of justice? I didn't know why I was distracting Godley from Derwent. If the situation were reversed, he would sit back and enjoy my discomfort. What's happened? He was convicted last year in October. He's been in prison for 13 months now. One of the jurors in his trial has spent that time writing a book about the experience and self-published it without running it past a lawyer. In it, he happens to mention how he and another juror looked up Stone on the internet against the judge's specific instructions during the trial. Anger made Godley's voice clipped. The words snapped off at the end. They discovered Stone's previous convictions for violence and told all the other jurors about it. I think my favourite line is, we left the court to discuss the evidence we'd heard, but it was just a pretence. We had already decided he was guilty because of what we'd found out for ourselves. Bert leaned back in her chair. Exactly what you don't want a jury to say. But instead of making his fortune selling his book, he's earned himself a 2-month sentence for contempt of court. So, Stone's appealing. It wasn't a question. There wasn't a defence lawyer in the world who would let an opportunity like that slip through their fingers. He is, at the end of this week, and the appeal will be granted, Godley said. Right. Lack of sleep was making my head feel woolly. Well, there'll be a retrial. The problem was with the jury, not the evidence. There should be a retrial, but that's the issue I have. Godley looked at me, his eyes even bluer than I'd remembered. What do you know about the case? A little. Not much more than I read in the papers. I tried to remember the details I'd gleaned. They called him the White Knight because he seemed to be rescuing his victims. He kidnapped them and killed them, either immediately or later. By the time we found the bodies, they were too decomposed to tell us much about what he'd done. He nodded. We only found 2 bodies, but we're fairly sure there's at least one more victim. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more out there. He was a nasty piece of work. He was abusive in his relationships. He had convictions for fraud, burglary and theft, and he had a lengthy history of violence towards strangers, as the jury found out. When is he supposed to have started killing? I asked. He got out of prison 3 years ago after serving 5 years for burglary. The first murder was a month later. A woman named Sarah Gray. It was opportunist, impulsive. I don't believe he planned it particularly well, but it worked, so he tried it again. Godley folded his arms. Don't be misled by the nickname. He was a murderer, plain and simple, but they had to try and make him into something more exciting. They twisted the facts because they wanted to sell newspapers, not because it was true. He saw his opportunity to kidnap women, and he took advantage of that. 3 women disappeared in similar circumstances, but he was only charged with killing Sarah Gray and Willa Howard, and he was convicted. Okay. I was trying to read Godley's expression. But why does that involve us? It was Paul Whitlock's team who investigated the killings, wasn't it? It was, and he did a good job. But Glenn Hanshaw was the pathologist who did the post-mortems. Oh. I didn't need to say any more. I understood the problem now. Glenn Hanshaw had been a good friend of Godley's. He had clung on to his job, despite the ravages of cancer, right up to the end. I was starting to see why Godley was so upset. There have been 2 acquittals in murder trials since he died, largely because he wasn't there to defend his findings. And because his findings were shaky, Dr. Early said. She glanced up at Godley, her face set. He was a fine pathologist, but he started making mistakes in the months before he died, and he wouldn't accept that his judgment was impaired. The pain medication affected him, Godley said. He wanted to work. It was the only thing that mattered to him. But he needed to be dosed up to be able to do the job. He should have known better than to persevere. It was self-indulgent. It was professionalism that made Dr. Early sound so severe. I knew she had done her utmost to help and support Dr. Hanshaw, and that she had mourned him as a mentor, if not a friend. Glenn Hanshaw had been a short-tempered misogynist, and I'd never really understood Godley's fondness for him. Now the superintendent sighed. Whether he should have been working or not, he's become a target for defense lawyers. If he was involved in a case, you can expect the evidence he gathered to be challenged. And in the case of Leo Stone, the defense team are going to be looking for anything they can throw at the new jury to distract them from Stone's guilt. The trouble with retrials, Derwent said, is that they've heard all the best lines already. If you go back with exactly the same case and run it the same way, the defense know what to expect. Which is where you come in, Godley said. I want to put a stop to the attacks on Glenn's reputation and his work. Dr. Early has agreed to review his cases going back to before his diagnosis, and specifically his work on Leo Stone's prosecution. In the meantime, I don't want any cases to collapse purely because of his involvement. His reputation matters, and not just because he's not here to defend himself. If all his decision-making is called into question, we are going to see a torrent of appeals, especially from prisoners with whole-life tariffs. The worst of the worst, Unabert said, and they have nothing better to do than look for grounds to appeal. They're in for life, they don't have anything to lose. Godley turned to me. Maeve, I want you and Josh to look at the case against Stone. Start from scratch. Witnesses, families, the works. I'll arrange a meeting with Paul Whitlock. He's going to be pleased, Derwent observed. Nothing like having another team come and take over your case. He'll be professional about it, Godley said sharply. He'll understand why I don't want to take any chances. Whitlock's priority, and mine, is to make sure the right man is in prison for the murders of Sarah Gray and Willa Howard. If that man is Leo Stone, I want him off the streets and behind bars. So, Don't wind them up, Josh. Una Burt leaned all the way back in her chair, acting casual, although her eyes were bright. Derwent looked hurt. Why single me out? Because I trust Maeve to behave herself. And I don't trust you. She didn't need to say it out loud. I suppressed a wince. Bert didn't like Derwent, but I was the one who'd suffer for it. Josh, I want you working on this case because I know you'll do a good job. But Una is right. This is a high-profile investigation and you will be under scrutiny. It's worth bearing that in mind from the start. There it was, the smooth diplomacy I'd missed so much from Godley. Derwent subsided, placated. And yet, from the satisfied expression on her face, Una Burt seemed to feel as if she'd won too. I had missed Godley more than I realised. Can Georgia finish up on your case from last night? Bert asked me. She should be able to handle it. We don't have anyone in custody yet. I'll get someone to take over as OIC. Bert squinted through the window that gave her a view of the office. Chris Pettifer doesn't look too busy. I didn't want her to get someone else to take over. It was my case, after all. But I knew that it was pointless to protest when DCI Bert had made up her mind. I made my face blank and nodded when Bert told me to brief Pettifer on the case before I went home. You can take the files on the Stone case. Get your head around it before tomorrow. Or I could sleep, I thought, since I hadn't for 24 hours. I could have a long bath, and a decent meal, and sleep. Fine, I said. Derwent stood up and stretched. That's useful. You do the reading, Kerrigan, and you can give me the highlights tomorrow. Why can't you read up on it yourself? The question slipped out before I thought about whether it was appropriate for me, a detective sergeant, to ask a detective inspector why he wasn't doing his job. I'm busy, Derwent said coldly. Right, I said under my breath, and bent down to pick up the box at my feet. Godley opened the door for me. Because I was tired and not really paying attention, I started to move towards it at the precise moment when Derwent was walking past and collided with him. I stepped back, horrified. He looked down at his shirt front, where a long black streak of mud had suddenly appeared on the immaculate white cotton. Kerrigan. It was an accident, I said quickly. He gave me the kind of look that he usually reserved for child killers at the very least, and for a beat I held my breath. Then he lifted the box out of my hands as if it weighed nothing, and walked away. I can manage, I said to his retreating back, futilely. Thank you, Maeve, Una Burt said from behind her desk. And I remembered where I was, and left her to her discussions with Godley and the pathologist. Chapter 4. Derwent was always a fast mover. By the time I made it out of Una Burt's office, he was already on the other side of the room, well out of reach. He set the box down beside Pettifer's desk, with a remark that made the big DS throw his head back and laugh. I started towards them. It was still my case to hand over, I thought with a shiver of irritation, and checked myself as Georgia stepped into my path. She had found a hairbrush and cleaned herself up a bit. She'd managed to find the time to reapply her mascara, I noted. What was that about? She nodded towards the office behind me. Is that Superintendent Godley? Yeah. Of course Georgia would have spotted him. She had an extraordinary instinct for career advancement. What's he doing here? He had a job for me. Can I help? I raised my eyebrows. You don't even know what it is. So? Georgia's blue eyes were unblinking. I could see it from her point of view. A chance to impress the boss before he came back to the team. Get a head start. Make progress. I'm not in charge of this one. Who is? D.I. Derwent? She swung round, looking for him. You're going to be working with Pettifer on the Clark case, I said firmly. Once that's out of the way, we might be able to use you. But at the moment... She pulled a face, obviously annoyed. Pettifer can finish the Clark case on his own. He could, but he isn't going to. I stared her down for a long moment, daring her to take it further. And in the end, she broke first. So, what's the case? Reinvestigating... I broke off to cough. Reinvestigating the Leo Stone case. The White Knight? Wow. I would love to work on that. Noted. There was nothing to encourage her in my tone of voice. Why did Superintendent Godley want you to work on it? Her eyes were narrow. Derwent leaned in between us. Because he has a soft spot for Kerrigan. Georgia laughed. Because he thinks I'll do a good job, I said stiffly. Of course you will. Derwent patted my arm. Instead of arguing the point, I walked away from both of them to talk to Pettifer myself. Georgia could try to convince Derwent to let her work on it too. If he wanted her, he'd include her in spite of my objections. If he didn't want her help, nothing I could say would persuade him. Either way, I didn't need to hang around. He caught up with me in the kitchen where I was waiting for the kettle to boil. What's up with you? Nothing. I coughed again. Shit, I didn't want to be ill. I'm tired. I'm cold. I want to go home. My home? I'm renting it. That means it's my home. Temporarily, anyway. I still wasn't used to living in a space that I associated so completely with Derwent. For instance, I'd discovered there was no bleach strong enough to take away the mental image of him lounging in the bath. As long as you're looking after it. Yeah, I don't want to piss off the landlord. Oh, you've done that already. Look at me. I did, reluctantly. He was holding the sides of his jacket open, so I could see the muddy mark that ran across his chest. Not just the shirt, the tie too. I said I was sorry. No, you said it was an accident. Well, it was. I took a deep breath. But I'm sorry. Finally, you're forgetting your manners. Speaking of which, I could manage the box by myself. You didn't even ask before you took it. His eyebrows went up. Don't try to pretend that's why you're in a mood. I'm not in a mood. I turned and leaned against the kitchen counter, gripping it for courage. I am very annoyed that you decided to stir up trouble by hinting that Godley wanted me to work on this case for any other reason than that he thinks I'm a good detective. You, of all people, know how unfair it is to suggest he puts professional opportunities my way for personal reasons. Derwent gave me his stoniest look. That's not what I did. Isn't it? No. Saying he had a soft spot for me? It's banter. It needs to stop. It's not a joke. Someone like Georgia, who doesn't know any better, will take it seriously, and I've had enough of it. You know it's not true, and you know there are a lot of people who'd like to believe that it is. You can't live your life worrying about what other people think. Spoken like someone who doesn't ever have to worry about it. You don't have to. That's my point. You're choosing to care. He shrugged. These people aren't worth getting upset about. If they want to think the worst of you, they will, whether I say anything or not. Maybe, but you don't have to throw fuel on the fire. Frustration was a knot in my stomach. It was impossible to explain how I felt to Derwent, and he didn't have the imagination to put himself in my shoes. The gulf between his life and mine was unbridgeable. You have no idea what it's like to have to prove yourself over and over again, I said at last. He rolled his eyes. I have a fair idea. Because I've told you before, and yet here we are, having the same conversation all over again. I turned away from him and squashed the tea bag against the side of the mug, viciously. When I flicked the tea bag at the bin, I had the very small satisfaction that it went in first try. I'll keep it in mind, Derwent said at last. He almost sounded sincere. He would never admit he had been wrong, though, and nor would he apologise. Thanks for being so understanding. I poured the milk into my tea and watched little white specks bob to the surface. Oh, for fuck's sake! Who puts gone-off milk back in the fridge? Poor Kerrigan. It's not your day, Derwent said, and left, whistling as he went. I leaned against the wall, defeated. I was tired and cold and fed up. All I'd wanted was a hot bath, a good meal, and an early night. Instead, I had nothing to look forward to but a long evening on my own, reading about someone else's investigation and some very dead women. Not my day. Not my week. Not my year. Chapter 5. I had read the files and looked at the photographs until my eyes burned. I had watched the CCTV that the first investigation had painstakingly located and analysed. I knew the circumstances of Sarah Gray's disappearance inside out. Still, as Derwent drove down the Westway, I felt my pulse getting faster. Sarah Gray. Victim 1, chronologically. Bloemfontein Road is coming up on the left. Not this one, the one after. Derwent slowed to make the turn. This was where the tyre gave up. Puncture. I nodded. They never worked out where she picked up the nail. There was nothing forensically interesting about it. Probably bad luck rather than Leo Stone's planning. We have CCTV of her here, turning into Bloemfontein Road. Tell me about her. Sarah Gray was 29 at the time of her disappearance. She was engaged to Tom Mitchell, who was the same age as her. She was a primary school teacher. He had his own property development company. Did they ever check to see if he'd employed Leo Stone? I didn't see anything about it in the files. I scrawled a note to myself to look into it. He was in Latvia on a stag weekend when it happened. Otherwise, he'd have been suspect number 1. Being out of the country doesn't let him off the hook as far as I'm concerned. It's a bit too convenient. Poor guy. If he'd been in the UK, you'd be even more convinced he was involved. It's always the husband, or the fiancé, or the boyfriend, or the ex. Not this time. The original investigation focused on Tom, though, before her disappearance was linked to the others. They were looking for money worries or secret affairs or any kind of motive. They didn't find anything. Derwent grunted, not convinced. I leafed through my notes. There was nothing to say Sarah was being stalked. No concerns for her safety, no threats. On the day she disappeared, no one was following her, at least as far as the investigators could determine. Derwent had slowed down to a crawl, creeping down Bloemfontein Road. So, what happened then? She parked just where that Volvo is. It was 11 at night, but it was a Saturday, a summer night. There was a lot of traffic on the main road, and there were people around. It was a warm evening. There'd been thunderstorms earlier, but it was clearing up. When she got out of her car, she was 780 yards away from her home at 37 Hadaway Road. Today, the light was flat, the clouds brooding over our heads. It was hard to imagine the street wrapped in the dark heat of a humid summer night. Derwent pulled in a few cars ahead of the Volvo and parked. Then what? Then she sent a text message to her fiancé telling him what had happened. I flipped to the relevant page and read it out. Flat tire, I don't know what to do. The poor bloke was in Latvia. How was he supposed to come to the rescue? She probably just wanted to tell someone what had happened. No, she wanted to make him feel guilty for being off on a stag weekend instead of here. I raised my eyebrows at him. That's a very jaundiced view, even for you. She was high maintenance. I have limited patience for that. Melissa, Derwent's girlfriend, was not the sort of person who would be low maintenance. If it had been anyone else, I might have said as much. But Derwent had made it clear time and time again that while my personal life was endlessly entertaining, his was not available for discussion. Beside me, Derwent drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, as if he knew what I was thinking. Then what happened? He replied, "Oh shit, where are you? How bad is it? Drivable?" Obviously it wasn't. She checked their AA membership and discovered it had lapsed, so she decided to walk home. She sent him a message to that effect at 23:15. I showed Derwent the relevant page. I can't drive it, left the car on Bloom Road, and I'm walking home. You can sort it out when you get back tomorrow. Smiley face, heart, heart. Derwent grimaced. Something for him to look forward to? He replied, "Typical. Call me when you get in." I flipped the page. According to this, no further phone calls were made or received from Miss Gray's phone, and no further messages were sent by her. Mr. Mitchell did not hear from his fiancée again after the message sent at 23:14. Cell site analysis revealed the phone remained switched on for a further 20 minutes, at which point it was powered down. Mr. Mitchell informed police that it was highly unusual for Miss Gray to turn her phone off. Derwent peered out of the car. It looks like a safe enough area. It is. And they'd lived here for a year. She knew exactly where she was, and she knew the quickest way home was going to be on foot. She should have been safe here. After a moment, he focused on me again. So, what route did she take? We don't know. I pulled out a map I'd printed off. This is Hadaway Road, where she was heading. The direct route is along this road here, Hague Road, leading into Radcliffe Road. Any reason to think she didn't go that way? A bit of her mobile phone handset was found on Radcliffe Road in a hedge. OK, sounds promising. I flattened the map out and pointed to a star I'd drawn. It was here, quite a long way from the path. I wonder if it was thrown out of a moving vehicle. What makes you say that? This sighting of a couple arguing. I leafed through the file and pulled out a witness statement. The witness was a Mrs. Hamilton. She lives on Cordray Road, here. I showed him where it was on the map. She was driving home and happened to glance along a side street in this area. She couldn't be specific about which street it was, but it was somewhere off Simpson Road. Simpson Road was about a quarter of a mile south of Hague Road. That's way off the route she should have been taking, Derwent said. Exactly. It was around the right time, though. The investigators spent a lot of time trying to get Mrs. Hamilton to remember anything else, but she wasn't a great witness, reading between the lines. She got more and more confused, and in the end, she said she couldn't be sure of anything she'd told them. She withdrew her statement. Derwent groaned. Good work, lads. It was a dark night. She was driving. She glanced down a side street and sort of saw two people who might have been arguing. It wasn't going to make or break the case even if she remembered every detail. What did she say about the man? Nothing. He was standing behind a white van. She didn't see more than the back of his head. Leo Stone's pretty distinctive. He's tall, for one thing. She'd have noticed that, surely. She said not. All she could say was that he was taller than the woman. How tall was Sarah Gray? 5'2"? Right, so my Nan would be taller than her. Yeah, It wasn't altogether helpful testimony. Wrong place, right time, few details. I tapped my pen on the map. The van, though. I liked the van. We all liked the van. It's one of the only points of comparison we've got, apart from where the body ended up and how it was left, and that's Dr. Hanshaw's territory. I didn't need to say the rest, because Derwent knew as well as I did that if that was called into question, we could lose Sarah Gray altogether. The pathologist's evidence was a big part of what had put Leo Stone behind bars. Without it, he could walk for good. Derwent opened his door. Let's follow her route. Work out the timings. What time did Mrs. Hamilton see the arguing couple? 11:30. So, how long did she have to get there? 15 minutes or so? He looked me up and down. Your legs are about twice as long as Sarah Gray's. You'll have to take baby steps. Even with Derwent slowing me down, Oi, giraffe, put the brakes on. It was possible to walk as far as Simpson Road in 15 minutes. The area was middle class, quiet, the houses well kept. It had been 2.5 years since Sarah Gray disappeared, and there was no point in looking for evidence. But I imagined her walking home, moving fast, her head down, and I wondered how she could have ended up so far off course. For once, Derwent was thinking the same as me. Why would you go this way? He pulled the map out of my hand and studied it, frowning. If we assume Mrs. H was right about what she saw. These are busier roads than the direct route. Maybe she wanted to stay where there were more people around. Alternatively, something was making her uneasy. If someone was following her, she might have taken a different route home, trying to shake them off. Wouldn't she have wanted to go straight home? Get indoors where she was safe? Not if she was concerned about them knowing where she lived. She'd never feel safe again if she led them to her door, even if she made it inside without coming to grief. Derwent shook his head and walked away. What? Just... He swung back to face me. What a way to live, that's all. Working out what risks to take, who to trust. Walking 15 minutes out of your way to give yourself a better chance of making it home in one piece. That's life, isn't it? What's the alternative? Staying at home? Maybe. You're not serious. I folded my arms. If anyone should stay at home, it's men. They're the ones who cause most of the trouble. Like that's going to happen. Well, women shouldn't have to hide away either. It's for your own good. You have to live, I said quietly. You look over your shoulder. You check who else is in your train carriage. It's second nature, like looking both ways when you cross the road. I don't always look both ways. I know. I had hauled him back onto the pavement out of harm's way more than once. I can't decide if it's male privilege in action or reckless stupidity. Bit of both. I started walking back towards the car. Let's assume for a minute that Leo is our killer. What was he doing here? He doesn't seem to have any connection with the area. He didn't grow up here. He never lived here. So why go hunting here? Good point. Derwent looked around. This is the sort of area you'd only visit if you had a reason to. What are we close to? Westfield? We weren't too far from the giant shopping centre that was one of the main attractions of West London. I don't know if Stone's a big shopper. Hammersmith Hospital is the other side of the Westway. And so is HMP Wormwood Scrubs. Did he ever do time there? I don't know. I'll check. And I'll check if he's visited anyone there. You think he didn't act alone? It's one possibility, I said. At the moment, I don't feel as if I know anything about him. Maybe he followed her off the Westway. If he saw the flat tire, he'd have known she was in trouble. Offered to help. Bob's your uncle. They checked the CCTV and didn't see it. The only person who saw a van was Mrs. Hamilton. And she didn't get the VRN, What do you think? Derwent sighed. All this time in the job, and I've never had a single witness with a photographic memory. Me neither. They must exist. They're too busy passing exams and winning pub quizzes to be witnesses. I thought for a second. He had the van. Where was he working when this murder took place? You should find out. I should, and I will. Derwent stopped beside the car and stretched. So, this is the last place anyone saw her alive. When did they find her body? A long time later. She disappeared on the 12th of July 2014, and her body was found in December. And the only reason it was discovered was because Willa Howard's body was dumped in the same nature reserve. A visitor to the reserve found Willa, and then DCI Whitlock's team searched the rest of the area. They were the ones who located Sarah's remains. That's when it became clear that Leo Stone was responsible for Sarah's death as well as Willa's. His forehead crinkled as he considered it. Even though there's basically nothing in the way of physical evidence or eyewitness testimony. Leo has always sworn he had nothing to do with Sarah Gray's disappearance. He would. He convinced her parents he was innocent. Derwent shook his head. Then they're as gullible as their daughter was. Chapter 6. So, 3 months on from Sarah Gray's disappearance, he's on the hunt again, and he finds Willa Howard slap bang in the middle of Bloomsbury. Before that, there was Rachel Healy. Derwent frowned. He was never charged with her murder, because they never found the body. Is that the only reason? Not entirely, I said. When they searched Stone's house, they found blood under the floorboards, but it was degraded. They couldn't get a full DNA profile. But what they found didn't match Willa Howard or Sarah Gray. They checked it against the DNA of missing women from the Greater London area over a 5-year period, and the most similar one was Rachel Healy. She disappeared 3 weeks before Willa Howard, and hasn't been seen since. And the blood was the only thing that connected her with Stone. Yeah. Let's stick with Willa and Sarah for now, since he was charged with their murders. What about Rachel? I had read about her last of all, the previous night, when I was yawning and desperate for sleep. It hadn't taken long, and it had woken me right up. Of all of Stone's possible victims, she had received the least attention. No body, no evidence, no leads. A dead end. If we have time, we can talk about her. But there are probably good reasons why they left her out of the original case. 3 weeks before Willa Howard doesn't leave much of an interval. Sarah Gray was 3 months before that. It's not scientific. They don't mark murder opportunities on their calendars, I snapped. That's not what the profilers say. And you have so much time for what profilers say. He grinned at me. It's science. They're basically infallible. I rolled my eyes, knowing full well that he thought the opposite of what he was saying. Look, what are the chances the blood doesn't belong to her? She fits the profile of the other victims, and the way she disappeared. Noted, Derwent said, in a way that meant, I don't care. Back to Willa. Willa is the reason they found Stone in the first place. Say what you want about the original investigation, but DCI Whitlock did a good job with Willa. She went missing on the 31st of October, Halloween. The last time anyone saw her was in the Haldane, a pub about 5 minutes' walk from here. We were parked in Corona Mews, a narrow cobblestoned lane with 3-storey mews houses on either side. Some of the buildings were businesses, the shutters pulled back on the ground floor spaces that the private homes used as garages. It was an expensive little enclave, despite its faintly bohemian air, and it was quiet. This was the secret hinterland of Bloomsbury, part of a warren of close-set streets that were invisible from the busy thoroughfares that bordered the area, funneling traffic north to King's Cross and south to Holborn. So what are we doing here? Willa's disappearance was out of character. She didn't turn up at a family event the following day. Her phone was off. She'd just broken up with her boyfriend. The local CID started looking for her straight away. She hadn't used her Oyster card on any of the local buses or the Underground, and they didn't pick her up on CCTV. She was very striking. She was tall, with long fair hair that she wore loose, and she had been distressed when she left the Haldane because of the argument she'd had with her boyfriend. It was Halloween, there were lots of people wandering around, but no one remembered seeing her. Derwent was listening intently. He must have picked her up near the pub. That was the theory. They canvassed the area, looking for anything unusual, and they found Miss Middleton. Who is Miss Middleton? She is the resident of number 32 Corona Mews, and she does not like visitors. On cue, the front door of number 32 opened, and a narrow face appeared. "You can't park there." Derwent slid down his window. "Police." "Am I supposed to be impressed?" She made little shooing motions. "Go on. Hop it. This isn't a car park." "Miss Middleton." I leaned across so she could see me. "We wanted to talk to you about Willa Howard." "What? Again?" She was a foxy little woman, with wiry dyed red hair and sharp brown eyes. I guessed she was 80, but she was spry with it. "I thought I was done with all of that." "Not yet, I'm afraid." Derwent got out of the car, and she stared up at him, hostility warming into something more like appreciation. "Well, may we come in? I promise to wipe my feet." "You better." She gave a short cackle. "Got to put me face on since I've got visitors. Make your own way up." For a pensioner, she had a fine turn of speed, and by the time I shut my door, she had disappeared. "I know I'm going to regret this," Derwent said. "Once we're finished here, we can go to the pub. But we're on duty. I'll buy you a lemonade." I peered up the stairs. "Can't keep a lady waiting, sir. You'd better go first." Viv Middleton was waiting for us in her sitting room, enthroned on a reclining armchair that faced an enormous flat-screen television. She had applied dark lipstick with more speed than accuracy. The place was spotlessly clean and sparsely furnished. A sideboard, a small cupboard, a single upright chair to one side of the recliner with a library book on it. It looked as if it had been decorated last in the early 1980s. 2 big windows overlooked the street, and from the recliner, Viv would have had a perfect view. "You can take the chair if you want," she said to Derwent. I got, "You'll have to stand." "Don't worry," Derwent said, adopting his usual pose with his feet planted far apart. "I've been in the car all day. I need to stretch my legs." "Oh, well, don't let me stop you," she cackled happily. For once, Derwent looked embarrassed. He folded his arms and stared at the floor. "Miss Middleton, you were a key witness. What can you tell us about the van you saw?" I asked. "It was parked outside my house for 2 weeks, on and off. He'd come early in the morning and go late at night. Too quick for me, even though I was watching for him. I left notes in it, you know, telling him he couldn't leave the van there. And I made a note of the registration number. Complained to the council a few times, but they're useless." "So you never saw the driver?" I checked. "Not Stone, no. I saw him in court. Horrible-looking man. Give me the shivers. Oh, you could see he was a killer." "Did you see anyone else near the van? Or driving it?" She shook her head. "I only ever saw him driving away. I'd hear the door go and look down, but he parked the wrong way for me to see who was driving. He'd get here early in the morning, and I don't do mornings." "What was he doing here?" Was there any building work going on in the street? I asked. Oh, there's always someone doing building work. Listen to that. She held up a hand, and I heard the distant whine of an electric drill. And none of your neighbours saw him? She snorted. They don't notice anything. Half of them are rented out. What's it called? A holiday stays type of thing. The other half are too far up themselves to notice a van unless it's blocking their Ferrari or Jaguar. She dragged out the syllables of the car names, rolling her eyes for comic effect. Not like you, Derwent said. How come you live here? I spent 60 years working for a lovely man, an American. I was his housekeeper. He was rich as you like, but he didn't get on with his family because he was gay, you see, and they couldn't accept that. He left me this place for the rest of my life. His family want to get me out, but there's nothing they can do. I'll be carried out of here. She grinned, showing off false teeth as white and regular as piano keys. All I need is someone to look after me now. What is it they call them? A carer, Derwent suggested. No, that's not it. The grin widened. A toy boy. That's the one. Miss Middleton gave us special permission to leave our car parked in front of her house while we walked down the narrow cobbled streets to the Haldane pub. How do they link the van to Leo Stone? Derwent asked. The registered owner was traced to a traveller's site in Hertfordshire. He said he'd sold it to a man he knew as Lee. Lee had promised to register it as his, but he hadn't completed the paperwork. He didn't know where Lee lived, but he had a mobile phone number for him. Lee being Leo. Lee being Leo. They found him in Dagenham, in a house that belonged to his aunt. She died a few years ago and left it to him. He'd been watching television and drinking cheap lager at 11 in the morning, almost 4 weeks after the disappearance of Willa Howard. When they searched the house, they found a room with a new hasp and padlock. He said there was no key, and they never found the key in the house or garden, but when they cut the padlock off, they found this. I handed Derwent a spiral-bound album of photographs, and he flicked through it. The front of the small post-war house. 3 windows and a door, like something drawn by a child. The hall, a narrow and dim space with old-fashioned wallpaper. A dirty kitchen, an untidy sitting room, the surfaces covered in dented cans and takeaway containers. A pile of clothes in the corner of the room. A blanket thrown over the end of the sofa. The door behind the sofa. The padlock. The room behind it. A cheap bed frame with broken slats fanning out underneath it. A new mattress on the bed, still covered in protective plastic. No furniture, except for a large steel storage cupboard in the corner of the room. Derwent paused. And this is significant, I take it? Turned out to be. It was second-hand, bought through a local buying and selling group, and collected from outside the seller's home while they were at work. The buyer paid cash. It was designed to contain hazardous materials. It even had an integral sump in case of any spillages. Useful. Very. It was empty. The inside spotless, except for a wisp of plastic. They didn't work out exactly where the plastic came from, but it's the type decorators use for protective sheeting when they're painting a room. There's no record of Leo buying anything like that, but he was in and out of building sites. He could have nicked it. The next picture was a close-up of the plastic. Derwent pointed at a smudge. Is that blood? A tiny amount of it. And it belonged to Willa Howard. Well, there you go. Derwent snapped the book shut and gave it back to me. That's him done and dusted. When they were searching the house, they took up the floorboards in that room and found Rachel Healy's blood. Or someone else's. It could have been someone else's, but how likely is that? Derwent raised an eyebrow. That he killed someone else, or that Rachel's blood was a partial match? The blood matching? Partially. Yeah. I don't know, I admitted. I'm not a blood expert. He wasn't charged with her murder. There has to be a good reason for that. Derwent checked his watch. Pub? Pub. We walked in silence down the cobbled streets. I was thinking about Willa Howard, running to her doom, blinded by tears and anger. And about Rachel Healy, and why I couldn't forget about her. Derwent, from his expression, could have been thinking about anything at all. This is the pub, I pointed. It was a square, squat building on a corner site, a survivor from the 1930s, with the original bar, and a certain hipster cachet as a result. Looks nice. It looks like the sort of place that has no CCTV, which is, in fact, the case. Typical. Indeed. I stopped. Let's go back to Willa's disappearance. You have to imagine it's Halloween. Yeah, busy night. And it's unusually warm. 24 degrees. The streets on either side of the pub were full of drinkers standing around making noise. Potential witnesses, though. They saw nothing. I've got to hand it to Whitlock here. His team tracked down a lot of the customers from the pub and looked at their photographs and video footage from their phones. It was a big night. Lots of people wearing costumes, lots of moving and still images. Which showed what? Willa Howard, sitting at the bar beside her on-and-off boyfriend, Jeremy Indolf. They were having a drink together to discuss their relationship. I looked up from my notes. He was seeing someone else, and Willa wasn't happy about it. Fair enough. He made her cry. She gave as good as she got, though. The bar staff all remembered her because she was so feisty. She was calling him every name under the sun. None of the bar staff wanted to go near that end of the bar, but they had to, because Jeremy kept ordering drinks. Eventually, she picked up his drink and poured it into his lap, then stormed out, and disappeared off the face of the earth. The boyfriend has to have been a suspect. He was, but they ruled him out pretty quickly. He cooperated fully with the investigation. According to him and the staff, he stayed here for another hour, drinking and trying to chat up other women. Derwent snorted. He couldn't manage two. What was he going to do with the third? Jeremy is nothing if not ambitious. Anyway, he didn't do anything to Willa, and he didn't call anyone or send any messages asking someone else to harm her. What he did do was drink. By the time he left, he was barely able to walk. We have CCTV of him heading towards Russell Square Underground and weaving across the pavement. An hour after she left the pub, Willa was long gone. But no one saw where she went, and she didn't appear on any CCTV footage that the original investigation recovered. There was nothing to say where she had gone. They were bloody lucky to get the VRN for the van. And to find Lee, and to discover a trace of Willa's DNA in a cupboard in his house. Don't get me wrong, they put in a lot of legwork to find the van. But if that bit of plastic hadn't been recovered from the cupboard, we'd be no further on. Every investigation needs some luck. Derwent looked hopefully at the bar. You said you'd buy me a drink. If we can talk about Rachel Healy. There's always a catch with you, isn't there? I like to get my money's worth, I allowed. Come on, then. He didn't sound as if he minded too much. Maybe Rachel had been playing on his mind too. He held the door open for me, and I walked in, feeling the shiver of recognition. The bar, the green-painted walls, the worn and faded floorboards. I had seen it all in the files. Willa had seen it all, the day her life spun out of her control, when the biggest problem she had was an unfaithful boyfriend. If she'd met her boyfriend somewhere else, or if he hadn't been cheating on her, or if she'd argued with him earlier in the evening, but she hadn't. Wrong place, wrong time. Chapter 7. It was the middle of the day, so the bar was quiet, except for some mellow swing music, and the barman's girlfriend talking him through her plans for a weekend away. We sat in a corner, knee to knee, leaning across the table like lovers, so no one could overhear our conversation. Rachel Healy. I held up her photograph. It was a formal portrait, taken when she started working at an estate agent's, Gallagher Kemp. She looked groomed, her fair hair glossy and smooth, her makeup professionally discreet. Her smile was warm, though, and the gap between her front teeth enhanced her beauty instead of detracting from it. "Pretty girl," Derwent observed. "Woman," I said automatically, and yes, she was stunning. "Wouldn't go that far." I placed the photograph on the table with exaggerated care because I really wanted to smack him with it. He drank some lemonade, and only the telltale deepening of the creases at his eyes gave away that he was smiling against the rim of the glass. She disappeared 19 days before Willa Howard. She worked late that night. I took a map out of the file and put it between us. I had drawn a star on the Chelsea office of Gallagher Kemp Estate Agents. It was a Monday, in October, and they weren't too busy, but she'd been away on holiday and she needed to catch up. Gallagher Kemp do commercial property at a very high level, according to their website. If you have a company of 500 people to rehouse in the city, they're a good place to start. When you say she was working late, she was in the office, not showing any premises to prospective renters, so that's not how she met her killer. Her boss was also working late. His name is James Gallagher. He said they left together. He gave her a lift, and she asked him to drop her off in King's Cross, although she lived in Tufnell Park. He left her near the station and drove home. He lives in Islington. And she went on her way, and no one ever saw her again. She never made it back to her flat. Ordinarily, she got the Northern Line, but she didn't use her Oyster card or bank card, and, as with Willa, there was no sign of her on CCTV. Who reported her missing? Her flatmates. They got the brush off from their local police station. You know the drill. She's a grown woman and not vulnerable, and there's no reason to be concerned for her safety yet. That's the one. No one took it seriously until the following day, when she didn't turn up for work and didn't call in either. Someone rang her flatmates, and they said she hadn't come home. James Gallagher kicked up a bit of a fuss at the local police station, which helped set the wheels in motion. "Decent of him," Derwent observed. "He was the last person to see her. I'd imagine he was quite keen to find her, because otherwise he could have been a suspect. That, or he felt guilty about leaving her somewhere that turned out to be dangerous." Derwent frowned. "But we don't know that Leo Stone was the specific trouble she encountered. There's the blood under the floorboards, which is not an exact match." "No," I admitted. "It could have been hers, but equally it could not have been." That's the trouble with DNA. On the one hand, it's pointing us at Rachel Healy. On the other hand, that blood could belong to someone else. It's not enough to get a conviction as it is. We'd have been better off in the old days when it was blood type only. Juries want 100% certainty these days. Close isn't good enough. Derwent flipped a beer mat off the edge of the table and caught it as it spun around in the air. Then there's the point that her body was never recovered from the nature reserve where the other two victims ended up. Flip. Spin. Nope. I think every inch of it was searched too. Whitlock didn't want to miss something obvious. So what do you think about the blood? I think we should assume it was Rachel's. Why? Because assuming it isn't won't get us any further, and we haven't identified any other women he might have attacked. Our best chance is to be positive about connecting Rachel Healy to Leo Stone, and work to that end. This is a man who kills without spilling blood, though. The only blood we found from the other victims was a speck on some plastic. He's incredibly disciplined about it, You've seen the pictures. The room was spotless. So, you have to believe he took Rachel to his house and for some unknown reason killed her in a messy and uncontrolled way, and that he was sufficiently excited by that to go back and take another woman off the street 19 days later. Maybe it went wrong. Maybe it was nothing to do with him, Derwent countered, and my throat tightened with irritation. Well, the blood had to come from someone. Even if it wasn't Rachel Healy, and I think it was, someone died violently in that room and bled through the floorboards. How does that fit in with your incredibly disciplined killer? My voice was a shade too loud, and Derwent grinned. Shush, you'll scare the barman. He's not listening. I leaned sideways to check all the same. His girlfriend was still talking, although she'd moved on to the tattoo she was planning to get and where it should go. I took a grip on my temper and returned to Derwent. If it wasn't her blood, where did Rachel Healy go? Someone else killed her. A boyfriend. An ex. A stalker, I don't know. Derwent tapped the beer mat against the edge of the table. It's more of a stretch to believe it was Stone than that someone else wanted her dead. 2 women a week die at the hands of partners or ex-partners. Did we look at her boyfriends? I don't know. I assume so. At least before Whitlock got involved. There was a whole month where nothing much happened on the investigation, remember? That won't have helped. No. No one helped Rachel, alive or dead. Derwent leaned back, watching me with that close attention I slightly feared. Don't get hung up on her. What's that supposed to mean? You need to keep some perspective on it. She's been missing for years. Your chances of finding her at all are slim, let alone making a case that Leo Stone killed her. If she's dead, it doesn't matter to her. She has a family, friends, and you can't bring her back for them. I looked away, instead of at his face. I didn't want to admit that he was right, but I knew he was. The CD changed to piano music, cool notes drifting through the dusty air like snowflakes. The barman dropped the cloth he'd been using to polish glasses and leaned across the counter, drawing his girlfriend's face towards him so he could kiss her. She held onto his wrists and closed her eyes, and I found I was holding my breath. You're quiet? I came back down to earth with a bump. It was just as well Derwent had his back to the bar, because he would probably have heckled, or at the very least criticised the barman's technique. It's this case. It looks solid from a distance, but it all falls apart when you poke it. Don't tell me you're having doubts about Stone. I shook my head. It's too much of a coincidence to think his van was here and Willa's blood was in his house by chance. But Miss Middleton never saw Leo Stone at the van. No one did. They didn't trace a building company that was using him around here. According to him, he'd been off work for a month because of back pain, and Miss Middleton got the VRN wrong when she wrote it down. Back pain my arse. His van was here. He was hunting in this area. It's perfect. No CCTV, no nosy neighbours, plenty of footfall from the pubs, people coming home late, easy access to main routes out of the city centre. That's a good point. We're not far from Euston and King's Cross. The Euston Road is the A501, and if you stay on it and keep heading west, it turns into the Westway. See? It all fits. He was using that as his main route through the city and dropping off at anywhere that seemed quiet and residential. This is exactly the sort of place where no one's going to notice you hanging around. You heard what Miss Middleton said about the area? It's a backwater between busy areas. It's not unusual to have strangers passing through, or hanging around for a few days at a time. No one's going to look twice at a man in a white van, unless they're an elderly lady with nothing better to do. Derwent drained the last of the liquid in his glass and burped. Come on, back to the car. It's time to go and talk to Dr. Early about body dumps and decomp. I can hardly wait. Chapter 8. Derwent breezed into Dr. Early's office. Knock, knock, Doc. What have we got? She looked up from her paperwork. The desk was, as usual, piled high with folders. Some of them had slid sideways, spilling their contents. Forms, lab results, photographs. I had trained myself to look anywhere but at the pathologist's desk. It was all right if you were prepared for what you might have to look at, but a glance could be scarring. Once seen, some horrors couldn't be unseen. Too much work and not enough hours in the day. Same, I said. Is this a bad time? Not if you're here to talk about Leo Stone. She stood up and, with unerring confidence, hooked a file out from the middle of the cascade of papers on her desk. There was a system to the chaos. I've set things up in the meeting room next door. We followed her obediently. In my case, wondering what she meant by things, and suspecting I wasn't going to like whatever it was. I was much too experienced now to be worried about fainting or vomiting at a grisly post-mortem, but I couldn't claim to take every detail in my stride. Here we are. The room was dim, the blinds closed. Dr. Early tutted impatiently as she adjusted them, turning the slats so we could see the images on 2 large notice boards that filled one end of the room. As light flooded in, the shadowy pictures leapt into focus. I've done one side for Sarah Gray and the other for Willa Howard. You wanted a quick catch-up, I take it? Ideally. Derwent's attention was on the notice boards. He strolled down to look closer, his hands in his pockets. But the way he stood, his absolute focus, told me he was concentrating on what was in front of him, and that he was by no means as casual about it as he pretended to be. I've pulled this together from the files and the evidence that was presented at trial. I'm going to explain all of this to you as I would explain it to a jury. So, if I use too much jargon, feel free to stop me and ask any questions you might have. Also, some of this isn't my speciality. If you really want the details on this, you need a forensic entomologist. You do for now, Derwent said. And Dr. Early ran the end of her pen along a series of photographs that filled the top left corner of Sarah Gray's notice board. This is the body where it was discovered in the nature reserve. It was actually the second one that was located, I believe, but she died first, so I'm going to start with her. The photographs were taken from every possible angle, and all showed the same thing. The skeletonized remains of a human being who had been left to disintegrate on open ground. The grass was trampled in front of the body, but it had grown up to a height of 4 or 5 feet around her, and through her. There was something almost beautiful about the grass, the tiny wildflowers, the leaves and the bones, especially in the close-up images, where it was possible to forget that these were the mortal remains of pretty, shy Sarah Gray, whose face smiled back at me from the centre of her board. I went and had a look at the dump sites to see if there was anything I needed to know about the locations. If they were especially wet, for instance, that would affect what we found. She pointed to a large sheet of paper that stretched between the 2 boards. It was covered with inscrutable marks and shapes. This is my best artwork, so be kind. It's lovely, Derwent said kindly. What is it? A map of the site. She sounded a touch defensive. I know it's hard to follow, but it makes sense to me. Sarah was dumped here. She wasn't dressed or wrapped in anything, and no attempt was made to cover her or Willa. Dr. Early indicated a roughly oblong squiggle on the map. This is a rectangular building around 100 metres away from where the body was left. It's a birdwatching hide, which is significant because pedestrians aren't allowed in this area of grassland. Her pen traced a triangle in front of the hide. In case it disturbs ground-nesting birds. The path runs on the other side of the building here. It's this line of dots. How accessible is the area? I asked. The car park isn't far away at all, a couple of 100 metres the other side of those trees. The trees were a row of asterisks that ran behind the grassland where the body had lain. This nature reserve doesn't have a permanent guard in residence. There's nothing to steal, for one thing. There are gates and fences, but it's not what you'd call secure. They also issue permits for night visitors from time to time, so no one would think it was strange to see a car or a van in the car park outside the usual opening hours. Do they keep a register of visitors? I asked, and Dr. Early looked surprised. I didn't ask. Never mind, you're doing well, Derwent said, with a glower in my direction. She wasn't a police officer after all. I couldn't expect her to think like one. Keep going. The site he picked was far enough away from the hide that no one there would notice any smells or unusual insect activity in this area. From 100 metres away, you might see a larger number of flies than you'd expect, or even a larger number of scavenging birds and butterflies and moths than would be typical for this area. But you wouldn't connect any of those things with a corpse unless you were looking for one, which of course we always are. So for us it would be obvious, but for your average layperson, none of that would ring a bell. She ground to a halt, a little out of breath. Right, Derwent said. Of course. And the other thing about picking a reserve where there's bird-watching is that they don't allow... She looked from me to Derwent expectantly. I got it first. Dogs. Exactly. It was a brilliant place to choose. No dogs allowed. So, no dogs sniffing out the bodies until long after nature had done a huge amount of work in removing the soft tissue, the muscle, the skin. All we really have to go on are the bones at that stage. And bones are extremely useful, but they don't tell you the full story. For instance, if she had soft tissue injuries, we're not going to know what they were. The soft tissue goes with the first wave of insect activity, the blowflies and the greenbottles and the flesh flies. Female blowflies can sniff out a dead body within minutes. They don't have strong mouth parts, so they can't tunnel into the body. They lay their eggs anywhere that's easily accessible. Injuries, eyes, mouths, nostrils. I get the picture, Derwent said quickly. Right. It's all so clever, that's all. Nature tidying up after itself. The insects help decomposition along, and they do it in a way that's completely predictable, which is particularly helpful for us. She clicked her pen. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I was talking about injuries and how we can't prove what killed Sarah Gray. What? Not at all? Derwent sounded disconcerted. We can't prove it. We can suggest certain things and rule other things out. Like, for instance, there's the fact that Dr. Hanshaw didn't find any broken bones when he examined her. We didn't recover all the bones, but that's not unusual in a case where a body has been left in the open. Being buried tends to hold things together a lot more. My eyes flicked to the images of Sarah Gray's skull, pillowed in the grass. Aren't those skull fractures? Dr. Early's eyes gleamed. I was hoping one of you would notice. Yes, look at this image of the head. You can see quite clearly that there has been significant damage to her skull. The head was tipped back, the neck at an awkward angle, the chin pointing to the sky. Leathery remnants of muscle and skin coated the bone in places, but I could see missing teeth and a couple of wavy cracks that ran from the eye socket up towards the crown of the head. Here's a better image of the top of her head. See the way the fractures waver across the bone? We nodded. That's a sign that she was already dead when the injuries happened. A post-mortem fracture has these crumbly edges. It's like snapping a biscuit in two. You won't get a clean break. If you're alive, the break will be straight, because the bone has more give in it. Think of snapping a piece of chocolate. You get a straight edge. I'd rather not think about food in this context, Derwent said, if you don't mind. Really? Dr. Early looked surprised. I always think the biscuit and chocolate analogy works for juries. Everyone can visualise it. It's very helpful, I said, and she beamed. The other thing is the colour of the break. See how it's lighter than the rest of the bone? Definitely post-mortem. What I can't tell you is how she acquired the injuries. It could have been accidental. Dead bodies are really hard to manipulate. Dead weight is a bugger to move around, no matter how strong you are, or how small the victim is. So he could have dropped her a few times, or whacked her into a doorway without meaning to hurt her. When he was finished with her, he didn't care any more, I said. And something in my voice made Derwent turn to look at me with a raised eyebrow. Dr. Early didn't seem to notice. Probably not. She became a problem. Something to be dumped, not cherished. Cherished is an odd word to use. He killed her, Derwent said. But how he killed her is the point. No nicks or marks on the bones, so almost certainly not stabbing. She had no defence wounds on the bones we recovered from her hands and arms either. Her hyoid bone is intact, which strongly suggests she wasn't strangled. I think she was asphyxiated. It doesn't take long to starve the brain of oxygen and achieve loss of consciousness, so she would have had minimal opportunity to fight back and harm herself. I think he smothered her not long after he kidnapped her. The muscle was flickering in Derwent's jaw. Where's the fun in that? That's not a question I can answer, Dr. Early said seriously. But I think it's worth looking at Willa Howard in more detail. I had been strenuously avoiding looking at Willa Howard in any detail at all. There was something more unsettling about the images of her, probably because she was more recognisably herself than her sister in death. The flesh had melted away from her body, but there was still skin on her bones, and much of her hair had survived, spread out around her in straw-like profusion. She was lying on her front with her head turned to one side, her hands by her sides, palms up. Willa was over here. Dr. Early pointed to another squiggle on the map, further away from the hide. When you visit the site, you'll see why she was found first. The body was in the lee of a fallen tree. A visitor to the site decided the tree would make a great vantage point for a picture, even though it was off the path. He stumbled over her. Jesus, Derwent muttered. It must have been quite a shock, Dr. Early agreed. Luckily for him, she was quite advanced in decomposition. The worst part, from the point of view of smell and maggots and so forth, is between 4 and 20 days after death. The gases build up inside the body. Once the abdominal wall is breached, the body deflates and starts to dry out, and most of the insect activity is from beetles, mites, that kind of thing. She was well into this stage when she was found in the first week of December, which was some 5 weeks after she disappeared. So you think she was killed straight away as well? It seems possible, but unlike Sarah, she did have some injuries we can see. This is an X-ray of her skull. See the missing tooth at the front here? That was broken off around the time of her death. The root is still there. Sarah was missing teeth too, I pointed out. Yes, but we recovered them. They became dislodged from the jaw after the gum deteriorated, once there was nothing holding them in place. Willa's was snapped off, and we didn't find the tooth. It doesn't rule out asphyxiation, does it? Not at all. We don't know what method he employed. but he may have needed to use more force on Willa. She was a little taller and heavier than Sarah. And she was angry. She'd been drinking and arguing with her boyfriend. I could imagine her body humming with adrenaline and fear, lashing out at Leo Stone because how dare he attack her. There was the blood on the plastic in the cupboard, Derwent said. That had to come from somewhere. Probably this injury, or a nosebleed, something like that. Unfortunately, we did lose a certain amount of detail to decomposition before she was found. Dr. Early peered at the X-ray as if it would reveal something new to her. There are 3 things, really, that I wanted to draw to your attention. 1. Dr. Hanshaw also concluded that the women were asphyxiated, and there's nothing to contradict his assertion. As I said, without being able to see the physical manifestations of asphyxia, the pinpoint hemorrhages and so forth, it's a case of excluding other modes of death. We are left with asphyxia as the most likely method of murder, as it's relatively non-violent. Unless he poisoned them, Derwent said. I know you're joking, but we did test for poisons. We tested their bone marrow and their hair, and it's the hair that's the second thing I want to talk about. What about it? Look at the condition of Willa Howard's hair compared to how it was in life. Being dead isn't great for your looks, as I understand it, Derwent said. No, but it doesn't change the consistency of your hair so quickly, Dr. Early countered. Willa's hair had been long, smooth, and thick. Every witness in the bar had commented on it. I frowned at the dry, frizzed-out thatch that covered her scalp. It was orange-tinged, and it had snapped off in several places, leaving the ends uneven. It looks as if it was bleached. That's exactly what happened. She was soaked in bleach. I'd guess her entire body was immersed in bleach at least once, if not more. To eradicate evidence? Maybe. Or to try to slow decomposition. The third thing about these bodies is the most interesting, at least to me. The women seem to have died relatively quickly after they were kidnapped, but they weren't dumped in the nature reserve for a significant period of time after their deaths. How significant are we talking? Derwent asked. Weeks. Maybe more, in the case of Sarah Gray. And I know that because of the insect activity I mentioned earlier. Dr. Hanshaw got a forensic entomologist to sample insect life from the bodies, and from the area around the bodies. It's a reliable way of calculating how long the corpses had been there, and what condition they were in when they arrived. What she found was a very small number of the insect first responders, the blowflies, the greenbottles, the flesh flies, and so forth. There were plenty of beetles and mites who target fly larvae, though. Every decaying corpse is also an insect crime scene, I always say. And so they had been present at one time, but the larvae hadn't matured through their 3 stages to burrow into the ground and become pupae, or if they had, it was somewhere else, and they were left behind when the bodies were moved. What does that mean? Derwent asked. It means he kept the bodies until they weren't usable anymore, I said. That's my interpretation. Dr. Early looked from me to Derwent, eyes bright. The trouble with necrophilia is that it's so messy. I shuddered. Doesn't bear thinking about. Toughen up, Kerrigan, Derwent snapped. You do need to think about it, because we need to work out where he kept the bodies between the cupboard in his house and when he dumped them here. Not in Dagenham. There wasn't a trace of post-mortem body fluids from either Willa Howard or Sarah Gray. And from what you're saying, Doc, there would have been a lot. Absolutely. The body's own enzymes begin to liquefy the internal organs even without the help of insects. You can slow the process by keeping a body cold, but unless you find some way of mummifying them, you're going to find they deteriorate. And there's no evidence he tried to do that, I checked. None at all. Unfortunately, there isn't much evidence of what he did either. By keeping them until they had completed putrefaction, he reduced the chances of anyone literally sniffing them out at the dump sites, and he destroyed a lot of the forensic evidence we might have recovered otherwise. It was all so well planned, wasn't it? I said. We only found Willa Howard by chance, and that led us to Sarah Gray. Leo Stone doesn't strike me as a particularly deep thinker, but he managed to kidnap women, keep them for as long as he liked, move them without being spotted, and then dispose of them effectively. He spent years in prison. He's probably spent the whole time planning what he was going to do when he got out. Derwent's mouth twitched. He had all the luck until he got arrested. You've got to think it's our turn to be lucky now. Chapter 9. Of course, luck wasn't with us the next day either. The judge's decision was a foregone conclusion, and everyone knew it. But the tension in the air was as thick as the mist that pressed against the small high windows. The lights were on, the old pearly shades casting a soft glow that fell on the walls of law books, the high wooden bench where 3 judges sat, sombre in their full wigs and gowns, and on their clerk, who was busy with paperwork, his pen racing across the page. It fell on the attentive barristers at their desks in front of the packed benches of the public gallery. It fell on the tiny dock, with its overarching iron bars that separated the prisoner from the rest of us who sat in the courtroom. We were free, and he was not. Not yet. I sat in the last row of the public benches. Despite its importance, the Court of Appeal was held in a small room, and it was packed. The court reporters were choosy about which cases they covered, but this one was a guaranteed front-page splash. A murderer was always news. A murderer of women was even better, especially if the women were beautiful, especially if they had everything to live for, especially if they met a horrible end at the hands of a perverted stranger. But best of all was a gruesome series of murders combined with a miscarriage of justice. That was a story that had everything. I looked at the man in the dock. Leo Stone, the man who had been haunting my thoughts, a nightmare made flesh. His eyes were closed, his face pale and impassive, his hair dark and greased back from a low forehead. He was tall but gaunt. His skin fell in loose folds from his prominent cheekbones and sagged from his jawline. Often prisoners didn't come to the Court of Appeal. It was quicker and cheaper to make them attend by video link. But on this occasion, I could understand why he had wanted to be present. I knew better than to think murderers always looked like what they were, but something about Stone's physical presence chilled me. The words and images from the files I'd read battered the inside of my skull, along with a single word. Evil. If he's stuck for cash, he can always write the Leo Stone diet book, Derwent muttered, leaning over so his elbow pressed against my side painfully. There isn't a spare ounce on him. Not the time or the place, I hissed, and give me some room. Derwent shrugged and folded his arms across his chest, making himself even broader. His knees moved an inch or two further apart, which I wouldn't have thought possible. I shifted to my right, trying to put some space between his thigh and mine, and collided with my neighbour on the other side. Sorry. Godley nodded, preoccupied. Unlike me, he was concentrating on the judge's speech, and sat statue still. Beyond him sat DCI Paul Whitlock, who was in his late 50s. I'd met him before the hearing started, in the echoing cathedral-like main hall of the Royal Courts of Justice. He had given me a quick, bruising handshake without a smile. He had retired after Leo Stone's conviction, before the crowning achievement of his career had turned into a messy disaster. And he lived on the Kent coast now. I assumed he spent most of his life out of doors because his skin was like old leather. Under his tan, he looked drawn and tired. What we were watching was the dismantling of a case he had built, painfully, and in the full glare of public scrutiny. I could imagine how he was feeling. The words fell from the bench like wood shavings, dry and dusty, delivered in a refined Anglo-Indian accent. It is one of the abiding principles of the British legal system that a jury trial must be fair. A jury must be impartial. They must base their opinions on the words of counsel, on the evidence they hear, and on the judge's guidance. It is abundantly clear that in this case the jury did not do their duty. Rather, they chose to ignore all instructions and plunged into a world of speculation and ill-informed comment, aided by the media's distorting lens. The duty of a jury is a sacred one. A defendant is entitled to expect that a jury will conduct themselves fairly. Otherwise, justice cannot be done. And it has not been done in this case. The appeal is granted. I order that the prisoner, Leo Stone, be returned to prison, and a further application be made to the Crown Court for bail, pending a retrial. A murmur ran through the courtroom. In the dark, Leo Stone opened his eyes for the first time, staring about him as if he had just woken up. His eyes were dark, the pupils invisible. One of the officers with him took his arm, but gently. "Come on." Stone didn't move. His eyes scanned the public gallery, row by row, until they stopped. For a moment, I thought he was looking straight at me. Then, the man in front of me raised a hand to shoulder height. A salute that received an answering nod from the prisoner. Only then did Stone turn, dropping his head and rounding his shoulders as he trudged down the steps to the cells below the courtrooms, where he would wait for a transfer to prison. Freedom was within his grasp, but it wasn't his quite yet. The judges rose and filed out through a door behind them, and as the door closed, the barristers abandoned their respectful demeanour instantly. The juniors gathered up their papers and legal reference books, moving with the speed born of long experience in the Crown Court, where the next case followed on the heels of the first. The opposing silks leaned towards one another as they tucked pens into pockets and settled their gowns on their shoulders more firmly, laughing as if they'd been working together rather than competing for the judge's favour. The journalists had slid out of the benches at the earliest opportunity, scattering down the long tiled corridor to find a quiet nook where they could call their newsrooms. On my right, Godley sighed. Well, that's that. Nothing else they could do. Whitlock stood up. Frustrating, though. In some ways, it feels worse than if we'd lost the first trial. I took a lot of satisfaction out of locking Stone up. It made me feel the world was a safer place for him being behind bars. We'll put him back there for you. Fucking juries. Derwent eased his hips forward, slouching. It wasn't actually possible to lounge on the high-backed wooden benches, but he gave it his best shot. Harry Hollingwood, QC, paused at the end of our bench. Quick chat before I go back to chambers. Of course. Godley got up, energised. I made to follow him and Paul Whitlock, but hung back to let someone pass through the heavy doors before me. He hesitated for a beat, looking at me, and I returned the scrutiny. Dark hair, Dark eyes, heavy eyebrows, a slight frame. The man who'd been in front of me in the hearing, who had waved at Leo Stone. "Come on." The man behind him nudged him. He was a head taller and correspondingly broad, his shoulders straining against the fine fabric of his three-piece pinstripe suit. It was exquisitely fitted, I noted, just as I noted that he was strikingly handsome, and roughly my age. He had a full beard, which ordinarily did nothing for me, but he made it look good. He stared at me briefly, assessing me in much the same way that I was eyeing him, but whether he was impressed or not I couldn't tell. The first man mumbled something and pushed the door open. I followed them out and stopped, watching them walk away down the corridor, one looking dazed and hurrying to keep up with the other's long stride. "Not what you'd expect." Paul Whitlock nodded in their direction, considering. "Who are they?" "Chap with dark hair is Kelly Lambert." I shook my head, not recognising the name. "Leo Stone's son." "His son?" "Long lost. Stone never married his mother. It was a casual relationship. They were both young when Kelly was born. Early 20s, they would have been. Stone's 48 now, though he looks older than me. Kelly's mum died when he was young and he was taken into care. He had no contact with his dad for a long time, but Stone was in and out of prison, so it was probably for the best. He wouldn't have been a good influence, put it that way." "How come they got back in touch?" Whitlock shrugged. "Lambert found him when he was in prison in 2013. Started visiting him. When Stone came out, Lambert helped him get his life back on track. Lambert's a carpenter. He got his dad some labouring work on building sites. Oh, nothing skilled, but enough that he had a bit of cash. He wanted to keep him out of trouble, he said." "That worked well." Whitlock gave a short laugh. "You said it." "Did you look at him as a suspect?" Derwent asked. "He had solid alibis for all the disappearances." Whitlock shook his head. "Kelly's an argument for the care system. Whoever looked after him, they did a decent job. He seems to be the kind of chap who sees the good in everyone. Either that, or he doesn't want to believe that half his DNA is from a murdering shit. He's been campaigning to get his dad released. Absolutely refuses to believe his dad could have done anything like that to those women. Even though Stone had a history of violence towards his mum before they split up. Stone was a suspect in her death, but they never made it stick." "It's a big jump from domestic abuse and burglary to murdering strangers," I said, as neutrally as I could. Whitlock bristled all the same. "It's a good case. It's solid. Stone got lucky on a technicality. There'll be another trial, and this time he'll go away forever. And I'll be proved right." He didn't need to say it. I didn't blame him for minding, in fact. "Who was the other guy with Kelly Lambert?" Derwent asked, saving me the trouble. "That Stone solicitor, Seth Taylor." Whitlock grimaced. "Clever guy. Arrogant, though. He's made his reputation off how he handles Stone's case. They didn't give us an inch all the way through." "I wouldn't have thought he had much material to work with," Derwent said. "It was pretty cut and dried as I understood it." "It didn't seem that way once the defence got to grips with the evidence." Whitlock shook his head. "Tell you what, if I ever get in trouble with the law, I'm calling Taylor. He's all charm on the outside, but if you challenge him, you'd better come prepared for a fight." D.I. Derwent's always prepared for a fight. I said it for the pleasure of making Derwent scowl. "I'm looking forward to seeing his face when Stone gets convicted again." I looked around, checking for eavesdroppers, and noticed a young woman in dark tights and a bulky coat. She was sitting in one of the alcoves outside the court, apparently concentrating on her phone. "We should take this somewhere else," I said quietly. Derwent, naturally, ignored me. Jesus. I feel sorry for Lambert, but he's out of his tiny mind if he thinks his dad is innocent. I've never seen a more obvious psycho. He needs locking up again as soon as we can possibly manage it. If we can put him inside for anything at all, we should. "We can't harass him," I said. "I'm prepared to risk upsetting him if it means no one else dies," Derwent snapped. "Harry's waiting," Godley said, with maximum disapproval. And on this occasion, even Derwent took the hint. Chapter 10. The cafe in the Royal Courts of Justice was at the back of the ground floor, in an old courtroom that had been refitted with cheap tables and chairs. It was crowded with that peculiar mix of people that frequented the RCJ, the tax cases, the personal injury suits, the police officers and criminals, and their families and the lawyers, all pretending to ignore one another. Hollingwood had found a table on the other side of the room. His junior, Kit Harries, waved at me energetically from the queue. "Coffee? Your usual?" The barrister's voice carried easily over the noise in the cafe. I gave him the thumbs up rather than trying to answer. "Do you know him?" Derwent was beside me all of a sudden. "Kit? Yeah, he's a nice guy. I worked with him a few times. He looks better with his wig on." Barrister had a lot of very fine straw-coloured hair and a round face, and his wig had made him sweat, so his hair was plastered to his head. As usual, Derwent wasn't kind, but he was right. "He's a lovely person, and he's married, so be nice." "I'm always nice." "Not in a way that's noticeable to the casual observer." Derwent moved away from me, grinning to himself. As if to prove me wrong, he went across to the queue to help Kit with the drinks. I followed Godley and Whitlock to the table, not without some misgivings. Derwent would take the opportunity to talk to Kit about me, unsupervised. And I liked Kit, but he wasn't the most discreet person I'd ever encountered. I couldn't think of anything I needed to hide specifically, but then again, I couldn't think of anything I'd like Derwent to find out about me. He knew too much already. Without his wig and gown, Harry Hollingwood looked different too. His grey hair was swept back from a high square forehead and brushed against the collar at the back. He was compact, fit, 50-ish, and he looked good-humoured, despite the loss in court. His small brown eyes were shrewd and full of life. Sit down. I thought we should have a little post-mortem before we all went home." "It was the result we expected," Whitlock said, which was his way of reassuring the lawyer that he didn't blame him. "Couldn't have gone any other way. The point is that we've got to prepare ourselves for a retrial." "How soon can we expect the retrial?" "Soon," Hollingwood said. "He'll be in the Crown Court tomorrow to be formally released from prison. How long do you want him out?" "Not long." "Well then, we'll seek an early trial date. In the circumstances, we should get it. But that obviously means you have less time to conduct your reinvestigation. A month or two." "We'll manage," Godley said, with a confidence that I didn't feel. "Have you met Maeve Kerrigan? She's one of my best detectives." Hollingwood nodded to me. "Kit speaks very highly of you." "I've always enjoyed working with him." I hope I sounded like a tough and experienced detective sergeant, even if I was flustered to the point of blushing by what Godley had said. "I should say that the previous investigation was excellent." Hollingwood turned to Whitlock. "We were very happy with the evidence as it was gathered and presented to us. I am simply conscious of the fact that time has passed, and the defence has had an opportunity to revisit the case they ran. We want to be prepared for them to take issue with anything that was awkward for them in the previous hearing. We'll be disclosing anything new that you find out, of course, But, with any luck, it will be unanswerable. There was a brief hiatus while Derwent and Kit returned with the coffee. Kit had the expression of a man who had gone through a car wash in a convertible with the roof down. Derwent was at his most bland. He smiled at me as he sat down. Never a good sign. "What was the defence?" I asked quickly. "I read the files the other day, and it seemed there wasn't much room for doubt." "There's always room for doubt in a defence case," Hollingwood said. "They don't have to prove he didn't do it. They only need to confuse the jury. The idea is to reinterpret the evidence, so the Crown's account of what happened seems open to debate." "He had a really good brief," Kit contributed. "One of those guys who does a closing argument that makes the jury fall in love with him a little bit. Make 'em laugh, make 'em cry." "I don't see where the doubt comes in," I said. "Stone was sitting in the house when they went there to ask him about the van. There was forensic evidence of Willa Howard having been in the room behind him." "No," Kit said, grinning. "That was the mistake we'd made, according to his brief. There was forensic evidence in the cupboard in the room behind him. The defence alleged he'd found it dumped on a street corner and thought it would be useful. The defence said that someone else had used it to imprison Willa Howard before or after her death, and that Stone had unwittingly brought it into his home and locked it in a room and hid the key so we never found it. They said that Stone was worried about being burgled. He was obsessed with security." "Yeah, funny how serial killers like their privacy." Derwent shook his head. "Surely there's no way the jury would have fallen for it." "You don't need to convince all 12 of them. You can get a mistrial if you confuse 3 of them beyond the point where they know black from white." Hollingwood leaned back in his chair, amused rather than upset by it. "The prosecution has to play it dead straight. No showboating, no dramatics, just concentrate on the facts. The defence can do what they like. And as for being convincing, they won over more people than you'd think. Journalists, campaigners, and Sarah Gray's family." Whitlock's voice dropped at the end of the sentence, and I realised with a mild sense of shock that he was angry. "I need to warn you about that. You're going to have to handle them with care. They turned against the police during the initial investigation into Sarah's disappearance. My understanding is that the local CID didn't impress them and stepped on a few toes. The fiancé was out of the country when it happened, but the detectives had their concerns about him. That bothered the family, who felt they were wasting time instead of locating her. Then they took offence at some of the questions that we had to ask. Sarah's body was well away from where we found Willa Howard. It was the cadaver dog that found her, not us. And there were differences in how the bodies were positioned. We didn't want to assume they were both left there by the same killer. Dr. Hanshaw was confident that both women had died in the same way, but by the time we found them, they had been left to nature for some time. The remains were skeletonized. He wasn't able to specify a definite cause of death for either of them. Now, of course, the question is whether he missed something. Beside me, Godley was absolutely still. He wouldn't give away how much he minded Glenn Hanshaw's reputation being questioned. But his very silence was loaded with emotion, I thought. The Greys believe that we've never found Sarah's killer, that she wasn't killed by the same person who killed Willa Howard, and that person was definitely not Leo Stone. They've bought into a conspiracy theory that we're deliberately trying to mislead them. They don't trust us, but they trust Stone and his son. Kelly Lambert made friends with them. Can you believe that? Is that why they don't want to believe Stone was Sarah's killer? I asked. That, and the lack of forensic evidence. They don't think she would have stopped to talk to him that night. She was quiet, a bit shy, timid. She wouldn't have argued with a guy like Stone. She'd have crossed the street to avoid him. if he let her do that. Then there's the fact that there was no trace of her in Stone's house or his van, Whitlock sighed. I wish we'd connected the two cases earlier, but we didn't. I wish I'd been able to investigate Sarah Gray's disappearance. It bothered me that they hadn't taken it seriously enough. They could have put more resources into it. Then again, we knew Willa Howard was missing almost as soon as she disappeared, within 12 hours. It was a densely populated area with a lot of footfall, even at that time of night. Halloween jogged people's memories too. You did a remarkable job to track down the van. Godley leaned forward, holding Whitlock's gaze with that intensity that made you feel you could walk through fire for him, that you wouldn't mind dying for him. Without the van, we would probably never have made a connection between the missing women and Stone, even if we'd found the bodies. The van broke the case. Whitlock ducked his head. We did all right. I had a good team. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's much new ground to explore when it comes to Willa Howard's death. Except how she died, and where, and when. I thought of Dr. Early revisiting the files, the photographs. How do the Howards feel about this? They think Stone is guilty. It's easier for them than the Greys, I think, because they didn't believe a word of the story about him finding the cupboard in the street. There's the van in the right area, and the blood. That's enough for them. They fell out quite badly with the Greys over it, which was a shame. Nice people. Are they the kind of nice people who would mind if we applied to exhume their daughter's body? Derwent, blunt as ever. Whitlock winced. Depends on how you approach it. With great sensitivity, Godley said. And I wondered if he'd forgotten how Derwent preferred to work. I had a question to ask myself. Tell me about Rachel Healy. A dead end. Whitlock's face had hardened, stubbornness making it into a thing of angles. There was something in Whitlock's voice that sounded final, as if the subject was irrelevant, and therefore the discussion was at an end. She went missing not long before Willa Howard. We concluded the disappearance was too close to Willa for it to be connected. He took one in July and one in October, not two. That's the sort of thing a killer does when they're losing control, when they're running out of time. Stone had no idea we were going to knock on his door, and he didn't take a fourth woman after Willa Howard, though we didn't catch up with him for a few weeks. Maybe something went wrong, I said. Maybe it wasn't a satisfying murder as far as he was concerned. We did look for her. We never found the body. The conclusion we reached was that she was never in Stone's house or his van. The blood from under the floorboards wasn't conclusive. It sent us on a wild goose chase. We were under pressure to clear up as many disappearances and murders as possible, and Rachel Healy got lumped in with the other two. There was a reason the CPS didn't charge him with her kidnap and murder, Hollingwood said. He was watching me, his face open and friendly. I knew when I was being placated, and it prickled along my nerves. I didn't want Rachel Healy on the indictment. The evidence that he was involved in her disappearance was circumstantial at best. The forensics were the weakest part of our case. I was of the opinion that including her, and introducing the idea that a third woman had died in that room, whether it was Rachel Healy or not, could only damage us. It would have provided an opportunity to defence to muddy the waters. We had no body. We were asking the jury to take too many leaps of faith. That she was dead, that Stone had been involved, that her body had been left somewhere other than the area where the other two women were found, for a reason we didn't know. Too many questions there, don't you think? Questions that deserve an answer, I said. We did our best, Whitlock, bristling. Derwent got there before I could. Now in saying you didn't. There's a reason she's on this case. she being me. I opened my mouth to change the subject before he said anything else, but he steamed on. Kerrigan can charm the birds from the trees and find things you never knew were missing. If there's a way to trace Rachel Healy and tie her murder into this case, Kerrigan will find it. Once she's decided she's going to do something, she doesn't give up. Derwent paused for a beat. It makes her bloody irritating to work with, obviously, but she's right about this one. Thanks, I said, and he grinned at me. A ripple of amusement ran around the table, a welcome break in the tension. I waited until they'd stopped laughing. Anything on Rachel Healy will be new to the defence. If Stone killed her, he thinks he got away with it. At the moment, we don't even know where she was before she disappeared. It's not going to be easy to make inquiries after so many years, but it's surprising what people can remember when you ask. All this time, and not a sign of her body. I really wanted to find her. Whitlock grimaced. I dream about her sometimes. Gets under your skin, you know. I did know, all too well. We'll look after her, Derwent said to Whitlock. We won't let you down. The retired policeman nodded and attempted to smile. It flickered across his face uncertainly, like a light bulb about to blow. Chapter 11. The Rural Dream. You can keep it, Derwent said. Why would anyone want to live here? Grammar schools? Commutable distance from London? Local amenities? Decent lifestyle? Yeah, but apart from that, I don't think we're seeing it at its best. We were driving out of London towards Aylesbury, a medium-sized market town where Sarah Gray had grown up. Her parents still lived there, outside the town. It was a cold day, the sky the colour of steel, and the fields were boggy from heavy rain the night before. Crows hunched in the branches of trees and along fences, like witches' familiars, their rasping call echoing across the countryside. I went back to the opinion column I was reading out from my phone. In the era of social media, when everyone has access to the internet all the time, is it even possible to have a fair trial by jury? A case such as that of Leo Stone is the ideal test. A horrific series of headline-grabbing crimes, a suspect who seems to fit the image of a ruthless killer, grieving families and photogenic victims, and an unregulated internet full of rumours. If it's a crime to be unattractive, then the prisons should be overflowing. Leo Stone was on trial for murder, but he was judged on his past and his appearance. That's not justice. It's prejudice. I paused expectantly, and was not disappointed. What fucking horseshit! Derwent glowered at a driver who was failing to give way to him. There's more. Of course there is. What must Leo Stone's lawyers have thought when they read juror Stan Maxwell's self-published account of the trial? They must have been pleased that they had grounds for an appeal, but I think they must have been horrified too. How easily a man can lose his freedom and his reputation. By his own account, Maxwell and his fellow jurors read the rumours that spread unchecked across the internet. They searched for the secrets of Leo Stone's life, the missing pieces of the puzzle that they weren't supposed to know. They cheated the system. They cheated Leo Stone. They cheated justice. This is how easy it is to lock up an innocent man. A few unflattering pictures, a few stories that float without attribution or evidence to tether them to the facts of the case, a few arrogant and prejudiced jurors with smartphones. Derwent grunted. Well, he's not wrong there. Nice of him to mention the dead women, too. I checked. He didn't. I know, he said patiently. That was my point. Wait for the next bit. Go on. But even if they had confined themselves to looking at the evidence, there's no reason to believe the jury would have been able to make a fair decision. 2 murder appeals have been successful already this year because of the revelation that the Home Office pathologist, Dr. Glenn Hanshaw, failed to uphold the highest standards of his profession in the months before his death through ill health and arrogance. Hanshaw is dead and gone. His legacy is a black mark on the legal system that nothing can erase. Fuck's sake! Don't crash the car. I put a hand on the dashboard to brace myself as Derwent swerved impatiently around a cyclist. That makes it sound as if poor old Hanshaw was deliberately trying to trick people. He was doing his best. Which wasn't good enough. Derwent shifted in his seat, irritated. He could have done with more oversight, but he wasn't that sort of person. There was no one around to tell him he wasn't coping. At least, no one he trusted. No one he'd listen to. If that ever happens to you, I promise I'll tell you to quit. If I'm dying, and I still want to go to work every day, you have my permission to shoot me. He glanced sideways at me. This is why you need to start looking for a new bloke. Sorry, what? You'll end up like Glenn Hanshaw if you don't. You have nothing in your life but work. Excuse me. Derwent held up a hand. Save the outrage. Tell me, when was the last time you went out? Not on a date, just out. I opened my mouth to tell him it was none of his business, and shut it again. Ages, is it? Months? Last year sometime? I don't remember. He whistled. Worse than I thought. I've been busy. I've been working a lot. Pulling double shifts. You must be raking in the overtime. There it was, a door offering me a way out. I could explain myself by telling Derwent I was just saving up for a deposit so I could buy my own flat and stop paying him rent. The trouble was, it was a lie. Worse than that, it was a lie he would spot in a heartbeat. I might be a bit lonely. Another glance, this time unexpectedly gentle. I had to look away at the passing streetscape before I could go on. It's so much easier when you're in a relationship. You wake up on a day off and you go and do something. No planning. No fuss. I swallowed. Everyone I know seems to be getting married, or they're just married, or they've just had a baby. None of my friends are ever at a loose end. They have their own lives. It's not their fault that I don't. What about Liv? She's having IVF. Seriously? Don't say anything. She and her girlfriend want to have a baby. They've picked a donor, but it hasn't happened yet. I was about to volunteer, Derwent said, and I laughed before I could stop myself. There was a chance, a small one, that he was actually serious. Listen, Kerrigan, you've been under a cloud since that 2-timing shitweasel dumped you and went off to play happy families with his new bird. You've got to get your head straight. That 2-timing shitweasel, otherwise known as the love of my life, Rob Langton. Derwent wasn't his biggest fan. Thanks for the advice. You're not getting any younger, you know. If you want to have kids, you need to meet someone in the next year. I'm not that old. Outrage made my voice squeaky. Your clock is ticking, whether you can hear it or not. Think about it. You meet someone. Then you've got to spend a year or so getting to know them. Then you'll want to get married, because your parents would shit a brick if you had a child out of wedlock. That'll take another year to organise. And then you'll be cleaned out financially. You won't want to take maternity leave until you've built up a bit of cash. Call it another year. Then you can't assume you'll get pregnant straight away. All the time, your fertility is declining. Sad, really. You seem to have given this a lot of thought. My voice was so cold it could have flash-frozen a side of beef. Derwent wasn't noticeably affected. "It's just common sense, isn't it? But you don't seem to have any." "I know you've embraced domesticity. This has nothing to do with me." "You're so right, so why are we talking about it?" I waggled my phone at him. "Do you want to hear the end of this or not?" "Give it to me. I can take it." After his successful appeal yesterday, Leo Stone deserves an apology from all of us. The Metropolitan Police, too, must bear responsibility for this miscarriage of justice. The CPS is insisting there must be a retrial, wasting more time and money. An innocent man must suffer because they can't bear to admit they made a mistake. Sarah Gray's family have campaigned for Leo Stone's release from prison. They, like me, believe Leo Stone is innocent of these murders. He is a victim of this crime, like the two women he was alleged to have killed. If the Home Secretary has any sense, she will discourage the CPS from pursuing him any further, so the Met can reopen the case and this time bring the real killer to justice. Who wrote this? A journalist named Christopher Fallon. I showed Derwent the byline photograph, knowing it would irritate him further. State of him. Pencil-necked twerp, telling me I can't do my job. Listen, Christopher, if I want your opinion, I'll come round to your house and beat it out of you. He'd be shaking in his shoes if he could hear you. Derwent glowered at me instead. You don't think that sort of piece affects public opinion? A tiny number of people will read it. The victims' families will read it. True, but they don't love us anyway. Derwent didn't reply because it was true. That was one very good reason why we had decided to do places before people. I concentrated on the directions DCI Whitlock had given us, aware that if Derwent took a wrong turning, it would be my fault. The roads got narrower as we came closer to the Greys' home, and Derwent slowed down. The slackening speed of the car seemed to mirror my reluctance to get there. They're angry. Very angry. They won't trust you, and they definitely won't help you, Whitlock had warned us. I liked to make my own mistakes, instead of inheriting the results of other people's poor judgment. That's it up there. I pointed to the right, where a white, thatched building stood in a gravelled yard. It was a barn conversion, half-timbered and sagging under its heavy roof. It appeared ancient, but well looked after. Big, isn't it? They're well off. She's a retired GP, and he was a management consultant. I hesitated, waiting for him to turn the car through the gate. Remember what the boss said. We need to be in our best behaviour. I know you're not implying I would do anything else. I wouldn't dare. Derwent parked beside a battered Volvo and a newish BMW. Let's see those convent manners, Kerrigan. I'm counting on you to charm them. Charm was not going to be enough, I thought, on edge as Derwent rang the doorbell. The car had been loud on the gravel, so they had known we were outside. Even so, it took a long time for anyone to come to the door. When it opened, an elderly man stood in front of us. He was leaning on a stick. Mr. Gray? A nod. I introduced myself and Derwent. Thank you for agreeing to speak with us. We had no choice. He stepped back and disappeared into the house, leaving us to shut the door and follow him into a huge double-height room with a brick fireplace at one end and a kitchen at the other. A slim, pale woman sat on one sofa, her face tight with tension. Mrs. Gray, I guessed, and corrected myself. Dr. Gray. She stood up as we approached, but her eyes followed her husband, not us. He had a dragging walk, one foot sliding along the ground as he moved. A second man stood by the fireplace, his hands in the pockets of immaculately pressed chinos. He had the ruddy expression of a man who spends a lot of time on golf courses, and his hair was slicked back from his forehead. I knew before he spoke that he was going to have the sort of plummy voice that made my hackles rise. "Hi, Tom Mitchell." He leaned across and shook hands with Derwent, sketching a wave in my direction. "I was Sarah's fiancé at the time of her disappearance." "Please tell us," Mr. Gray sat down with a grunt of effort, "what exactly this charade is supposed to achieve? You're investigating Sarah's murder all over again, so you can prove that Leo Stone did it." "We're examining every aspect of the previous investigation to make sure we haven't overlooked any details," Derwent said. "And if you have?" "Then we'll advise the CPS accordingly." "What a waste of everyone's time," Mr. Gray spat. "An exercise in reinforcing a set of errors that should never have been made. A cover-up for your friends, so no one realizes they've framed an innocent man." "There was a considerable amount of evidence that suggested Mr. Stone was your daughter's killer," I said tentatively. "That's what you wanted everyone to believe." "The fact is that no one knows who took my daughter." Dr. Gray's voice was low and precise. "No one ever traced the person who killed her. I'm absolutely sure of that. We're asked to believe that Leo killed her purely because her body was left in the same area as Willa Howard. Well, I'm sorry. It isn't convincing to me, and I don't think it would have convinced the jury if they hadn't broken the law to find out more about Leo." "Leo?" "Are you in contact with Mr. Stone?" "Not directly. We get messages from him." "Written messages?" "No. His son Kelly is in touch with us. He passes on communications from Leo." "What sort of communications?" Derwent asked. And Dr. Gray glanced at him before she answered. "He's very grateful to us for our campaigning on his behalf. I always say it's in our interests as well. We want Sarah's real killer to be located and punished. He shows tremendous empathy to us in our difficulties. Kelly, too. He's quite remarkable." Dr. Gray took out a handkerchief and pressed it under her eyes. "They want us to get justice for Sarah's sake, not just because Leo is incarcerated. I can't believe that after all this, you're pursuing him again." "What would you prefer us to do?" Derwent asked. "Find the real killer, of course." She flung out a hand in irritation. "Your stupid colleagues wasted weeks bothering Tom and his friends, even though he wasn't in the country when poor Sarah disappeared. He couldn't have been involved, and we said so. But they didn't listen. They were utterly determined to make him into a killer. They wanted to turn us against him. But we didn't listen, did we, Tom?" "No. And I was very grateful." Tom looked from me to Derwent and back again. "I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but I can save you a lot of time if you're drawing up a list of suspects. I wasn't involved." "Thank you, sir." Derwent's voice carried the slightest overtone of "I'll be the judge of that." "The fact is," Dr. Gray said again, "your colleagues struck lucky when they found Sarah's body. They saw an opportunity to make Leo take responsibility for Sarah's death as well as the other girls. Far easier than looking for a second killer." "But the two bodies were left in much the same way," I began. "A dead body is a dead body, especially if it's left outside. There was nothing left of her. She was eaten, Detective. Animals took her flesh. Her face, her hands. She was utterly decomposed. Have you read the pathologist's report?" "I've spoken with the pathologist who's working on this case now." In the face of Dr. Gray's anger, I felt like a badly prepared student. I should have read Dr. Hanshaw's report as well as talking to Dr. Early. They didn't even find all her bones. The small ones disappear. They were missing 23 bones. Vertebrae, toes, fingers. Bones that I made. She stopped, choking with emotion. The mother in her elbowing aside the rational scientist who believed in facts above all. I blame them for not finding Sarah's killer. I don't think the original investigation was adequate in any way. I do not believe that Leo was involved in the slightest with either murder. I will not help you lock him up again. That's not our aim. I really hoped Derwent wouldn't contradict me. Our intention is to review the evidence and make sure the correct person is prosecuted for murder. If the evidence leads us towards Mr. Stone, we'll know that the original investigation was sound. If it leads us away from him, please believe me, we'll follow the facts. We don't want an innocent man to be behind bars. We want justice for your daughter too, and we'll work as hard as we can to get it. I gather from DCI Whitlock that Sarah's possessions are here. Derwent slid into the quiet aftermath of a speech that I was both proud and embarrassed to have made. Is it possible for us to look at them? I suppose so, Dr. Gray said heavily. I'll show you. Tom Mitchell started towards the stairs that led to an upper floor. He moved quickly, full of nervous energy. I caught a flash of gold from his left hand as I followed him. A wedding ring. It's all boxed up, I'm afraid, but the police went through everything. They couldn't find anything in Sarah's life that would have made someone want to harm her. He led us into a room that should have been a bedroom, but it had no furniture in it. Boxes piled on top of boxes filled the space instead. The room smelt musty, and he pushed open the window. She'd moved out, you see. There was nothing here. All her things were in our flat. I kept everything for a long time. I didn't want to clear Sarah out of my life, I suppose. But in the end I had to. She wasn't coming back. Barbara, that's Dr. Gray, didn't want to unpack it, so it ended up here. He stood in the middle of the room and looked around, his posture somehow conveying bafflement and long-standing grief. Not much, is there? Not for a whole life. I felt unexpectedly sorry for him, and angry with myself for my reverse snobbishness. Bad things could happen to wealthy, privileged men who wore Ralph Lauren cashmere jumpers and inherited signet rings, the crest softened and blurred by time. Life wasn't easy for anyone who mourned, whether they were rich or poor. What do you think happened to her? I asked, taking advantage of the fact that the door was closed. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He rubbed his head with his left hand and winced. I keep forgetting I've got a ring on this hand and end up battering myself. Recent addition? Derwent asked. I got married a couple of months ago. Congratulations. I felt weird about it. The Greys said they understood, but... He broke off. That, you know, it shouldn't have been this way. It should have been Sarah. Is that how you felt? A bit. He looked miserable. A lot. I couldn't stop thinking about her. What does your missus make of that? Derwent asked. And I was glad he had, because I was wondering the same thing. She understands, of course. He held himself stiffly, guarded now. She was one of Sarah's best friends. It helps that she knew her so well. We talk about Sarah a lot. She misses her too. I'm sure she does, I said. Vanessa was supposed to be our bridesmaid. Tom sighed. I'm lucky to have her. We got back into the car after a long and thoroughly unhelpful search through Sarah Gray's possessions. The clothes, the photographs, the school reports and letters, and books she had loved. The Greys had sent us on our way without warmth, just as angry as they'd been when we arrived, despite my best efforts. Derwent drove out through the gate with a sigh of relief. They really don't want Leo to be guilty, do they? Nope. They must see something in him that I don't. The son has obviously worked hard on them. Plus, the original investigation burned through any goodwill there might have been towards us by focusing on Tom. I shook my head. Maybe it's just that they don't feel any better for having Leo locked up. It hasn't brought their daughter back. If he's the wrong man, they can keep looking for justice. Derwent nodded. So how long would you give Tom Mitchell's new marriage? Months? Weeks, I'd say. Days. It's over already. It never started, I said soberly. He's not over Sarah yet. Maybe he'll never get over her. Poor bloke, Derwent said, as if he meant it. Chapter 12. On a fine day, St. Leonard's-on-Sea would have been a nice place to visit. The shingle beach was long and empty, the rain sweeping across it like a curtain as the tide came in. The waves were noisier than the cars that swished along the promenade that ran between the beach and the tall Regency terraces that defined the area. They had been built for a wealthy town that had never quite materialised, though the houses had been grand enough, with elegant columns and graceful porticos. Most of them were now divided into flats, including the Howards' home. They occupied the bottom 2 floors of a white-painted house that looked out to sea. It's an upside-down house. We use the downstairs rooms as bedrooms, and upstairs is our sitting room. Mrs. Howard hauled herself up the stairs ahead of us, wheezing. It's the views, you see. I like to look out to sea. Always interesting. Always inspiring. The sitting room ran across the front of the house, with 3 tall windows framing the view. The walls were lined with landscape paintings that had an abstract quality. Saffron yellow sand, teal-coloured sea, squared-off purple hills, white cliffs, scarlet sunsets. An easel stood in front of one window, with a half-finished painting leaning on it. Mrs. Howard cast it a longing look before she sat down. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, I said. No, it's a pleasure. Anyone who can help us is welcome. She was a round woman, with a sweet face that was made for smiling. There was something dead in her eyes, though, a dullness that I'd seen many times before. My husband isn't here. He didn't want to be. I can understand it must be upsetting to talk about Willa. It was that sympathy for the bereaved that always redeemed Derwent in my eyes. He really meant it. Mrs. Howard raised her hands and let them fall into her lap, a helpless gesture. It's upsetting whether we talk about her or not. Do you understand what's happened with the appeal and why it was successful? I asked. It doesn't mean that the courts are convinced Mr. Stone is innocent, nor does our investigation. No, I understand that. DCI Whitlock rang me himself to explain it to me. Such a nice man. Yes, he is. He worked so hard on the investigation. They all did. We may not be able to do much more than they did, but we're going to do our best, I promised. We're determined to put together the strongest case we can for the retrial. You can't find evidence that isn't there. Mrs. Howard sounded wistful, not angry. He did such a clever job. I thought for a moment that she was still talking about DCI Whitlock, until she went on. I truly think he's an evil person, you know. Evil. That's the only word. The way he took those women. The way he kept them. That awful metal box where he hid them. She gave a tiny sigh. We knew from the moment she disappeared that she was gone. At least I did. I never had any hope that we'd see her again. Why was that? She would never have gone off without contacting me. She wasn't that sort of person. We were very close. She told me everything. All about Jeremy, her boyfriend. She told me about everyone in her life. We spoke every day, often more than once. I would have known if she needed me. I would have sensed it. All I could feel was an absence. I was trying to imagine a situation where I would willingly tell my mother even half of the things that went on in my life. Derwent took over. I know you'll have answered these questions before, but was Willa worried about anything? Was anyone bothering her? She was very angry with Jeremy. Mrs. Howard shook her head. She spent far too long with him. He was never going to grow up. We could see that even if she couldn't. He was a weak person, immature. Was there anyone else of significance in Willa's life? No, no one. She couldn't seem to get over Jeremy. I mean, the waste of it. She was a gorgeous girl, talented, creative, kind. She deserved so much more. She would have been a wonderful mother. And I know Jeremy wasn't directly responsible for her death, but it was his idea to meet in that horrible pub. Have you been in it? We nodded. I wanted to be in the last place where Willa was. Stupid, really, to think she might be hanging around there. She was happiest here, by the sea. So if her spirit is anywhere, it's here. Mrs. Howard sniffed, her eyes brimming. It smelt horrible. Stale beer, cheap air freshener. I sat on the stool where she'd sat, looking at the last things she saw. Maybe someone was watching her while she was in the pub. She had such glorious hair, like a cloak. I always thought she was pure pre-Raphaelite. I could see what Mrs. Howard meant. Willa had had a heavy kind of beauty, a strong jaw and straight eyebrows, and her hair had hung down to the small of her back. The barman was nice. He gave me a drink on the house. Gin and tonic. Mother's ruin. Mrs. Howard began to sob, looking from Derwent to me like a child. That's all I could think. Mother's ruin. I put down my clipboard and went to sit beside her, putting my arm around her shoulders. Derwent leaned forward, his face stern. Mrs. Howard, what happened to Willa was horrendous. You deserve answers, and we'll try to get them for you, I promise. I thought it was all over. I thought he was behind bars and we could move on, whatever that means, because it's not as if I can forget, is it? But then he got out again. Willa's brother's getting married next month. His girlfriend is pregnant, in fact, so we're going to be grandparents. The circle of life starting again. It was a comfort to me to think of it. But now, Stone is out, and I know he's out, and I have to think about him all over again. She took a few heaving breaths, getting her emotions under control. It was bad enough when he sent the letters. What letters? From prison, she sniffed, on her birthday, and at Christmas, as if he had the right to contact us. What did he say? Derwent asked, but she shook her head. I'm not prepared to repeat his words. Mrs. Howard, oh, you can read them yourselves. I've got them. It's not that I don't want you to see them. I just don't want to think about them. Or him. She looked across the room in the direction of a vast Victorian bureau. Are they in there? I asked. In the top drawer. There's a folder of them. It should be on top. She stood up, energized. I'm going to go and tidy myself up and make a cup of tea for us. I don't want to be in the room when you read them. I don't even want to see them. But you take your time. She bustled out of the room, and I waited until I heard water running in the kitchen next door before I stood up and slid the drawer open. A plastic folder lay on top of the papers in the drawer, as Mrs. Howard had promised. Got them? Over here. Derwent was clearing a space on a coffee table that had been stacked with art books and gallery catalogues. I shook the contents of the folder out, and Derwent arranged the letters in order of date, using the end of his pen rather than touching them with his hands, as was his habit. The letters were written on cheap, flimsy paper in black pencil. Stone's writing was large and irregular, and it was hard to read them. This is the first one. That's right after he was convicted, I said, checking the date. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Howard, I am very sorry for your trouble. I know you loved your little girl. She was so pretty and good. I saw you crying when the jury come back. It was as expected. I am used to prison, but I suppose it is all new to you. If I could have said the truth at the trial, I would have. Why did you call her Willa, is what I want to know. Please write back. Leo Stone, HMP Winlow. Imagine getting that in the post unexpectedly. Derwent shook his head, disgusted. He shouldn't have been allowed to write to them. How did he get the address? No idea. I was reading the next one. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Howard, no letter from you, but I want to wish you a happy Christmas anyway. It will be hard for you. All the days are the same here, but there's carols and special dinner on Christmas Day. Do you have a Christmas tree, I wonder? Did you buy a present for Willa? She can't open it anyway. They say kids are a blessing. I think they break your heart. Please write back. Leo Stone, HMP Winlow. He drew holly on it. I pushed it away. He was winding them up, wasn't he? Bastard, Derwent said softly, reading the third letter. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Howard, it will be your little girl's birthday soon. She's the same age as my son Kel. He told me. If he tries to talk to you, don't listen. He is a weird kid. He's trying to get me out, but I don't think he will have too much luck there. I am in here for the long haul, which I am sure is a good thing. You may think, but there's reasons for what's happened if I could tell you. It is lonely in prison. I think about Willa a lot. All her lovely hair was ruined when they found her. Such a pity. Leo. Is that the last one? One more. Derwent sounded as nauseated as I felt. He pushed it across the table to me. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Howard, do you think about Willa? 'Cause I do. Do you have any pics of her, as I'd like one? Not dead, but normal, smiling. She was a silly bitch to get herself killed, though, when you think about it. You should have told her not to talk to strangers. Or didn't she listen? I'll write again soon. Write back to me, please, Leo. No wonder Mrs. Howard didn't want to read them again. I shuffled them back into the folder and fastened it so Leo Stone's words were sealed away. What an absolute shit. What did he think he was going to achieve? Derwent rubbed his jaw, the faint dry rasp of stubble just audible from where I knelt beside him. What did the Greys say? He was full of empathy for them. I waggled the folder. That's not the impression he gives here. Quite the opposite. Everything comes via Kelly, doesn't it? Kelly may be making him sound nicer than he really is. Do we need to take the letters away? I think so. He dropped his voice. For her sake, we should. Tea! Mrs. Howard pushed the door open with a rattling tray. I went to help her, shoving the folder at Derwent so he could hide it. Her eyes were red up close, and her face was swollen, but she smiled at me. Thank you. So kind. We let her fuss over us, choosing biscuits from the plate she offered, making conversation about St. Leonard's-on-Sea and the house and her art. Eventually, reluctantly, Derwent put his mug on the table. Mrs. Howard, I need to ask about the letters. Did they come from the prison? No, they were postmarked in London. I didn't keep the envelopes. I didn't really want to keep the letters themselves, but Graham insisted that we should because he said they might be important. She shoved her hands between her knees and squeezed them. And, well, it was a sort of a link with Willa. I didn't want him to talk about her, but he was the last person who saw her. I thought, if I could bear it, maybe he would talk to us about her. He would tell us how he caught her, what he did to kill her, what he did afterwards. Mrs. Howard, Derwent began, but she cut him off. The thing is, we don't know. I imagine things. I can't help it. He never said anything about what happened to her. We don't know if she died then and there, when he grabbed her, or if he kept her alive for a time. We don't know if she suffered, you see. I know she died very shortly afterwards, but I don't know that. Only he knows, and he won't tell anyone the truth. She swallowed convulsively. I know he's playing games with us. I know he enjoys it. I know writing these letters was the only way he had any power over us when he was in prison. That was why he wrote, to taint Christmas and her birthday, to remind us that he had taken her away. Mrs. Howard, Derwent said again. It's all right. No, it isn't. I'm sorry, Inspector. It isn't. It's never going to be all right again. I appreciate that, but the worst thing, Mrs. Howard said, as if he hadn't spoken, is that I'm so ashamed of myself. I wanted to write back to him. I wanted to engage with him. I wanted to make him like us. I can never, ever forgive him for taking my daughter, but I would have pretended I had forgiven him if he would only tell us what happened to her. She bit her lip hard. I can't bear him. I can't bear that he's out. What he said in the last letter. Of course we told her not to talk to strangers. She was such a lovely person, though. She wouldn't have wanted to offend anyone. He played on that. I know he did. Did you write back to him? I asked. No. Graham made me promise not to. I agreed. She looked away, her eyes filling again. I thought he was in prison forever. I thought there would be time to persuade Graham we should respond. I thought we might gain his trust. And now he's out. Temporarily. He won't be out for long. Derwent stood up, towering over her, his face a scowl. For once it felt protective rather than threatening. The thought crossed my mind that if I was ever in trouble, it would be Derwent I'd call. You'd want him on your side. You certainly didn't want him on anyone else's side. Are you in touch with any of the other victims' families? I asked, as we followed her back down the narrow stairs to the front door. No. I know they thought there might have been a third girl, but they weren't sure. I don't know anything about her. And the Greys, well, we don't speak anymore. For some reason, they've decided to believe he didn't hurt their daughter. I don't understand it. Grief affects people in different ways. She looked at me sadly. I know that, dear. Graham and I might as well be living on different planets. He's so busy all the time now. He's never here. He barely sleeps. He volunteers a lot, throws himself into things. He needs to be around people, whereas I find socializing very difficult. I'd rather be alone with my thoughts. It takes time. So they say. With an effort, she dragged the heavy front door open and stood back to let us out. I used to paint people, you know. Portraits. I can't do it now. I tried, but when I look at their faces, I don't really see them. I only see Willa. Chapter 13. Well, what have you found out? Una Bert had been watching for our return to the office like a shark lurking offshore, waiting for unwary swimmers. I was getting tired of being ambushed. Not much. Derwent shot me a curious look as he took off his jacket and hung it on the back of his chair. It wasn't like me to sound negative, even if that was how I felt. We visited the locations where the women disappeared and spoke to Dr. Early to discuss the pathology. We've also met all of the victims' families to introduce ourselves. Bert sniffed. You could have done that with a few phone calls. I thought it was important to meet them face to face, and it was. Derwent came around his desk, getting closer to the chief inspector. Invading personal space, step 1 in Derwent's method of dealing with criticism. Una Bert was quite used to it and stood her ground. What do you think you found out? That we can't depend on the Greys for any help unless we find them a new suspect. Derwent seemed to be concentrating on rolling his shirt sleeves up, one fold every sentence. That Leo Stone sends messages to the Greys via his son. That he sent letters to the Howards. That Stone is a sadistic bully, whatever else he is. Oh, and that Rachel Healy's family hasn't had any communications from Stone. But the other two have? Interesting. I don't think that means we should leave Rachel Healy out of the investigation, I began, and got a glower from Derwent. We talked about this in the car. Yes, and I disagreed with you. I'm still disagreeing with you. Derwent turned back to Una Bert. We're not sure the Healy case connects. I am, he went on as if I hadn't spoken. Aside from the forensics, which are frankly questionable, we've got nothing on her. She walked out of her office and no one ever saw her again. So far, so similar to the other two. But I don't think she's one of his victims. It was too close to Willa Howard's disappearance. A 3-month gap between Sarah Gray and Rachel Healy, and then a couple of weeks between that and Willa Howard going missing, and then nothing. That's not a pattern I recognise. We don't know enough about Rachel Healy's disappearance to say either way. My throat hurt from talking. It was what I'd been doing all day, with Derwent, and with Rachel Healy's sister, Zoe Fell, who had opened the door of her Herne Hill home with a baby on her hip and a scowl on her pretty face. I played it back in my mind, trying to work out why it had gone so badly. You want to see me about Rachel? I wonder why. No one's been interested up to now. She stepped back to let us in. And take off your shoes, please. Bertie's started crawling, and I can't keep hoovering the carpet. There would be no tea and biscuits here, I'd thought, pulling off my shoes and following her through to a small sitting room full of baby toys. She put the baby down, and he immediately began to crawl towards the door. Derwent shut the door. Sorry, buddy. Trapped. Bertie made a sound like a pigeon cooing, and sat back on his bottom to consider his options, favouring his mother with a huge, dribbling smile. He's a gorgeous baby, I said. Thanks. She was staring at him, not me. She was very like her sister, I thought, but older, thinner, as hollow-eyed as mothers of babies tended to be. What do you want? You may have seen that Leo Stone was successful in appealing his conviction this week. No, I didn't see anything. I don't watch the news. What has that got to do with us? As you know, there was some evidence that he may have been involved in Rachel's disappearance, but we don't feel it was fully explored previously. We're taking over the investigation and looking at all the evidence again. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Too little, too late. I appreciate it may seem that way, I said, wishing I was somewhere else. But we are taking a fresh approach. We aren't going to give up on finding out what happened to Rachel. Were you close to your sister? Derwent held out a toy to Bertie, who didn't take it. Put that down, please. Leave him alone. Zoe snatched the baby up and sat with him on her lap, holding him for comfort as much as anything. Look, Rachel had her own life, and I had mine. I was working in a very demanding job, and I didn't see a lot of her. The last time I saw her was about 3 weeks before she disappeared. How did she seem? Was she worried about anything? She was happy. I'm not just saying that because I want a happy memory of the last time I saw her. She was glowing. I thought she'd found a new boyfriend, but she said she hadn't. Then she said I wouldn't approve of what she'd been doing, which worried me, quite frankly. Zoe sighed. We didn't have a normal sibling relationship. I was more like a mother to her. Our parents died in a car accident when we were in our teens. I had to take over from them when I was 19 and Rachel was 13. It put a strain on our relationship. So maybe she wouldn't have confided in you if something was bothering her. Maybe not. She shook her head. But I'd have known if she was upset about something, and she wasn't. The opposite. As I said, she was happy. Tell me about her previous boyfriends, I prompted. She wasn't the sort of person who liked being tied down. She was casual about relationships. A free spirit. She dated a lot, I know that. But I don't think she was serious about anyone. She had a boyfriend at university. I doubt they were still in touch. The last time she mentioned him was to say he'd got married and had a baby, which was obviously not what Rachel wanted. Zoe bit her lip, lost in her own thoughts. That suited me fine, since every word she'd said had hit home for me. Imagine finding out your ex-boyfriend had got married and had a baby. How would that make you feel? The words echoed through my mind in Derwent's voice, and when I risked a look in his direction, he was staring at me meaningfully. I cleared my throat. What was his name? Mike Brendan. He was nice. A real gentle giant. She broke his heart. Zoe shivered. He was better off without her. He said as much to me the last time I saw him. Which was when? Derwent asked. Oh, their graduation, I think. Years ago. She looked at Derwent then. You can't possibly think Mike had anything to do with it. It's worth checking every line of inquiry. She laughed, a jarring sound. They could have done that the first time round, couldn't they? It would have saved you the trouble. Derwent didn't take the bait. He wasn't there for an argument. So the relationship was over by the time she left university. Was there anyone else in her life? I mean, one or two people? People. Zoe caught the sense of Derwent's question. Men. She was straight, Inspector. If she was seeing a woman, I began tentatively, would she assume you would disapprove of it? Are you suggesting I'm homophobic? Because I'm not. No, not at all. I'm just trying to work out what Rachel might have wanted to keep from you. Anything. Nothing. She was always like that, growing up. Pointless secrets all the time, for the pleasure of telling me I didn't know something about her. Okay. Do you know the names of the men she was seeing? I never met any of them. One was a colleague, Dan, I think, but that fizzled out during the summer before she died. Whose idea was it to break up? Oh, gosh, I don't know. It was mutual, I think. No one was heartbroken. Rach certainly wasn't. And Dan, whoever he was, kept working in the same office, so it can't have been that bad. But you should talk to her colleagues if you want to know what was going on. They saw a lot more of her than I did. She was an estate agent, wasn't she? Commercial property. The baby was beginning to complain, arching his back and wriggling. She set him down on the floor again. He made a beeline for Derwent's feet and began to haul himself up by the creases in Derwent's suit trousers, until he was standing with two dimpled pink paws braced on Derwent's knees. He beamed at Derwent, who grinned back, not seeming to mind the snail trail of saliva the baby was smearing on his trousers. Look at that! Gold medal standing up! You know what you're doing, don't you? Zoe's voice was cutting. Forgive me for saying so, but I don't think the same is true of you. You don't seem to have any idea what you're doing here. We're really here to reassure you that Rachel hasn't fallen off our radar. In fact, finding out what happened to her is a priority for us, I said. I wish I thought that was true. What sort of a person was Rachel? I asked. She was fun. She was light-hearted, kind, impulsive, easygoing, easily led. She was a bit immature. Zoe Fell's chin began to tremble uncontrollably. I loved her so much. She was my entire family. She was all I had. Una Burt listened to our account of the meeting with a frown on her face. It sounds as if Rachel was doing something she shouldn't have been doing. Sleeping with the wrong person could have got her killed. That's my take on it too. Derwent sounded faintly disappointed to agree with Una Burt about anything. She's a distraction from the real investigation. What if her private life has nothing to do with her disappearance? What if she isn't a distraction? You can't discount the blood as if it wasn't important, I said. The blood told us nothing. It could have been a match for Rachel or thousands of other people, Derwent turned his aggression on me this time, and I knew I was standing in for Una Burt, but I didn't like it. It wasn't a match, or at least we couldn't prove it was a match, which amounts to the same thing. We don't have a body, and there wasn't more than a speck of blood in the house from Willa Howard. There was nothing at all from Sarah Gray. Do me a favour. Explain why the whole room would be saturated in Rachel Healy's blood if she died the same way as the other two. I don't know, I said stiffly. But I don't know it rules her out either, and neither do you. Plus, the blood came from somewhere. Something bad happened in that room to someone. It doesn't seem as if you're on the same page. Una Burt looked from me to Derwent and back again. A tiny smile curving the corners of her mouth. How unusual. You usually work so well together. It's not a problem, I said, sensing danger. But it could be. She folded her arms, the smile widening a fraction further. Let's not waste your energy in bickering. Josh, you can concentrate on the two known victims. Maeve, feel free to pursue the Rachel Healy angle. That's not necessary. Derwent's voice was flat. He knew, as did I, that Una Burt's intention was to play us off against each other, as if we needed competition to work hard. You can have Liv Bowen. And Maeve, let me know if you need any support. I'm sure I can find someone to help you. Georgia, maybe. Look, I don't think there's any need, I started to say, but Bert held up her hand. You'll be more productive this way. You don't have time to waste arguing with one another. She turned and walked back into her office, closing the door behind her with a certain finality. I looked at Derwent, who was chewing his bottom lip thoughtfully. Well done. He looked wounded. What? What did I do? You didn't back me up. How can I back you up? I don't agree with you. The two of us stared at each other for a beat. Derwent looked away first, retreating behind his desk. He sat down to concentrate on some paperwork, which was an absolute giveaway that he was more agitated than he seemed. Paperwork usually only happened with a gun to his head. I sat down at my own desk and began reading through the file on Rachel again. I would speak to her colleagues and her flatmates, I decided, just to rule out any personal issues that might have resulted in her death. And if I was right, and Leo Stone had taken her, I'd need to work out how to investigate that. CCTV was out. It would be long gone at this stage. Time would have blunted the memory of the best witnesses, assuming I could find them. If she had been snatched off the street, I would never know how, unless Stone himself confessed. I wasn't ready to try interviewing him yet. I needed to know a lot more about Rachel Healy's disappearance before I showed my hand. Anyway, he was a past master at no-comment interviews. Between his experience and his shit-hot lawyer's instincts, I would get nowhere. So I needed to find her. An hour slipped by as I stared at maps, calculating distances and marking possibilities. What I needed was a geographical profiler, someone who specialized in interpreting an offender's movements. People leaned towards the familiar, the places close at hand, especially when they were under pressure. The more they tried to seem random, the more they gave themselves away. If I believed that Leo Stone was responsible for Rachel Healy's disappearance, I should be able to prove it, to Derwent and to anyone else. Are you okay? I looked up, my concentration evaporating. Derwent was standing beside my desk. Speak of the devil. Why? Tough day. Yeah. I tapped the end of my pen on the map. Are you worried about this case? He looked as if the idea had never occurred to him. No. All these people are depending on us. You keep saying we'll put him behind bars again. But the more I look at this case, the more I think we were lucky to get a conviction first time round. Derwent's jaw tightened, which was a sure sign that he was losing his temper. What am I supposed to say to them, Kerrigan? Sorry. We might have lost our shot at this, but at least he spent a year inside. And hey, if we wait long enough, he might kill someone else so we can get him for that. I'm not criticising you. Funny, it sounds as if you are. No, I know you're saying what they need to hear, and we need them to trust us. I'd say the same myself. I just don't know if I believe it. You can't let yourself think that way. It's not going to be easy to go back through someone else's investigation, but at least there are leads to follow. We're not starting from scratch. We are when it comes to Rachel Healy. No one seems to have spent any time on her. All right, someone dropped the ball. You're going to pick it up. His face softened. You put yourself through it, don't you? I want to do right by her. You will. He hesitated, then burst out with, For what it's worth, I don't want to work with Liv on this. She'll work hard for you. I know. But I want you. I stared up at him, lost for words. He didn't wait for me to find any. With a brisk nod, he slung his jacket over his shoulder and left for the day. Chapter 14. As befitted a commercial property specialist, the Chelsea offices of Gallagher Kemp were housed in a prime bit of London real estate. It was a small white-painted building, with lavishly ornate detailing, and high arched roof lights that suggested someone had abandoned a giant birdcage on the corner of the street. It stood at an angle to the road, a sign that it had been there for longer than the rest of the buildings around it. London was peppered with little survivors like it, structures that had ducked changing fashions, and aerial bombardment, and predatory developers, until they achieved listed status. It was more successful as a piece of architectural history than an office, I thought, sitting in a drafty reception area that had been carved out of a grander hall. Still, I could see how multi-millionaires would feel at ease with the stained glass windows, the marble floor, the classic Scandinavian furniture, the ice-blonde receptionist, the cut-glass decanter and tumblers on her desk, and the owner's Aston Martin and Jaguar parked on the street outside. How many people work here? I asked the blonde, who took a long time to come up with the answer. 8 employees, including her, and the 2 owners. So it's quite a small operation. We keep it small. Company policy. A man came through the door behind the reception desk at speed, his hand outstretched. James Gallagher. D.S. Maeve Kerrigan. I stood up to shake the proffered hand, more amused than anything that he was giving me a very obvious once-over from head to feet. He was thin, snapping with energy, and a polished kind of charm. He wore his thick greying hair on the long side, his shirt open at the neck, and his suit so fitted that I could see the muscles move in his thighs when he walked. Not actually handsome, or particularly tall, he moved with the confidence of a man who was both, and he almost carried it off. He was 50, I knew, because I had looked him up, but he could certainly have passed for younger. Come through to my office. I followed him, glancing into high-ceilinged rooms with large desks, where younger colleagues murmured into telephones. Is being quiet company policy too? He grinned at me as he sat down behind his desk. It is indeed. Amazing how much noise a room full of estate agents can make unless you persuade them to mutter. Please, sit. Can I get you something? Water? Tea? I shook my head. I'm fine. Perhaps judging that he'd spent enough time on being charming, he let his face become serious. You're here about Rachel, I understand. That's right. He leaned forward, his hands clasped loosely on the blotter in front of him. Why now? It's been 3 years. More. We're looking into Rachel's case again because it may be connected to another case that is currently under investigation. What does that mean? The way he asked it wasn't quite rude, but it wasn't far off it. I replied in the same way, so he would understand that in this conversation we were equals. Exactly what I said. There's a possibility that it's connected to another murder investigation, but equally it might not be. I'm looking at all the evidence again to see if we can rule her in or out. And you've started here. You're not the first person I've interviewed, I said, but you do have the distinction of being the last person who saw Rachel alive. Apart from her killer. Obviously. There was no outward sign of tension in him. He was a very good poker player, I guessed. The only tell was that his eyes were fixed on mine. That was as much of a giveaway as someone not being able to look me in the eye, did he but know it. The door behind me opened. Gallagher looked up. Ah, Per. To me he said, "This is Per Kemp, my partner." I turned to see a tanned, tall man with fair hair and green eyes leaning against the doorframe. He had a dazzling smile, and similar taste in clothes to his colleague, although he looked less self-conscious, less abrasive. They told me a police officer was here. I thought we'd been found out. Let's not make any jokes, Per. The police aren't famous for having a sense of humour. Not about missing women, I said coolly, and the smile evaporated from Kemp's face. Ah, Rachel, that's why you're here. Tell me about her. What was she like? It was Gallagher who answered. She was my employee for 2 years. She was very good at her job, and I promoted her twice. You can look at her records. We've got them somewhere. She got on well with her colleagues. He shrugged. I'm sure Per would agree with me, though he has less to do with the day-to-day running of the agency. I remember her very well. She was extremely attractive. Per sat down in the other chair, drawing it forward so he was closer to me. From the other side of the desk, I sensed the faintest hint of unease. Gallagher fiddled with his pen for a moment, then burst out with, Per, there's really no need for you to be here. If I can help, though. But you can't. You didn't have anything to do with her. Kemp blinked at his partner. You want me to go? I don't need an audience for this discussion. You didn't work with Rachel, and Sergeant Kerrigan here wants to talk to me about her projects and so forth. Kemp looked at me. So, should I go? That's up to you. The thing is, he said slowly, folding his arms and leaning back in his chair, I'm interested in what you have to say, James. Per, Gallagher snapped. Not now. There was a moment of absolute stillness as the two men glared at one another. Then Kemp laughed, showing off those white teeth again. I'll see you later, miss. I'm sorry I can't help with your questions. If you think of anything, I'll give him your details, Gallagher said firmly. Kemp sauntered to the door, taking his time. His partner waited until the door was shut before he relaxed, his shoulders dropping at least 2 inches. What was Rachel working on when she disappeared? Yes, of course. Sorry, I got sidetracked. There was a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead, I noticed. She wasn't dealing with anything particularly difficult or complicated. I think she'd just been away on holiday, so really she was just getting back into the swing of things. But she was working late. Yes, I tried to discourage it. I don't want the staff trying to outdo one another by staying later and later. Also, I like to have the place to myself to get things done. Nothing but interruptions during the day. I love it when the phone is off, and the emails dry up around 6 o'clock, and you can actually concentrate. What I don't want is a lot of younger staff hanging around, and they know that. But Rachel was still here. Yes, she was. He smiled. I'm not all that much of a tyrant. I do get ignored from time to time. And it was a one-off, so I wasn't inclined to send her home. I didn't stay all that late myself, and she left at the same time as me. Could she have been waiting to meet someone? He leaned back in his chair. I don't know. Possibly. She lost me as soon as she decently could. I can tell you that much. I gave her a lift, but she asked me to let her out near King's Cross. Where exactly? Even after so long, you never knew when an eyewitness would surface with a story about a pretty girl in a white van. I don't know. Somewhere I could stop, so not the main road. It's an area I drive through often, but I don't know it well. Some side street or other. He ran a finger over his upper lip casually, though I knew he was trying to sweep the sweat away before I noticed it. Too late. Did she ask to get out all of a sudden, or was it her intention to stop there? I don't recall. She must have asked me to drop her off at some stage. I don't remember it being dramatic. And how did she seem? He shrugged. Just like herself. She was tanned from her holiday, and I suppose I teased her about it. He saw my face change. No, nothing inappropriate. We joked around quite a bit. Give and take, you know. We had a good working relationship. I noticed the stress on the second last word, as I was meant to. I also noticed that he talked exclusively about work and not about her as a person, although I'd left my questions open. Were you in a relationship at the time of Miss Healy's disappearance? I was recently divorced and very happy to be. You'll appreciate I have to ask this, Mr. Gallagher. Did you and Miss Healy have a personal relationship? His face had reddened. I like to keep these things separate. Do you sleep with your boss? No. Pride made me add, and I don't sleep with lower-ranked officers either. Of course. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Is it company policy to discourage the staff from romantic involvement? I don't discourage it, I don't encourage it. To your knowledge, was Miss Healy involved with anyone else in the office? You probably need to talk to Dan. Who is Dan? Dan Forbes-Stanton. He's one of my more experienced agents. He's been with me for 9 years. Why should I speak to him? Whatever I told you would be gossip. You're better off going straight to the source. It was a non-answer, and we both knew it. I wanted to know as much as possible before interviewing Dan Forbes-Stanton, and Gallagher was giving me nothing. I snapped my notebook shut and regarded him stonily. He shifted in his chair. You're quite intimidating, aren't you? Only if you have some reason to feel intimidated. I don't. Talking to the police makes me feel nervous. I can't help it. You must run across this all the time. I had no intention of making him feel better. Instead, I put a business card on his blotter, just in front of his manicured fingertips. If you think of anything else I might need to know, get in touch. I had formed an opinion of Dan Forbes-Stanton on the basis of his name and his job before I met him, despite all my experience. I expected to see someone both foppish and privileged, someone who would look down on me for my public service job and my accent. In fact, Forbes-Stanton was slightly built and nicely spoken rather than posh. He was brown-haired and languid, his hazel eyes tired. his general demeanour that of someone perpetually on the verge of yawning. There was, perversely, something appealing about his reserve. It was impossible to imagine him indulging in smooth sales patter, or making the effort to dissemble. He would be honest, I felt, no matter how hard that might be. "You want to talk about Rachel?" He folded himself into the chair opposite mine and crossed his legs. "They told you why I was here?" "I guessed. I'm one of her ex-boyfriends. The case is unsolved. I knew someone would ask me about it again one of these days." "Do you know why I'm asking you about her now?" A shrug. "New evidence?" "Not exactly. A possible link with another case." "Oh, right." He settled himself in his chair again, trying to get comfortable. "I was hoping you'd found something. I'd like to see someone locked up for harming her." "Is that what you think happened?" "Of course." He looked mildly disappointed by how stupid my question was. She didn't just walk out of here one day and decide to keep walking. She was happy. She had no reason to drop everything and run away. I knew straight away that something terrible must have happened to her. "Tell me about your relationship." "It was brief. A matter of months. Neither of us planned it. I would never have thought she'd be interested in someone like me. And maybe it surprised her too. We got on so well, that was the thing. I made her laugh. We started going out as friends that summer. Lots of long evenings sitting around in beer gardens or walking by the river during our lunch hour. Picnics, open-air concerts on Hampstead Heath. London is pretty special in the summer when you're not on the tube. One night, we had champagne cocktails in my back garden and ended up in bed. And that was it. But it didn't work out. She was too good for me, and I never got over it. I couldn't seem to stop apologising and trying to please her, and that wasn't what she wanted. I wasn't what she wanted, after all. And she was very nice about telling me so when she realised. She didn't string me along. She tried to make it work, but there was no chance. What did she want? He hesitated for the first time, doubt clouding his expression. "I've never talked to anyone about this. It can't go any further." "It depends on what you tell me. If it's not relevant to the case, then I promise it won't go any further. If it is important, it might help to catch her killer. And I can't make any promises about keeping your confidence." "I understand." He sat for a minute, considering whether he could trust me, and I felt the frustration knotting my joints. I had been honest with him, and I hoped I wouldn't have cause to regret it. She wanted to be hurt. "Hurt," I repeated. "That was what she enjoyed." "In bed," he clarified. "She wanted me to hurt her." "When you say hurt," I began, and he interrupted. "I don't know the full extent of what she wanted, or what she was prepared to do. More than playing around. I've had a lot of girlfriends, and I've done my fair share of experimenting with a bit of light bondage, spanking, the fun stuff. She wanted to do things I didn't consider to be part of a normal sex life. It wasn't something I could do or would do." He swallowed. "I don't want to demean the women I sleep with, or hurt them. She wanted that. She wanted to be controlled." "When did she tell you this?" "After we'd been going out for about 2 months. As relationships go, it was casual. We hadn't made an announcement or anything, but everyone in the office knew we were seeing one another. I thought we were happy together, but she was holding this back." How did it come up?" His eyes darkened. "She came over one weekend. It was hot, I remember. Humid, airless. It was almost unbearable in my flat. There was a fly buzzing and buzzing out the window the whole time we were talking, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. Anyway, she cried. She told me she had to tell me the truth, but she knew it wouldn't be what I wanted to hear. And then she asked me to hold a pillow over her face while we were fucking and punch her through it, so it didn't bruise her enough for it to show. I was fairly good at keeping my face impassive, but that made me blink." Dan nodded, as if to say, "Yes, I know." "It was horrific. I couldn't bring myself to look at her. She was bitterly ashamed of herself. She was trying to change, she said, but it was like an addiction. She wasn't ready to stop yet, and she wouldn't stop for me. I wasn't enough for her." "You sound upset, even now," I said quietly. "I am. I was at the time, because I didn't want to lose her. But then, after she disappeared..." He trailed off, staring into the middle distance. "I wished things had been different." "Why didn't you tell the police all of this at the time?" "They were digging through her private life. They had her phone, her computer, her diary if she wrote one. I couldn't tell them anything apart from the fact that she liked to be hurt. That wouldn't give them a suspect, would it?" I tried very hard not to sound annoyed when I answered. "It might have given them somewhere to start looking for a suspect." Forbes Stanton looked upset. "I assumed if I told the police, everyone would find out about it and would judge her. They'd think differently of her. She was so ashamed of it. But I wondered afterwards, if I tried to give her what she wanted, would she still be alive? If I had met her halfway, I don't know. I felt guilty. I felt she was doing something unsafe before she died, and that was how she ended up in trouble." "What sort of thing?" "Meeting someone who would do the thing she wanted, and more. She could have got out of her depth very quickly. It wasn't just the punching. She liked being choked, you see, and smothered until she passed out. Hurt. Really hurt. I've always thought it was likely to have been an accident more than murder. Someone went too far, and Rachel just didn't make it." Chapter 15. It made my life a lot easier that Rachel Healy's flatmates still lived in the same house in Tufnell Park. I had expected that they would be surprised to hear that investigation was ongoing. I hadn't expected that they would be so eager to meet me. Both of them were standing in the bay window, watching for me when I got there in the early afternoon. They had taken the afternoon off work, Jenny Palmer explained to me breathlessly as she ushered me into the sitting room, because both of them wanted to be there to see me and talk about Rachel. "We still miss her." Katie Lunn was standing by the fireplace holding her elbows, slim and fair in a narrow shift dress. She had fair hair and intensely blue eyes. Self-contained was the word that occurred to me, looking at her. She was as poised and dignified as Jenny was bubbly. The two flatmates made quite a contrast to one another, and I wondered if Rachel had been the link between them, if she had made their friendship make sense. "We haven't rented out her room since she disappeared. I know that probably sounds weird, but we could afford to keep it empty, and it felt wrong to shove someone else in there in her place," Jenny said. "Are Rachel's things still here?" I asked, my interest sharpening. "Her sister came and cleared away most of it a year after she disappeared. We'd have kept it, But I think Zoe wanted to get rid of everything. We still have some bits and pieces that belong to her." She looked up at the bookshelves in an unfocused way, and I suppressed a sigh. Of course there wouldn't be much to see. And no matter how shoddy the original investigation might have been, I knew they had taken anything that might have told us where she'd gone or who she'd been with. There was something about seeing people's belongings that helped me to understand who they had been, though, and I regretted it. Jenny sat down on the very edge of the sofa. She was slight, with shoulder-length dark hair and freckles. She wore a red jumper, a pink cord skirt, teal-coloured tights, and silver ankle boots, a look that shouldn't have worked but somehow did. She worked for a fashion company, I knew. Dressing like that was as much a part of her job as Katie's severe dress was required for her solicitor's firm. I wore a uniform of practical trouser suits for my own job. Suits that looked formal enough to reassure grieving relatives, but that fitted under a forensic suit when they were required to. Clothes were armour and camouflage, and I knew better than to think they'd tell me anything reliable about the women in front of me. "Why are you here now?" Katie asked, and I explained, as I had at Rachel's work. I watched them frown as they thought about what I'd said. They were protective of her, I could tell, and wary of me. "I know you had a difficult experience with the police before, when you tried to report Rachel missing." "They didn't listen to us. It took a ridiculous amount of time to persuade them to take us seriously." "Jenny." It wasn't quite a reproof from the taller woman, but it was enough to make Jenny blush. She looked at me, her expression defined. "I wasn't going to say anything about it, but you mentioned it yourself. We just felt, we still feel, if they'd only listened to us in the first place, we would know what happened to Rachel." "There was quite a delay before they started investigating her disappearance," Katie explained. "And then they told us it was connected with Leo Stone and the murders he committed, but they couldn't prove that, so Rachel was never mentioned during his trial." "You felt she was forgotten," I said. I felt the same way looking at the file. It was as if a long-held tension immediately slackened in both of them. Katie crossed the room and sat down next to her friend. "What do you want to know?" "I want to know as much as I can about what was going on in Rachel's life when she disappeared." But if she was one of Leo Stone's victims, that was bad luck, wasn't it?" Jenny tilted her head sideways, puzzled. "That wouldn't have anything to do with Rachel, apart from her being in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Possibly," I said. "But I think there have been too many assumptions made about what happened to Rachel. I want to start right at the beginning again. I've spoken to her colleagues and her sister already, but I think you would know her better than anyone." "Did you talk to Dan?" Katie's face was severe, unreadable. "Yes. You know they had a relationship." "I gather it was quite brief." I didn't want to lead them. The impression I'd formed of Dan Forbes Stanton might have been wrong after all. "They were together for a couple of months." "Dan was lovely," Jenny said. She sounded wistful. "We liked him a lot." "Do you know why they broke up?" The two women didn't look at one another, but I had a strong sense of a silent conversation going on between them nonetheless. "Rachel wouldn't talk to us about it," Katie said finally. "She said he wasn't right for her, and that was all she'd say." "He was too nice, that was the trouble." "Did she tell you that?" Jenny shook her head. "That was what I thought. He made her laugh. He made her happy. But that wasn't what she wanted in the end. She liked a bit more excitement, a bit more drama." "So where was she looking for drama?" "We don't know," Katie said. But she was hiding something. What makes you say that? She was being secretive about where she went and who she was with. Even when she was seeing Dan, there were nights she didn't come home until 3 or 4 in the morning, and she wasn't with him. Are you sure? Certain. I believed her. Katie didn't strike me as the kind of person who would say something unless they meant it. She definitely had somewhere else to be. Jenny bit her lip. Dan called me once to check on her, because she told him she was going home with a headache. She wasn't here. I covered for her. I said she was asleep. Did you get the feeling he was checking up on her, that he wanted to control her? No, not at all. Jenny looked shocked. He wasn't like that. Not possessive or anything. He was pretty chilled out. He was just being sweet. Do you have any idea where Rachel went when she wasn't here or with Dan? She didn't tell us anything. Katie hesitated. But I think she was sleeping with someone else. Jenny nodded. She'd become really secretive. Her phone was going constantly with messages and calls. She spent a fortune on clothes, too. Her room was full of shopping bags, but I never saw her wear much of it. She saved the new clothes for her mystery nights out. So she was seeing someone else. She and Dan weren't particularly serious about one another from what he said. She was young. It's not all that unusual, is it, for there to be a bit of an overlap between one relationship and another? No. Again, I sensed the hesitation in Katie's voice. This time, she and Jenny looked at one another for a moment before she went on. The thing was, she wouldn't talk to us about it. She wouldn't admit there was anything going on. There was one time I heard her come in, Jenny said. It might have been 4 in the morning. It was light and the birds were singing. I was still half asleep, but I thought she was crying, and I got up to see if she was okay. She was in the bathroom. She'd left the door open. I mean, she wasn't expecting anyone else to be up, so she wasn't thinking about privacy. The bathroom door was noisy too. She wouldn't have wanted to shut it in case it woke us up, Katie interjected. What did you see? She was looking at herself in the mirror, twisting around to look at her back. I only saw the reflection for a second, because as soon as she saw me, she covered herself up again. Her back... Jenny broke off to gather herself, her composure slipping. Her back was covered in marks, raised welts all the way across it. It looked as if she'd been whipped. That fitted in with what Dan had told me. Did she seem upset? Only that I'd seen it. She asked me not to say anything to Katie. And she didn't, Katie said. Not until Rachel disappeared. Did you mention it to the police during the original investigation? I did say something about it, but I didn't go into much detail. Jenny's shoulders slumped a little. It felt wrong to talk about her with strangers. Anyway, that happened months before she went missing. We assumed it wasn't relevant. It wasn't as if the police needed any more distractions, Katie said icily. They could barely cope with the basic idea she'd disappeared. When did you see her in the bathroom? It was July. And Rachel had gone missing in the middle of October. A long enough gap that you could discount it, especially if you thought she'd been the victim of a serial killer who targeted women at random. Was that the only thing that made you concerned? It was the main thing, Katie said. There was something weird about how she was acting, Jenny said. She was really happy and up most of the time. She was always the first person to suggest going out or throwing a party or rearranging the furniture. She'd loads of energy, and she made life fun for everyone else. But at the same time, she wasn't sleeping at all. She smoked, and I'd smell it during the night, Katie said. She drank a lot. She barely ate. She was living on coffee and cereal bars, wasn't she? It was only when we made her sit down and eat a proper meal that she ate much at all. Was she anorexic? No. Jenny sounded definite. I work in fashion. Believe me, if she'd had an eating disorder, I'd have known about it. I think she was depressed and tried to hide it from the rest of us. She couldn't be bothered to cook for herself. Dan was so good for her. She seemed normal when she was with him. It was when she was on her own that things got dark. You were good friends? Close? The two women nodded. It sounds as if she was quite hard work, though. Didn't you find it frustrating that she was keeping secrets? That she was out at strange times of the day? Didn't you ever talk to her about it? We thought she'd confide in us when she was ready. Katie looked at me steadily. We were her friends. More than friends. We were her family. We loved her unconditionally. She was going through a difficult time, but we didn't judge her for that. We were just hoping things would go back to how they were before. What was she like before? I asked the question because I really wanted to get a sense of Rachel Healy as a person, but also because I wanted to let Jenny and Katie tell me about her. They had given me their time, and it seemed like the least I could do was to give them mine. They talked as the light faded outside, as the radiators creaked with the effort of heating the high-ceilinged room, and the wind whistled through the gaps around the front door, as commuters began to return to the quiet streets, trudging home laden with bags of food, and the newspapers they'd half read on their journey home. They talked of the time before Rachel disappeared, of how they had met. Katie and Rachel at university, Jenny a year later when a previous flat-sharing arrangement came to an end. Someone had told her about two girls looking for a third, Jenny said. A phone number with no name attached to it, and a vague idea of where the flat was. She'd called from her mobile, standing outside the travel agency where she was miserably working. The traffic so loud on High Holborn that she could barely hear Rachel at the other end of the line, so that she wasn't even sure of their names when she went to meet them. But as soon as I got here, it was fine. We knew immediately she'd fit in, Katie said. I moved in the following week, and I settled in straight away. It felt as if she'd been here forever. Katie cradled the mug of tea she'd made and flashed a smile at her friend. We couldn't believe how lucky we'd been. I couldn't believe how lucky I'd been, Jenny laughed, her eyes shining as she turned to me. We just knew we'd be friends for life. For life. The memory of why I was here settled down over the pair of them like a blanket, draping around them in folds of grief and bafflement. I had lost them again, the distance between my chair and the sofa stretching to infinity, the two of them isolated from me by sorrow. Come back to me, I thought, and changed tack. Tell me about the summer before Rachel disappeared. What do you remember? I remember everything, Katie said. Everything. It had been one of those summers. Day after day of warm weather. Work as a passing irrelevance. Long, lazy evenings in tiny gardens, as blue smoke spiraled up from citronella candles, and everything seemed hilarious. As they talked, their words pushed the winter evening away and replaced it with that 20-something world of few responsibilities, late nights, sausages charred to black and split along their length, the sweet, bitter taste of gin cocktails, crying in the bathroom over a stupid argument, huddling up on the sofa to watch TV as a summer storm dumped a month of rain on London in one evening. Secrets blossoming in silences. The hard tap of heels on wooden floors, sunburn and freckles, dishes piled in the sink, a smudge of blood on the bath, a mouse flitting around in the kitchen late at night, fat pink peonies shedding petals across the living room in the breeze from an open window. A careless elbow pushing a glass off a table to shatter into hundreds of tiny splinters that caught the light weeks later. Months. Even now. It had seemed to them as if it was going to last forever. As if they would live forever. When I went and stood alone in Rachel's bare, echoing room, I could almost hear her voice in my mind. It ran on and on, saying everything and nothing about what had happened to her before and after she died. Chapter 16. The office was empty, bluish-grey morning light casting gloomy shadows across the deserted desks. I switched on all the lights, not in the mood for November's dreariness, and plunged into Rachel Healy's phone records. It was the sort of deep dive into boring data that required absolute concentration, which was why I was at work an hour before anyone else. I knew the first investigation had tried and failed to locate Rachel's phone. In one of those fluke incidents that curse an already difficult investigation, it had been stolen from a cafe table the day before she disappeared. The replacement handset had arrived 2 days after the last time anyone had seen her, so for the crucial period when she went missing, she had no phone at all. The original investigators had, however, secured the records from the phone company, so we knew who she had called and who had called her up to the point where the phone was stolen. DCI Whitlock's team had gone through them a second time when they made the connection to Leo Stone, so mine was the third attempt to glean something useful from the reams and reams of calls and messages that she'd sent and received in the months before she disappeared. I sat and concentrated as the office slowly filled up around me, so absorbed that I was oblivious to my colleagues' comings and goings. What started out as boring and painstaking work became more and more intriguing the longer I looked at the records. It wasn't so much what I found that interested me as what wasn't there at all. Maeve! From Una Bert's tone of voice, it wasn't the first time she'd said my name. Sorry, I blinked up at her. I was miles away. Well, if you wouldn't mind coming back, I'd like a word with you in my office. I stood up and indulged myself with some truly elaborate silent swearing. Looking across to Bert's office, I could see Godley with his back to me, his hands in his pockets as he stared out of the window. Derwent was pacing back and forth, wound up like a toy soldier. In spite of my early start, once again I had the distinct feeling that I was arriving late to the party. And I can't believe that you of all people would think this was a good idea. Derwent turned to stride back the other way and saw me in the doorway. His voice was flat when he said, "She's here." Thanks for the big welcome. What's going on? Shut the door and sit down. Una Bert settled herself into the chair behind the desk. Godley turned and gave me a distracted smile as I did as I was told, feeling more and more unsure of myself. Derwent flung himself into the other chair in front of Bert's desk, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, so he was altogether too close to me. The thing to remember is that you can say no. Josh, that's not helpful, Una Bert snapped. Well, it's true. He kept his eyes on my face. If I know Kerrigan, she'll want to say yes, but we all know it's a bad idea. What is? I looked to Godley, since he seemed to be the person most likely to answer me directly. Leo Stone has requested a meeting with the officers investigating this case. What? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Godley frowned. It's going to be because he wants to get the measure of us. Possibly it's because he wants to put us off. It's an opportunity, Una Bert said. We couldn't drag him in for an interview, but you're going to get a chance to listen to him talk about what he did. I am? I looked back to Godley. Why me? He asked for you, by name. Derwent leaned back in his chair and rubbed his lower lip with his index finger as he watched my reaction. I didn't exactly manage to look impassive. What? Why? How did he know who I am? I imagine the Greys talked to him. They're his chums, aren't they? But what about you? You were there too. Derwent shrugged. Leo likes young women. With that in mind, I'm going to get Georgia to join you for this little interview. Bert raised her eyebrows. Assuming you're prepared to meet him, that is. I hesitated for a beat, mostly because I was trying to think of a way to ask for Georgia to stay out of it. Godley read it as reluctance. I don't want to put you under too much pressure to say yes, but I'd like Stone to trust you. We don't know if we'll need to interview him formally at some stage. I'd like him to feel he knows us. You want to use her as bait, you mean? That's not fair, Josh. Godley rarely lost his temper, but when he did, you couldn't miss it. The skin on his face seemed to shrink against his bones, hollowing out his cheeks. He glared at Derwent, who gave him the same look straight back again. I'm going to do it. I want to do anything I can to help the investigation. I was thinking of Rachel Healy, as I had been for days. If he trusts me, he might talk to me. He might tell me where Rachel's body is. That would mean a lot to her sister and her friends. Fucking marvellous. Derwent got up, shoving his chair back, and slammed the door on his way out of the office. Dear, dear, he really doesn't like being left out, does he? Una Burt smiled at me. I'm not sure that's why he's upset. Godley crossed the room to sit down where Derwent had been. The tight look had left his face now that he'd got his way. He's concerned about you, but Maeve, you do understand that we don't want you to put yourself at any risk. It's going to happen here, in an interview room, because I want it to be recorded. What about somewhere more informal? I could see if the video interview suite is available. Una Burt already had her hand on the phone. Godley shook his head. I'd rather not. I feel the same way. I really didn't want to be in a room with Leo Stone without a barrier between us, even if that barrier was nothing more than a table. The thought of him lounging on a sofa was not appealing. He's not going to be on his own with you at any point, though I don't think he would try anything. His solicitor is coming with him, and you'll have Georgia. What do you want me to do? I want you to get the measure of him. You're a good judge of character. Tell me if you think he could have done the things we're accusing him of doing. Do you have any doubt that he's guilty? I asked, surprised. There's always room for doubt. You've got to go where the evidence takes you, and that's what Pete Whitlock did. But that doesn't mean you can't question it. Right. I sounded a lot more confident than I was. Remember, he requested this meeting. He wants to find out something from us, or he wouldn't be here. Try to keep the conversation general, if you can. Don't give away too much about the investigation. We'll disclose any new evidence at the proper time, before the retrial. Una Burt snorted. What new evidence? As far as I can see, they're just going over old ground at the moment. Well, it got him convicted once, I said steadily. He's coming here at 11. She glanced at her watch. You've got 45 minutes to prepare. 45 minutes was about 43 minutes more than I needed or wanted. I spent most of the time in the bathroom, not quite hiding from Derwent. I knew he was furious about more than being left out. He was as overprotective of me as a clucky hen. But being excluded wouldn't help his mood. I also knew that if he really wanted to find me, he'd walk into the ladies' room without a second thought. In fact, when the door banged, I expected it to be him. So this is where you are. I was looking for you. Georgia dumped her makeup bag on the counter and stared at me. Are you okay? Never better. You look pale. I'm always pale. That'll be your Irish heritage. I think you'll find Irish people are a bit more diverse than that. You know what I mean. She lost interest in me, staring at herself in the mirror. Her hair was immaculate, her suit impeccable. She touched the pearls in her ears, checking that they were secure, and leaned in to run her little finger under her eyes. It's an interview, not a beauty contest, I said. I know. She unzipped the makeup bag and took out her mascara. Still, no point in looking like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards if you don't have to. Unlike me. After a moment, she pushed the makeup bag towards me. Help yourself. Thanks, which meant no thanks. I slid it back along the counter. Georgia gave the tiniest shrug possible and started to draw the brush through her eyelashes, her mouth hanging open like a blow-up doll's. I made sure my hair was as tidy as I could make it, and left Georgia to it, amused rather than annoyed by her. If only she knew that a convent school education had left me just about immune to bitchiness. What are you smiling about? Derwent fell into step beside me. He had been waiting outside the door. Nothing whatsoever. Any advice? Don't do it. Say you've changed your mind. Apart from that. He caught me by the arm and swung me around to face him, dropping his voice so no one could hear us. What have you got to prove? Nothing. Exactly. So you don't need to do this. It's a conversation, I said gently. It's not even a proper interview. I might as well find out what he wants. You shouldn't go anywhere near him. They're putting you in there to be a target for him, and you should say no. Oh, calm down. He'll be on the other side of a table, and I've got Georgia to distract him. It's not that he'll try to jump you, darling. He'll make it his business to tear your reputation apart, and that's worse. I wrenched my arm out of his grasp and put my hand in the centre of his chest, pushing him a couple of steps back out of my personal space. Look, there's no way I'm dropping out of this. For one thing, I want a closer look at his hot solicitor. You've got to be joking. What? I'm single. You said yourself I needed to meet someone. I blinked, all innocence. Wish me luck. Kerrigan, I'm serious. Come on, don't make me beg. It wouldn't do any good, I said, and left him standing in the corridor, his hands on his hips, the picture of frustration. Georgia caught up with me outside the interview room, favouring Godley with a smile shiny with lip gloss. He nodded to her, but I could tell he wasn't really seeing her. His focus was all on the man on the other side of the wall. Remember, don't give too much away, Unabert said. Got it. We'll be watching you on the video link. Great. It really wasn't. I didn't want to think about being watched, about being judged for how I was performing. But I had to look as if I didn't mind. I checked that Georgia was ready and opened the door. The two men were sitting down at the table already. One, the solicitor, jumped to his feet as soon as the door opened. Leo Stone stayed where he was, his elbows braced on the table. He looked up at me with those dark, fathomless eyes, and I managed not to flinch. Excuse me for not getting up. It's my knees, you see. Don't worry. I shook hands with him because it seemed like the right thing to do in the circumstances. His hands were huge, and his palm was slightly clammy. But would I have noticed it if I wasn't busy thinking about the women he'd killed? While I was puzzling that out, I shook hands with the solicitor, who was more handsome than I'd remembered. The beard was quite a look, along with the three-piece suit and immaculate shoes. He looked like a quintessential Victorian gentleman and absolutely up-to-date, all at the same time. Today the suit was a plain dark blue number, but again it was cut to emphasise the breadth of his shoulders. Seth Taylor. Maeve Kerrigan. Detective Sergeant Kerrigan. Stress made me flustered, my thoughts scattering like startled birds. Get a grip. While Georgia introduced herself with maximum composure and charm, I sat down opposite Stone. He was looking straight at me, his eyes fixed on mine. Bait, Derwent had said, and I had chosen to believe Godley instead. Mr. Stone, I want to be absolutely clear with you that this meeting is at your request. It's not a formal interview, and you're not under caution at the moment. My client understands that. Taylor glanced at Leo, who was still staring at me. I've advised against this meeting, in fact. I wanted it. I wanted to see you, Miss Kerrigan. His voice was as harsh as two rocks sliding over one another. Why was that? I saw you at court the day of the appeal. I wanted a closer look. You're trying to lock me up again, so I'm entitled to know what you're like. I would have sworn he'd looked nowhere except at his son that day. I hear you asked for me by name. How did you know it? You've been talking to people. My friends. Stirring them up against me. I know how it works. You can't admit you made a mistake when you put poor old Leo in prison. So you've got to make sure I go back there. His teeth were terrible, greying and coated with brownish plaque. His breath was rank. Mr. Stone, we're simply reviewing the evidence in preparation for your retrial. Hounding me? Not at all. A retrial was the recommendation from the appeal court. But as Mr. Taylor will have told you, the rules of disclosure are very clear. If we find evidence that exonerates you, we will share it with your lawyers. You are entitled to a fair and just trial, and that's exactly what you'll get. I'm an innocent man, and I've been locked up for life already, my darling. I know there's no such thing as a fair trial. You're not locked up now? No, I'm not. He smiled, and I wished he hadn't. Got lucky there, didn't I? It's in everyone's interests for you to get a fair trial, Mr. Stone. I promise you, we'll do our best in that regard. You're too pretty to be a copper. You know that? I thought he was talking to Georgia at first, but he was still staring at me. It caught me off guard, as it was meant to, and not because I was flattered, but because I knew it was a comment designed to undermine me. This whole interview was dedicated to the same purpose. I looked down at my notes, then up at Seth Taylor. Keep your client under control. He shrugged. What can I do? Mr. Stone. He passed one hand over the other, and a tiny paper flower appeared on his palm. He held it out to me until it became obvious I was never going to take it. He folded it into a ball and made it disappear, favouring me with the grin again. Mr. Stone, do you think I did it? Me, with my bad knees? You should have heard the prosecutor at my first trial. I overpowered them. I carried them into my van. I carried them half a mile through a fucking nature reserve to dump their bodies where they wouldn't be discovered. Me. He jabbed himself in the chest. I've got a bad heart too, love. I'm a big man, but I'm not what you'd call able. Leo, Taylor said urgently, I warned you. To me, he said, you can't ask him any questions about any of that. I held back the question I wanted to ask, which was how he had been working on building sites carrying heavy loads if he was so incapacitated. Instead, I smiled. It's not up to me to say what Mr. Stone's physical capabilities might have been. I'm sure someone else will go into that. I wasn't up to it, Stone said. You have to believe me. And mentally. I'm not clever enough for that. Intelligence glittered in his black eyes. He reminded me of a great, shabby shark. Oh, there's clever and clever, Mr. Stone. There's book clever, like Mr. Taylor here. Then there's your kind of clever. I tucked my pen into my notebook and closed it. You've got common sense. I do. I gather from the Greys that you're full of understanding. Is that what they said? It is. But that's not what I saw in the letters you sent to the Howards. The smile dropped off his face. Seth Taylor looked from me to his client, alert. He didn't know about the letters, I thought, and filed it away to think about the implications later. Recovering his composure, Leo Stone sucked in his lower lip and pulled a face. Thought I'd drop them a line. Reach out to them. You know how it is. Indeed I do. I rested my chin on my hand. But you never wrote to Rachel Healy's sister. Now, why was that? I don't think you should answer that, Taylor said. I'll tell you this. Stone leaned across the table. I'd love to see you with your hair down, Miss Kerrigan. I bet you're different when you're not in a suit, or butter wouldn't melt. I'm going to think about that tonight. How flattering. I looked to Taylor. I think we're finished here, unless you have any other questions. No, I think that's covered it. Someone will show you out. I got up and walked to the door, not hurrying, even though I could feel Stone's eyes on me. Bait. I hated it when Derwent was right. Chapter 17. It was dark again before I left the office. The whole brief winter's day consumed by Leo Stone one way or another. I watched the video of our meeting twice. Once for Stone's body language, and once for what he'd said. The second time I noticed Georgia fidgeting, crossing her legs and flicking her hair. The two men on the other side of the table were totally focused on me, which made sense because I was leading the conversation. It took a special kind of ego to mind, I mused, when a man who was probably the vicious killer of at least 2 women didn't pay you enough attention. And it took a particular willful blindness to mistake aggression for attraction. But that was Georgia. It explained why she'd spent the rest of the day glowering in my general direction and snapping at the slightest provocation. I found it intensely boring that she had set herself up as my competition, purely because I was 1 step further up the ladder than she was, and because I had earned the kind of access to senior officers that she thought should be hers for the asking. Rain had been forecast, and rain was falling when I stepped out into the narrow Westminster side street. It was an undramatic kind of rain, the sort you can ignore if your journey is short, but not if you have a long walk to the right underground station, and particularly not if you have the kind of hair that responds to moisture by losing the run of itself completely. I was digging in my bag for my umbrella when I became aware of a figure coming towards me. I turned to face the threat head-on, my throat tightening, my stomach dropping with fear, even though I knew it wouldn't show on my face. Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Could I have a word? He had been standing outside for a long time, from the way the water ran off the folds of his leather jacket. His hair stood up in spikes. Mr. Lambert. Kelly. He shoved something in his pocket and held out a wet hand for me to shake. It was calloused, the skin rough against mine. He was pale in the glare of the streetlights. "Sorry for bothering you. I didn't know any other way to contact you." "Why would you need to?" "You saw my dad today. He came to see you? Seth told me." "That's right. At his request, not mine." Kelly shifted from foot to foot. "Can I ask you about it? About him?" "I can't really. I know. It's an active investigation. I don't want to know anything about that." "What then?" "Look, I'd really like to talk to you. Informally, I mean. Maybe there's a pub around here where I could buy you a drink." I was about to say no, and he must have sensed it. "What about a coffee? Just a quick coffee. I bet there's somewhere near here we could sit down for a few minutes. I promise it won't take long, and maybe it will help your investigation." "How?" "I don't know. Maybe it won't." An awkward smile. "I'm trying to think of something to persuade you." "What do you want, Mr. Lambert?" "I don't know him." He winced. "That sounds so stupid, but it's true. I want to ask you what you made of him. I want to know... Well, I want to know if I'm wasting my time on him." I remembered what Whitlock had said about the long years where they hadn't been in contact, and how their relationship, such as it was, had been because of Kelly's efforts. I knew Kelly Lambert was in his mid-20s, but he looked younger, boyish and vulnerable. And none of that should have mattered to me. Yet I found myself saying, "We could get a coffee." "That would be amazing." "Well, you waited a long time." He grinned. "I didn't like to say that, in case you thought I was whining." "How long were you standing around out here?" "Couple of hours." "You should have come inside and asked for me." I put up my umbrella and held it so he could duck underneath it. He was shorter than me, which wasn't all that unusual, but there were men who minded it a lot. He didn't seem to care, trotting along beside me as we headed down the nearest side street. "I didn't want to make it official. If that doesn't cause you any problems, that is. I don't want to get you in trouble." "I'll survive," I said, even as I was trying to think of somewhere we could go that no one from work would pass on the way home. It was a small and bleak outpost of a coffee chain that I chose in the end, because it was surrounded by other nicer places. The coffee, which I bought, tasted bitter, but Kelly sipped it uncomplainingly. Despite the determinedly moody lighting, I could see him better now. His eyes were dark, like his father's, but that was where the resemblance ended. There was nothing like the knowing malice I'd seen in Stone's face. He wasn't handsome, at least to my eyes. The balance was off between his wide, high forehead and a narrow jaw that was dark with stubble. Still, there was something appealing about him. Curiosity had made me agree to the coffee, but I would never have considered it if he'd been less diffident or more demanding, I knew. "I can't tell you anything about the investigation." I know. Seth warned me not to ask you anything." "He did he?" "He's Leo's lawyer." "I know who you mean," I said. "I'm just surprised that he knew you were planning to speak to me." "I checked with him first." He looked down at his coffee. "He said you'd say no, so it didn't matter." "Well, maybe I should have." I glanced behind me as the door opened on a gust of damp wind, but it was no one I knew. "I really appreciate this." He put out a hand and let it hover above my sleeve, not quite touching me. "Please don't leave." I wasn't going to. I wasn't sure. Sorry." He ducked his head, embarrassed again. "It's weird sitting here with you. You want to lock my father up and I want to keep him out of prison." "I want to make sure that the person who murdered several innocent young women goes to prison. If that's your father, then yes, I am determined to put him behind bars for life. But it might not be. He looked up at me, eyes wide. You're saying it might not be? Don't read too much into that, I cautioned. I'm keeping an open mind, but that means nothing, except that I'm trained to look at all the lines of inquiry. We're looking at all the evidence, not focusing on the bits that incriminate your father. And they're weak enough so far, I didn't add, but I thought it. Look, I know Leo isn't going to win any Dad of the Year competitions. I know he was involved in criminal activities of one sort or another for most of his adult life. And when he wasn't, it was because he was banged up. He probably didn't stop just because he was inside, I said, amused. You'd be surprised what goes on in prisons. Leo's told me some stories. He gulped coffee. I don't know how I would cope, being locked up. I don't think I could stand it. I like my freedom. I've never even had a boss. I work for myself. I hear you're a carpenter. I do custom stuff for a couple of builders and interior designers. Once you've got the reputation, you're never short of work. I make my own furniture, too. Where do you do that? I've got a little workshop. He shrank in his seat, staring over my shoulder. What is it? I thought I saw someone looking in at us. Someone from your office. What did they look like? Tall bloke? Big? Dark hair? You were sitting with them at the appeal. Fuck. Of course it was Derwent. By a superhuman effort, I didn't look round. Is he still there? No, I don't think so. Kelly peered at the door, his face strained and pale. His coffee cup clattered as he set it back on the saucer. Do you want to leave? You sure it was him? Clutching at straws. Derwent had left the office 10 minutes before me, and that meant nothing. He had a nose for trouble, and specifically getting me in it. I can't be absolutely sure. It looked like him. Kelly chewed his lip. If you get hassle over this, don't worry. I can handle him. I lied. Tell me about your father. How did you find him? My foster parents kept in touch with him over the years. Not a lot. He sent them a card now and then at Christmas. If he was in prison, there was nothing in it. If he was out, there'd be a $5. He never sent anything for my birthday. I don't think he knows when it is. Lambert spoke without self-pity. If it had hurt him, that was in the past. Why did you want to contact him? He was in prison for GBH, wasn't he? Did you know that? Yeah, I did. Lambert shrugged. I know it's bad, but I just thought, well, that's part of who he is, but it's not the whole story. And it wasn't. Was he glad to hear from you? No. He laughed at that. He was definitely not keen to see me. I had to apply to visit him, and he said no the first few times. But you kept trying. You know, my real mum died when I was a kid. I had heard something about that. They weren't together. It was never going to be Leo who looked after me. I don't mind that he didn't step up, you know. It would have been hard, living with him. My mum and dad, my foster parents, they were really good to me. I had a decent life with them. They fostered a few of us. Lots of kids running around in the countryside. Running wild, mainly. I don't remember all that much about how it was before, with my real mum, but it was rough. She didn't cope too well. She drank too much and... He broke off, shaking his head. I feel sorry for her. Life is hard for some people. Yeah, that's definitely true. I don't think she had much luck, put it that way. In retrospect, her dying was the best thing that could have happened to me. He smiled, but it was tinged with bitterness. Talk about survivor's guilt. I can't imagine how hard it was for you. It wasn't that bad. I didn't think about it a lot. I was busy. I was behind at school because I hadn't really gone much before I was fostered. And then I started to learn woodwork. And it was like someone put the lights on. It made me so happy, making something beautiful out of nothing much. It must be a great feeling. You're lucky that you can make a living doing something that makes you happy. Whatever that was like. I loved my job, but there were days when all we seemed to achieve was increasing the sum of human misery, spreading the consequences of misguided acts to the partners, the sisters and brothers, the sons and daughters and parents of those we locked up. Lady Justice cut with a sharp and careless sword. So, what made you want to find your father? He ran a hand over his head. I don't know. I suppose I felt there was something missing. I wanted to see if there was good in Leo, you know? If someone was kind to him, like people were kind to me, if that would help. And did it? I thought it was working. He came out of prison and I got him set up in the house. Cleaned the place up for him. Bought him a microwave. I asked a couple of mates to give him a bit of work here and there. I couldn't afford to support him, but I wanted to give him a chance. He was lucky to have somewhere to live. It's not that easy to find a flat for an ex-con. A lot of landlords won't rent to them. I didn't want him in a hostel or on the streets or he'd be back in prison inside the year. I thought if he was away from his old life, he might be able to start again. I mean, it worked for me. But then again, I was just a kid. His whole face was crinkled with sincerity, and I felt sorry for him, for his naivety in the face of his father's darkness. It was a good thing he'd grown up far from Leo Stone's influence, to flourish in a good-hearted, simple way. I knew DCI Whitlock had liked him, and I did too. Lambert was following his own train of thought. I suppose it was my fault, really, wasn't it? If he'd been around other people more, he'd have had alibis for when the women disappeared. I don't think you should take responsibility for anything that's happened. Especially not if your father's a sociopathic monster. You can't second-guess what you did. You acted for the best as far as you could. You couldn't tell what the consequences would be. Do you think he did it? There it was, the open appeal. There was a vulnerability to Kelly Lambert that he didn't seem to be able to hide. As if he didn't realise that in the real world, you couldn't assume everyone was trustworthy, or that they had your best interests at heart. I can't talk to you about the case. Please? I need to know. I don't think the evidence is convincing, but then I don't want it to be. He gulped, fighting his emotions. I would go to the end of the world for Leo if he's innocent. But if he's mugging me off, that's not something I can say either way. Look, drop the police officer thing for a moment and talk to me like a human, please. He leaned towards me, his hands locked together, his eyes on my face. What sort of impression did he make on you? I wouldn't go to the end of the world for him, Kelly. But I'm not related to him. Thank God. He doesn't make a good first impression. I was fairly sure it would make no difference if I was allowed a second, third, or 15th impression of Leo Stone. A phone purred into life, and I checked mine, remembering with a start that I had Derwent to worry about, if it had been him outside the door. Hey. Kelly held up a finger to me as he listened to his phone. Hold on. Yes, she's here. And I really shouldn't be. I started gathering my things, preparing to make an exit. Kelly held out the phone to me. He wants a word with you. Who does? Seth. Not Leo Stone. The relief was enough to make me take the phone, even though I couldn't imagine what Taylor would want with me. I carried the phone and my belongings out to the relative quiet of the street. Yes? D.S. Kerrigan. I misjudged you. I wasn't expecting you to agree to talk to Kelly. Away from the intensity of his stare, I was able to concentrate on his voice, which was low and pleasant. He was persuasive. Kelly's a nice guy. That's what I thought. Find out anything useful? You never know. That's cagey. Don't take it personally. I won't. I was quite enjoying sparring with him. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Why did Mr. Stone want to meet with me? His life is in your hands. He was curious. About me? About the whole process. About whatever it is that you're doing. He knows what we're doing. We're preparing for his retrial. You should be able to brief him on what that entails. He wanted to hear it from you. I think he thought he might be able to intimidate you, if I'm honest. I did try to discourage him. Not hard enough. Leo goes his own way. I just go along for the ride. I really doubt that. He laughed, and I grinned to myself. The cafe door shut, and I looked up to see Kelly Lambert, his hands in his pockets. I'd better go. See you soon, Sergeant Kerrigan. I gave the phone back to Kelly. Thanks. No problem. He had some trouble wedging it back into the pocket of his leather jacket and stopped to investigate. Oh, I'd forgotten that was in there. That was a knife. A small one, with a fat handle designed to fit in the user's palm and a slender 2-inch blade. It appeared in his hand like a magic trick. As a rule, I didn't like being around people with quick hands who carried cutting tools. I must have looked shocked because he paled. Oh, shit, it's not illegal to carry it, is it? No, not unless you're intending to hurt someone with it. I wouldn't get very far, I don't think. He dug in his other pocket. I was working on this while I was waiting for you. Here, you can keep it. The wood is walnut. It was a small owl. The features suggested rather than heavily carved. Lambert's talent was evident in the way he'd worked with the grain of the wood, turning the natural shading into wings and a stippled chest that might as well have been feathers. It's beautiful. It's what I do, he said simply. I thought about saying I couldn't take it, but I didn't want to seem ungrateful. Besides, it hardly counted as a bribe. If you're sure you don't want it. I make thousands of things like that for fun. I like giving them away. I'll look after it. Kelly smiled, pleased, and sketched a salute before he turned away. I wondered if he'd got what he wanted from me all the same. I wondered if I'd ever know what it was Leo Stone had been searching for. I kept my fingers curled around the comforting weight of the owl all the way home. Chapter 18. It was dark. She had gone blind. No, it was dark. There was a faint blue tone to the darkness, high up on the left. She strained her eyes to see it, to make sense of it. It refused to become familiar. Nor did she recognize the smell of the place. Her nose full of cold, dusty, green air that was outside her experience. Nothing she could place. It smelt like a cellar, or an abandoned building. Dank. So, conclusion, she was somewhere she had never been before. Except that wasn't a conclusion. That was only the start of it. There was the banging headache behind her eyes, and the dry mouth, and the raw feeling on her elbows and knees where the skin was grazed. Her hands felt bruised too, her fingers stiff as she traced a circle around herself on the ground, feeling rough wood, a splinter catching in her skin before she could pull her hand away. The ache around her left ankle took some time to rise to the top of her list of discomforts, but it got there eventually. She ran a hand down her leg and encountered something metal that was wrapped around her. A chain with quite small links. A chain that was knotted somehow and connected to something further away so she couldn't... She jerked her leg, free herself or move away because, another jerk, she was trapped. That made no sense at all. She pulled her hands back into her body and shut her eyes, as if withdrawing from the strange new world where she found herself would make it, in turn, recede. Because she should have been at home, she thought. She had been going home. She was sure of it. She could have sworn she had walked through the door. But that could have been another time. And this was not her home, nor anywhere like it. Stubbornly, her mind refused to tell her what had happened. There was a fog in her brain, an impenetrable cloud that she was afraid to try to breach. Hidden in it was a world of terror, she suspected, and she wasn't ready yet to confront it. She could only barely cope with here and now. She put out her left hand this time and touched something hard almost immediately. Smooth plastic. A bucket, she realised after exploring it further, flipping the handle so it fell against the rim. The sound was so domestic, so safe, that she did it again. Beside that, she found a plastic container like a milk bottle. Liquid inside it, swished when she tipped it. She spun the lid off and sniffed. No odour at all. Water. She drank some before she thought about whether that was wise or not. Persephone in Hades, eating pomegranate seeds, imprisoning herself for 6 months. How much time would a few gulps of water cost her? More importantly, how long would the container have to last her? The bucket, the water, the chain. Fear was creeping around the edges of her mind. She leaned forward, patting the ground until she found a third container. This was full of rectangular packets of something hard but brittle. Muesli bars, she discovered. The kind you could eat instead of breakfast if you were running late, and didn't care too much about them tasting like old cardboard. There were a lot of them, she realised, pawing through the container. How many muesli bars could one woman eat? Especially if she only had 1 bottle of water. It was like a stupid YouTube challenge, like something her Year 9 class would want to try. It was ridiculous. The smile stayed on her face until she reached beyond the water container and found another, and another, and another. As far as she could reach, there was water. Someone intended her to stay wherever she was for a long time. On her own. Trapped. The first scream surprised even her. It tore out of her throat almost before she had formed the desire to unleash it. She screamed until her throat was raw, but no one answered her. No one came. There was no one to hear her. Somehow, that was the worst thing of all. Chapter 19. Tessa Marsh's disappearance didn't come to us straight away. Nothing ever did. It went through the usual channels, the past the parcel of a resource-intensive investigation. It went from the local response team to the local CID, where an astute inspector looked at Tessa and saw a missing person who had more in common with Leo Stone's supposed victims then with the usual female mispers who crossed her desk. And Leo Stone had been out of prison for a week by now. Worth a try, the inspector must have thought, and passed it on up the line until it reached DCI Burt, 15 hours after Tessa's boyfriend, Paul Bliss, called the police non-emergency number to say she wasn't at home and she wasn't answering her phone. There is absolutely nothing to say this connects with Leo Stone. Derwent was chewing gum, the short, angry movements of his jaw reflecting his feelings. I was driving, because putting him in charge of a half-ton of fast-moving metal seemed like a bad idea. Fast-moving was a distant dream at that precise moment. We were stalled in heavy traffic, creeping forward an inch or two at a time, and it was hard not to see it as a metaphor for the case. The lack of progress on both counts was irritating both of us. But Derwent was the only one shouting about it. This is a standard misper, nothing more. She's the right age, the right class, the right kind of woman. He shot me a look. Devil's advocate. You don't think that Stone did this any more than I do? I'm keeping an open mind. No, you're not. Look, there is a chance that this was Stone's handiwork. He's living in a hostel in Streatham, which isn't common knowledge. Tessa Marsh lives in Streatham. Right. He was in the area. Him and 100,000 other people. It must have been him. He's looking at going back to prison for the rest of his life. Maybe he wanted one last fling. Maybe he saw her and he couldn't resist it. Maybe he's the kind of killer who gets a thrill from taking a victim from under our noses. They do exist, you know. We should have had him under surveillance. Too expensive. Oh, I know. Too many man-hours. And it would have been pointless because he didn't do this. Derwent punctuated the last 4 words by slapping the dashboard, something I found intensely irritating. But it would have been an easy way to make sure he wasn't accused of every murder and missing person in London while he's out on bail. The media are going to love this, especially if they get a whiff that Stone might be a suspect. I nodded. But they would have been all over it anyway. A young teacher, a pretty blonde teacher at that, who works in a crappy state school because she believes in doing good. She's exactly the sort of person who makes an appealing victim, a headline grabber. She's exactly the sort of person who should never be a victim. Derwent tapped his fingers on the window, glowering out at the man in the car next to us. What is it? I asked. Phone. I edged forward a little so we were a couple of feet in front of the other car, in the driver's line of sight. Derwent slid down the window and stuck his hand out. He tapped his fingers against his thumb quickly, yap, 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 pointed at the phone and pointed down. There was something in the way he did it that stated, more clearly than any uniform or badge, I am a police officer, and you are going to do what you're told. In the mirror, I could see the driver panic and drop the phone without even hanging up. That's better. Derwent gave him another glare before he slid the window back up. For someone who never worked traffic, it comes naturally to you, I observed. I'd have loved it. Fast cars, telling dickheads what's what, taking shitty, unsafe vehicles off the road. He sounded genuinely wistful. Well, your career isn't over. You could end up in traffic. The car takes the strain, so it wouldn't be an issue that you're not as quick as you used to be. He turned around fully in his seat to face me, his shoulders up around his ears. Excuse me? At your age, you know. You can't expect to outrun the teenagers now. But I bet you could drive at them. I could tell Derwent was wrestling with his desire to tell me he was fitter than he'd ever been, that his current stats for a 10K were impressive at any age, and that he had a new personal best for a half-marathon set in October. He settled for Kerrigan. Yes, sir. Shut up. I hid a smile as the lights ahead turned green at long last, and we accelerated away from the petrified driver and the hellish traffic snarl-up that had been hindering our journey to a different kind of misery. Smiles were thin on the ground for the rest of the day. Up until now, we had been operating on the leisurely timetable set by the court. A retrial couldn't take place for 2 months, if not 3, we had been informed, and even that depended on the listings officer at the Old Bailey and whether he had a 6-week slot available. There was urgency in confirming that Leo Stone was the right man in the dock, and in uncovering any new evidence we could, but the pressure came from DCI Burt and Superintendent Godley. Looking for a missing woman was a different proposition, especially when you walked into her neat, well-kept house and suddenly admitted to yourself that this was a real human being, a person with dreams and aspirations, and a fondness for the colour blue, and size 6 feet, and a raincoat covered in daisies, rather than a nuisance passed from one part of the Met to another, until someone got stuck with investigating her mysterious absence. The atmosphere in the house was dense with grief, and I could taste tension in the air as soon as I walked inside. It reeked like old iron. "Thanks for coming." The local DI was a small, boyish woman, with greying hair cropped very short. Judy Owens had very sharp eyes and a no-nonsense manner. "Who's here?" I could see a press of bodies in the kitchen through the frosted glass door, and there was a jumble of shoes by the door. "Family. Her parents, her boyfriend. He lives here. Her boyfriend's best mate. My FLO." An FLO was a family liaison officer, charged with being the point of contact and reassurance for the family. It was a bruising, demanding job, and an emotionally draining one. I had done it a few times, and I hoped never to do it again. The DI was in her socks, and I took the hint to take my own boots off. I set them neatly beside a pair of ancient trainers that had been kicked off and left how they'd fallen. Habit made me look at the soles before I put the shoes side by side. Criss-cross hatching, a crack across one heel. Beside them, a regrettable pair of scuffed suede boots, size 10, heels worn down at the back. Next to them, neat navy leather loafers with insoles, the kind worn by efficient middle-aged women. Spotted grips on the sole, wear on the toes. Brown leather lace-ups seemed like the male equivalent of the navy loafers. Practical shoes for practical people. They were ridged for extra grip and looked indestructible. His and hers running shoes came next, covered in cracking mud, well worn. Tessa's and her boyfriend's, I guessed. Wellies, again 2 pairs, one size 6 and one size 11. The size 11s were clotted with mud. Then flat ankle boots, as neat and understated as my own. They would belong to D.I. Owens, I knew, just as I knew the heavy brogues next to them were the FLO's footwear. "What happened?" Derwent asked, as I straightened up. "What do you already know?" D.I. Owens wasn't going to waste any words she didn't have to. "Tessa Marsh is 27 and teaches at a local comprehensive," I said. "She's fair-haired, pretty, financially secure, mentally stable. Has no known reason to run away, and this disappearance is completely out of character." D.I. Owens' eyes crinkled briefly in approval. "Those are the basics. She was at school yesterday morning when she started feeling unwell. She had an upset stomach. She rang her boyfriend to tell him she thought she'd food poisoning. He told her to go home. She decided she was well enough to drive herself, although her colleagues wanted to call her a taxi. The school is 1.5 miles from here, and she would usually get there on foot or by bike. Yesterday she had the car." "Where's the car now?" Derwent asked. "Parked on the opposite side of the road. It's that blue Renault. She shares it with her boyfriend." "Does she usually park there?" The driveway was empty. D.I. Owens smiled thinly. "No, she does not. She parks on the drive as a rule." "And he didn't move it?" "He says not. He says it was on the other side of the road when he came home." I turned to look at the coat rack. Did she make it into the house? D.I. Owens shook her head. She always wore a duffel coat to school, and it's not hanging up or anywhere else in the house. We haven't been able to locate it. The car keys were in the driver's footwell, along with her phone. The car was unlocked. Derwent revolved on the spot. No sign of a struggle, as far as I can see. No. If something violent happened, it was outside the house. We haven't found any blood. Anything at all, really. Like the other women, she had disappeared into thin air. The thought made me shiver. From the grim expression on Derwent's face, he was thinking the same thing. And if it was Stone who'd taken her, she didn't have long to live. The only reason we're here is because our boss is concerned that this might be Leo Stone's handiwork. If we can rule him out, we're gone. There was a challenge in the way Derwent said it, and I saw D.I. Owens' reaction. A lowering of her eyelids by a couple of millimetres to hide her thoughts. You didn't get to be a detective inspector by giving away your emotions to just anyone. A man might have taken the bait Derwent was dangling, but Owens was too good for that, too schooled in guarding her reactions, too wary to get into a fight with a police officer who was an unknown quantity. If you can get us any further towards finding Tessa Marsh, it will have been worth the price of the petrol to bring you down here. Derwent nodded. Tell us about the boyfriend. Paul. He's the same age as Tessa, 27. They've been together for 5 years. Is he upset? I asked. What I meant was, is he upset enough? He's in a state, and her parents aren't helping to calm him down. Do they blame him? Derwent asked. Any history of trouble between the two of them? They're ready to blame just about anyone. And no history of violence. They're a dream couple, Tessa and Paul. Lots of friends, good social life, healthy lifestyle. Owens shrugged. Normal. And she didn't have any enemies, and no one could have wished her harm. Basically, no. D.I. Owens looked from me to Derwent. We're at a very early stage with this investigation. It may be that you'll turn something up. I'm very concerned for Tessa's safety, though. Let's have a word with this boyfriend, then. Derwent raised his eyebrows at me while pointing at the kitchen door. You, in there. I'll just run over a few details with Inspector Owens. Thanks a lot, boss, I thought, and headed for the kitchen with minimal enthusiasm. Desperate people have the same look, no matter who they are. At the sound of the door opening, every head in the kitchen turned to me. One belonged to the FLO, who was the sort of unflappable, motherly woman you wanted in a crisis. The other 4 pairs of eyes were wide with the fear that I might know the worst news of all. I'm D.S. Maeve Kerrigan. I'm going to be working on finding Tessa, but I don't know anything new yet, I'm afraid. Something like a sigh passed through the room, though I couldn't tell where it originated. Disappointment and relief, I thought. They were on the knife edge of not knowing, that painful, intolerable border between hope and absolute despair. Which one of you is Paul? One of the younger men by the back door raised his hand. He had the blank expression of someone who's beyond expressing their emotions, but I didn't miss the tremor in his fingers. He seemed very young to me, from his desperately tight jeans to the carefully tended quiff on his head. I know you've already spoken to other officers, but it would be very helpful if I could speak to you again. I don't know how it will help. He doesn't know anything. The speaker had to be Tessa's mother. She was neat in a cashmere cardigan, frilled shirt, and pleated slacks. She was scrubbing the work surface, although it looked clean enough to me. The smell of bleach caught in the back of my throat. I'm doing my best, Mrs. Marsh. There was a whiny tone to Paul's voice that would have annoyed me in just about any circumstances, and it made Tessa's mother snort. She threw the sponge into the sink and turned to face me. He spoke to her at 11 yesterday morning. She wasn't feeling well. She was being sick. He told her to go home to rest. She rang me to let me know she was sick. I think she was hoping I might come and look after her." Mrs. Marsh's eyes filled with tears. "But we were in London for the day, meeting friends. I got a message when I came home, and the next message on the phone was from him to say she was missing." She gave Paul Bliss a venomous look. "Helen," Mr. Marsh said, or tried to. He didn't actually make a noise. He was thin and stooped, tidy in navy cords and a fisherman's sweater. Thick, magnifying lenses in heavy-rimmed glasses distorted his appearance, dominating his narrow face. His mouth hung open, as if he had forgotten to close it after his attempt to utter his wife's name. "Hey, Mrs. Marsh, I don't think it's fair to blame Paul." The other young man was tall, with sleepy eyes. He was wearing an anorak with the word "Deliveration" across the chest and down the sleeves. It was a takeaway delivery service. I'd used them myself many times. I guessed he was either on his way back from work or on his way there. He patted the air ineffectually. "You need to calm down." "This is my mate, Ollie Jones," Paul explained for my benefit. "He's just come round for support." "Hand-holding?" Ollie was nodding. "Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to manage to talk to us without Ollie's help." I didn't smile to soften the blow. I wanted Paul Bliss off balance, unsure of himself, panicked. "Finally, someone who's prepared to ask Paul proper questions." Mrs. Marsh took crumpled tissue out of her sleeve and blew her nose noisily. "Everyone's so busy worrying about his feelings when my daughter is missing." "Helen." Mr. Marsh had mustered more volume this time, rather regrettably. His wife turned on him. "Don't Helen me! She called me, and I wasn't there. I was having lunch with your boring friends when she needed me. I'll never forgive you for this, Ken. Never." She wheeled around. "And as for you, Paul, you were never good enough for Tessa. I never liked you." Now, said the FLO, moving between them with a deceptive lack of hurry. She flashed a look at me. "Get him out of here." Paul Bliss seemed to have frozen, a rabbit in the headlights of the speeding car that was Mrs. Marsh's temper. I crossed the kitchen and took his arm, physically dragging him out of the room. He didn't put up a fight, letting me manoeuvre him through the doorway and the hall as if he was a child. I tried not to judge people by my own standards. Everyone reacted to a crisis differently, but there was no reason for Bliss to be so pathetic. However, away from his girlfriend's mother, in the carefully designed sitting room, he seemed more confident, less strained. He sat in the middle of a burnt orange sofa, one arm thrown along the back of it, as I introduced him to Derwent. It was a 1950s house, and they had chosen appropriate furniture, so much so that it felt like a stage set. A little angular coffee table stood in front of the sofa. A battered rosewood cabinet filled an alcove by the fireplace, and a sunburst mirror hung on the navy blue wall behind Bliss. "How did Tessa get food poisoning?" It wasn't the question he'd been expecting me to ask first, and I saw him adjust to it with an effort. "We had a curry last night. She had prawns. And you didn't. I don't eat shellfish." "Food poisoning generally kicks in quickly." Derwent was in the corner of the room browsing a bookcase, apparently distracted by their collection of travel guides and plays and the full set of Harry Potter books. "She'd have been throwing up all night if it was the prawns." I don't know about that. I don't think she was feeling great, but I slept through it if she was sick." "Why wouldn't she have stayed at home if she was feeling ill?" Bliss shrugged. "She's a teacher. Dedicated. She'd have to be literally dying before she'd call in sick and let her kids down." "What does she teach?" I asked. "History and drama." Bliss half smiled. I call her my little drama queen. She always wanted to be famous. All at once, his face crumpled with tears that were as sudden and copious as a summer shower. Not like this. Not at all like this. He meant the cameras that were trained on the house from further down the road. The television had been on in the sitting room when we went in there, tuned to a rolling news channel that was intermittently featuring footage from outside. Not for the first time, I had the sense that reality had folded in on itself. On the sofa, Bliss recovered enough to tell us he was a musician, and he'd been recording that day, livening up the background of someone else's track. He didn't know where Tessa was or who might have taken her. He had come back to the house at 5:30 and wondered about where Tessa was. I thought she'd taken the car. I know it's hard to believe, but I didn't even notice it across the road. I wasn't expecting to see it there. I didn't look. And it was dark, so... He trailed off, uncertain. In fact, it didn't surprise me that he hadn't seen the car. It wasn't in its usual space, and neither was Tessa. They were both gone as far as he knew. I'd known people to block out much more obvious signs of trouble because they had assumed there was an innocent explanation. When do you think she went missing? Bliss answered readily enough, reeling off the details. She left school at 11:20. She should have been back here by 11:45 at the latest. I rang her at 1, and there was no reply, so I think she was already gone by then. But you didn't get worried until later, Derwent said. No, I was worried straight away when she didn't pick up the phone. Bliss was looking wary. But you didn't call us for 8 hours after that. You came home and she was gone, and you did what? Tidied up, put on some washing, watched some TV. The whiny tone was back. I thought she was with her mum. She always goes running to her mum with problems. Not you. Derwent folded his arms. Why's that, then? I don't know. Not a very good boyfriend, are you? A flash of anger twisted Bliss's face. No, Tessa loves me. We've been talking about getting married. Talking about it? Yeah. She wanted to get married. Start a family. How did you feel about that? I asked. You're a bit young for all that, aren't you? Not really. He gave me a curious look that reminded me my time frame for settling down wasn't quite the same as everyone else's. So what's stopping you? Derwent asked. Money, mainly. It costs a fortune to get married if you want to do it properly. And Tessa wants to do it properly. For an instant, the horror of it showed on his face. She was gone, and he didn't know where or when he might see her again. We took him back through every detail of his girlfriend's life that week, that month, what had happened in the previous 24 hours, how he felt, what he thought, what he feared. We got him to repeat what he'd told us before, listening for the variations, the places where he faltered. Well, D.I. Owens stuck her head into the sitting room after Bliss had gone back to the kitchen. His story's consistent, Derwent shrugged. That's about all I can say. If he's right about when Tessa disappeared, we don't need to be here, I said. D.I. Owens frowned. Why's that? For most of the time period when Tessa could have disappeared, Stone has an alibi. How'd you know? Have you asked him already? I don't have to, I said reluctantly. I'm his alibi. He was with me. Chapter 20. I think there are enough similarities between this disappearance and the others to justify searching Leo Stone's current residence. In fact, I think we'd be negligent not to. Unabert flipped a folder shut and sat back in her chair, eyebrows raised to invite me to reply. He has an alibi. It makes us look as if we're fixated on Leo Stone, rather than investigating Tessa's disappearance properly. It looks as if we're more worried about what the media will say than with doing our jobs. I hadn't taken the time to remove my coat before I marched into the office, and the heating was making me feel faint, but I stood my ground. Derwent stood beside me, a silent presence. I couldn't tell if he agreed with me or not. "I would never ask you to do something to satisfy the media," Godley said, not quite sounding hurt, but not far off it. "I think this is an important element of the investigation, whether it rules Stone in or out." "He was here, in this office. He wasn't anywhere near Streatham." My shirt was sticking to my arms and my back. I couldn't take my coat off now even if I wanted to. "He could have gone there later in the day," Unibert said. "He could have gone from here with the specific intention of kidnapping Tessa, knowing that his interview would provide him with an alibi. We don't know if he had identified her as a possible target already, or if it was a case of their paths crossing accidentally. I don't see how he could have engineered her food poisoning, or how he might have known she was leaving work early, so I'm inclined to think he came across her by chance. But that doesn't mean he wasn't looking for someone to take." "We know he's intelligent. We know he's good at planning. We know he's intensely manipulative," Godley said. "One of the things we don't know is why he requested a meeting with you, Maeve. What if he was planning to commit another murder, and he wanted you to have to stand up for him, though you're supposed to be locking him up?" "You know he'd enjoy that," Unibert said shortly. "I watched the recording of your interview with him. He likes irony. He feeds on it." "All of those things are true, but that still doesn't mean he could be sitting here in Westminster in an interview room with me and simultaneously kidnapping Tessa Marsh from outside her house." I couldn't quite believe I needed to say this to two senior officers who had far more experience than I did. And then the third senior officer in the room spoke. "That's assuming she was kidnapped from outside the house." I turned to glare at Derwent. "Why would you think anything else? You saw the house. It was immaculate. There was no sign of a struggle." "It was tidy, but they kept it that way. Upstairs was the same, everything in its place. The boyfriend spent some time in the house before he reported Tessa missing. He could have cleared away anything suspicious, couldn't he? Without realising what he was doing." I thought about it. "He said he tidied up and did some washing. So, he didn't know that was significant, and neither do we. But the more you think about it, the more you can see it. Am I right?" "Her phone and her keys were in the car, and the car was in the wrong place. The car was the last place we know she was." I was determined to cling to the facts, rather than allow myself to be swept up in the other's determined effort to drag Stone into this. "If you're going to kidnap someone, and you've got an alibi for a different time, you're going to do your level best to make it look as if the kidnap took place when you weren't able to do it, aren't you?" Derwent circled me, getting closer. He moved the car. He left the phone in it. He dumped her keys. He took her coat when he took her. As far as we're concerned, he's moved her back outside the house. Turned the clock back. Bought himself a few hours. Easy. "Risky?" I countered. "Risky as hell." "You're talking about someone who persuaded at least 2 women to give up their freedom first, and then their lives, and no one saw a thing. No one saw him take the women, and they didn't see when he dumped their bodies. I think risk is what he lives for." Derwent spun his car keys on his finger and raised his eyebrows at Unibert. "So, can we tear his home apart?" "Organise a search warrant. We'll execute the search tomorrow morning." Bert started shuffling her papers, and Godley took out his phone, frowning at the screen. The meeting was over. I had lost. And I had lost the coin toss that determined which of us was going to confront Seth Taylor with the warrant, so we could get into his client's flat. On the whole, I was rather glad that Derwent had won. It meant he was safely on the other side of the car park, talking animatedly to Kev Cox, our crime scene manager, while I dealt with the lawyer. I preferred Derwent to be a long way away, especially where Seth Taylor was concerned. I wasn't afraid they would fight, alpha males out to prove who was faster and stronger and better, although that was a possibility. I was petrified that Derwent would let it slip that I'd said Taylor was attractive. Let it slip? He would take great pleasure in telling him I fancied him. That had been an unwise confidence, even if it had been worth it to see the look of sheer disgust on Derwent's face. On the other hand, an angry Seth Taylor was a very different animal from the businesslike, astute, self-contained lawyer I'd encountered previously. It couldn't have been him. You know that as well as I do. You're wasting your time. Summoned in a hurry to the hostel where Leo Stone was living in the run-up to his retrial, Taylor had come as he was, rather than delay his arrival by buttoning himself into another three-piece suit. A jumper and jeans made him look less like a GQ model and more like a normal person. His hair was dishevelled, probably because he kept running a hand through it from sheer frustration with me. It wasn't only his appearance that had changed, I thought. He had dropped the professional detachment. Unfortunately, in its place had come a temper so fiery I could have sworn it was raising the air temperature between us by a few degrees. I concentrated on working my fingers into blue latex gloves, looking down rather than into his narrowed eyes. You know it's not my decision. I know you can add up just as well as I can. You were in the fucking room with him when this poor woman disappeared. How was he supposed to be involved? By location? Swearing at me isn't going to achieve anything. I stepped sideways, and Taylor did the same, blocking my path. Oh, come on. Let me through. No way. I have a warrant to execute. This search is a formality, not an outrage. It's harassment. It's designed to rule your client out so we can leave him well alone and concentrate on finding Tessa Marsh. And you know that as well as I do, so I don't know why you're getting so angry about it. He looked past me at the forensic van that was parked outside the hostel, beside our car, and the marked car that was our backup. You haven't exactly done this the subtle way, have you? I know that's deliberate. The press are going to be all over this, and you're making sure they get to hear about it, while there are some exciting visuals to record. Leo's going to be a target for them again, and his chances of getting a fair trial will be even slimmer a second time round. It makes the Met look good, I get that, but it's absolutely against my client's interests. And you have the nerve to say you don't know why I'm angry. We've got 2 uniformed officers here in case there's any trouble from other hostel residents who aren't keen on having the police in their building. Kev Cox is here in case we find something, because this is a live investigation and we need a fast response to any evidence we collect. As for the search, I don't have a lot of discretion in this matter. I did, in fact, try to persuade my boss that it wasn't worth our time or the disruption the search would cause Mr. Stone. I've made all the same arguments you're making to me, and I got nowhere. And I'm afraid you're not going to get anywhere either. This is ridiculous. Look, you know it's going to happen. The longer you make me hang around out here, the more likely it is that the press will turn up and record every little detail of this search. You don't want footage on the news of me carrying evidence bags out of your client's home, and I don't want it either. Taylor stood with his arms folded, chewing his lower lip. Leo isn't going to be happy with me. Leo has nothing to worry about. Assuming he didn't kidnap her, obviously. He couldn't have. So it seems, but you never know. He likes tricks, doesn't he? Illusions, sleight of hand. Making Tessa Marsh disappear would be quite the stunt. You're going to get my client convicted of murder because he's fond of tricks. Perfect. No, I'm going to get him convicted of murder if he did it. I held Taylor's gaze this time until he looked away, and I knew I'd won. All right. I'll allow this on one condition. I'm coming in with you. It's not up to you whether I do this or not. I have a warrant, I said, but you are very welcome to come and watch, as long as you don't obstruct the search in any way. And Leo? He can watch too. This time, Taylor let me walk past him, into the hallway of the hostel where Leo Stone had landed this time. It wasn't typical of the usual places where recently released prisoners ended up. Stone had converted to Catholicism in prison, apparently, which entitled him to a place at this privately run institution in a dilapidated but once grand house. The building was divided into 12 self-contained flats and run by a lay brother, who shuffled out from behind his desk to greet me. He wore a long habit and sandals, a uniform I strongly suspected was self-designed. Welcome to Daniel of Padua House. I'm Brother Mark. Brother Mark had the haunted eyes and bony joints of an El Greco portrait. His dark hair stood out at odd angles, as if he cut it himself without the benefit of a mirror. The blessings of Christ on you and your endeavours, he murmured, when I had explained who I was. And of course the poor missing lady is in our prayers, but I hope and believe that you won't find anything to do with her in this house, where, of course, Leo is a welcome guest, a part of our little family, under the care of God the Father and the Blessed Virgin, who keeps us in her heart. Thank you, I said, familiar from an early age with the pious run-on sentences of religious people who are used to being listened to. Which room is it? Leo is in flat 12. The top floor, he added, inevitably. How many floors are there? It's a matter of some 80 steps. Closer to God is what I always tell myself when I have to go up there. He smiled. Not that it helps. I'll manage. I'll come with you. He patted the pockets of his habit. I think it's best. There's no need. We have a full house at the moment. Some of our residents aren't too fond of the police. Brother Mark flashed me another preoccupied smile. I'd like to be there to reassure them. It was a long trudge to the top floor all the same, especially when Derwent and Seth Taylor were on my heels. Brother Mark set a smart pace, the folds of his habit swinging hypnotically in front of my eyes. It was too long since I'd been for a run, I thought, as the lactic acid burned in my legs and my breathing deepened. I needed to look after myself better. That, or I needed to find suspects who lived on the ground floor. On the third floor, a door opened as Brother Mark passed it. Light from inside the flat fell on my face like a slap, and I screwed up my eyes against it. A small man stood there, grey-haired and stooped. It's all right, John, they're not here for you. Brother Mark sounded firm but matter-of-fact. Go back inside. What, John? Brother Mark moved closer to him, dropping his voice. They're here to speak to Leo. John shrank, visibly terrified. He mumbled something, looking away from Brother Mark towards me. His eyes were huge, his face drained of colour. That's right. Close your door now. It doesn't concern you. Brother Mark waited until the door had closed, hiding John from view. He turned to me. As I said, some of the residents will find this difficult. I followed him up the next flight of stairs, which smelt depressingly of mince, thinking that John hadn't looked scared until Brother Mark had mentioned Leo's name. And if I had to guess, I'd have said the police didn't frighten him anything like as much as his fellow resident. At last, we made the turn to the last flight of stairs. I stopped at the top to let the others catch up, but also to get my breath back. Brother Mark stood to one side of me, his hands folded in front of him, in an attitude of patience. Not just an El Greco saint. Derwent reached me first, and was irritatingly unruffled. Looking good, Kerrigan. At all times. I tried to inhale through my nose instead of panting. Are you ready? At all times. I gave him a look, and he grinned at me, his teeth very white in the dim stairwell. Behind him, Seth Taylor stopped a couple of steps from the top. His gaze tracked from me to Derwent, a frown tugging his eyebrows together. I rapped on the door, and it opened before I'd let my hand drop to my side, as if Stone had been waiting. He was all in black, as before, but his eyes were red with tiredness. His feet were bare, the toenails broken and yellowed. You made it up the stairs, then? Just about, I said. Were you expecting us? I've been watching the news. I had a feeling you'd come calling. Leo, I expect you to cooperate with these good people who are here on important business. There was something bossy and paternal about the way Brother Mark spoke to the residents, I thought, and it would have annoyed the hell out of me. Leo Stone stood back. Welcome home. Wipe your feet on the way in, won't you? Do any tidying before we got here? Throw anything out? Derwent's voice had an edge to it, and I remembered that this was the first time he'd met Stone in person. Elaborate introductions seemed unnecessary. A milk carton, I think. It's in the bin if you want it. I'll have a look. And I'll have a look everywhere else you might have left something. I bet you will. Might as well waste your time that way as any other. You get paid anyway, don't you? That's right, Derwent said, shouldering past Brother Mark and stepping right in front of Stone. We get paid to annoy you. I, for one, would do it for free. Go on. Get on with it. You won't find anything. The black eyes returned to mine. You can do the bedroom, love. It's a long time since I've had anything as fit as you in there. I'll start in the kitchen, I said to Derwent. I'll do the bedroom. And you, he pointed at Stone, you keep quiet and let us do our search. The sooner we're finished, the sooner we can leave you in peace. Unless, of course, we find something. Unless you do. But you won't. And if you plant something, my lawyer will spot it. I'm shaking in my shoes, mate. Derwent disappeared into the flat, small bedroom, satisfied with having got the last word. And I moved into the kitchen before Stone could think up anything else to detain me. It was a small flat, minimally furnished, and Stone hadn't acquired much in the way of belongings since his release from prison. So, in some respects, it was an easy search. From the contents of the cupboards and fridge, he was living on sandwiches and toast. The kitchen itself was tiny, with cheap units and appliances, but it was clean. I checked the underside of every drawer, the back of every cupboard, the oven, and the inside of the toaster. Very thorough, Taylor commented from the doorway, as I stood in a chair to check the top of the wall units. That's the job. And you like it? Searching? Being a police officer? I jumped down. Yeah, it's fine. Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm working. I don't have time for small talk. Taylor didn't seem to be affronted. He looked at me for a moment that was long enough to make me feel on edge, then nodded and turned away. What was that about? I went back to the search, aware that my cheeks were warm. There was something about the lawyer that intrigued me. His intelligence, maybe? And his focus on his job. The temper that he'd unleashed in the car park hinted at a fiery nature he kept well under wraps. There was more to him than met the eye. And what met the eye was pleasing enough on its own. And I liked the way he moved, I thought. Which was when Derwent appeared in the doorway. What's wrong with you? Nothing? Then why are you looking like that? Like what? I stuck my head under the sink so I didn't have to look at Derwent, and when I resurfaced, he had moved on. Do you want to do the bathroom or the living room? How bad is the bathroom? I've seen worse, Derwent said carefully. That means very little. Yeah, well, it's a small room. It won't take you long. I thought you were giving me a choice, I protested. I changed my mind. He disappeared into the living room. I headed for the bathroom, steeling myself, sidestepping Leo Stone in the hallway. There was a whiff of cigarette smoke from him, although no smoking signs hung on the wall of every room. Do you smoke here, Leo? Nope, not allowed. You mean you go down all those steps every time you want a fag? And back up again. Cancels out the damage, doesn't it? If you say so. But I thought you said you had trouble with your knees. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, trying to work out which lie to save. Needs must. I stepped into the bathroom. It was a sliver of a room, with just enough space for a short bath with a shower over it, a malodorous toilet, and a sink coated in shaved-off bristles. I shut the door and locked it so I could wrinkle my nose unobserved. Did he smoke in here with the shower running to hide the smell? Or did he have somewhere else to go? I didn't believe for a moment that he would go to the trouble of walking up and down the stairs every time, knees or no knees. Searching the bathroom didn't take long at all. The panels were loose around the bath, but it was easy to see there was nothing underneath it, and the cistern was exactly as it should have been. A small shelf held Stone's few toiletries. There wasn't a medicine cupboard to look through. I turned my attention to the window, which was set into a sloping ceiling. I pushed it open and climbed up onto the loo seat, hoping it would hold my weight. Braced in the window frame, I could see that Stone didn't have much of a view. A gully between two angles of the rooftop. A collection of cigarette ends had piled up at one end of the gully, where a misplaced slate meant the water hadn't quite drained away. There was something sticking out of the gutter in the middle of the cigarette butts, something that I couldn't readily identify. I swung my leg over to brace my right foot on the edge of the sink, grabbed the edge of the window, and levered myself out. There was an unpleasant moment when I thought I might get stuck and have to call for help, but I wriggled awkwardly and passed the point of no return. The gully was flat, about 2 feet wide, and the rooftops on either side hid me from view. I crouched and pawed through the detritus. Leaves, the cigarette ends, a sweet wrapper, and the item that had caught my attention in the first place. It was wedged upside down and covered in mud. I eased it out and turned it the right way up. A wooden wolf. I turned it around in my hand, examining it. I was no expert, but it looked to me as if it was Kelly Lambert's handiwork. The grain of the wood ran up the back of the carving, for all the world like hackles. The ears of the wolf were pointed forward, alert. It was beautifully carved, alive in my hand, and the wood pale against the blue glove I wore. I could imagine Stone shying it away in a fit of temper, although his son had carved it for him. Maybe because his son had carved it for him. I placed it in an evidence bag and climbed back through the window, dropping to the floor with a thud that made Derwent frown at me when I reappeared. He had found nothing at all. I told you, Stone croaked, his lawyer a shadowy figure behind him. Yeah, you did. Derwent went past him, dipping a little too close to Brother Mark, so he had to press himself against the wall. From his expression, he had never seen anything like Derwent before, and slightly regretted the experience. The sound of loud whistling floated back up the stairs, because Derwent was always at his most obnoxious when he was happy or frustrated, I made to follow him, and Stone put out a hand. Do you know anything about Daniel of Padua? No? He's the patron saint of prisoners. Obviously, Stone added, with a black-toothed grin. You'd want someone who cared about prisoners to lend their name to this place, wouldn't you? He was a Jew. Presumably not all his life, given that he's a Catholic saint. No, not all his life. He converted to Christianity like me, and got martyred for it. Leo paused to pull a fine fibre off the surface of his tongue. He examined it critically before he blew it away. I managed not to flinch, even though his breath moved my hair. Do you know how they killed him? I'd never heard of him 5 minutes ago, Mr. Stone. Of course I don't know how he died. The grin again. You're funny, aren't you? A funny girl. He leaned towards me. They nailed him to a table, funny girl, and watched him bleed to death. Got any jokes to make about that? I shook my head, and Leo Stone leaned back against the wall with a satisfied sigh. Didn't think so. Chapter 21. When a storm is coming, it announces itself far in advance. A weight on the back of your neck, a change in the light, a hum in the air that's not quite audible, but still denser than silence. There was no storm in the weather forecast, but I was uneasy as I left Daniel of Padua house, aware of the cameras on the other side of the road that were filming my every move. My phone started to ring as I got into the car, Una Bert's name flashing up on the screen. I answered it on speakerphone, on the assumption that Derwent would need to know about whatever was bothering her. Boss? You need to get back to the office straight away. No preamble. Bert at her most brusque. I looked at Derwent, who shrugged at me. No idea. Why? What's happened? Someone tipped off the crime correspondent for the Daily Messenger, and they're running a 2-page spread tomorrow on the investigation into Tessa Marsh's disappearance, including the information that Leo Stone is a suspect. Well, we knew that was coming. They found out that you met with him. There are pictures, she added. Pictures? Of what? Did you meet Leo Stone's son? I closed my eyes. Fuck. Not officially. What does that mean? I had a conversation with him. It looks like more than a conversation. You did what? Derwent was staring at me. I shook my head at him. Not now. To Bert, I said, it was a casual chat. Nothing more. As I said, that's not how it looks. A slow burn of anger rolled up from my stomach and fanned out across my chest. Well, how does it look? More than friendly. It was a short conversation over coffee 2 days ago, and I haven't spoken to him since. Come and tell me about it in person. Click. Una Bert was a great believer in face-to-face communication, which was at times wildly inconvenient. We had already wasted the morning searching Leo Stone's new home. Now, instead of hunting for the missing woman, I was going to waste more time tangled up with Leo Stone and his son. And in the meantime, the clock was ticking for Tessa. If Stone took her, she's dead already. Derwent had been following my train of thought. And if he didn't take her? Then we're not going to be the ones who find her anyway. Someone else will. You don't need to worry about Tessa. From what Una says, you need to worry about yourself. It's nothing. Kerrigan, what have you done? I glowered at him as I started the car. You know what the papers are like. There's no real news on the case, so they start shuffling the facts and pictures around to make a story. Any story. They have to take the pictures in the first place. How come you met up with Stone's son? What's his name again? Kelly Lambert. He came to the office the other day, the day his dad came in for that interview. Kelly wanted... I broke off. What had he wanted? To make sure I wasn't unfair to his father. To make sure he wasn't misguided to believe in him. He wanted to talk to me. I didn't think there was any harm in a short conversation. Was that it? A short conversation? How did they make that into a 2-page story? I don't know, I said. And although Derwent waited to see if I would explain myself further, I stayed silent all the way back to the office. As we walked into the building, a slight, dark-haired figure sprang up from beside the reception desk. Liv. What have you been doing? Long story, I said. What's up? Sarah Gray and Willa Howard's parents are here. Together? Derwent and I said it at the same time. Separate rooms. We worked out quite quickly it wasn't a good idea to put them together. Bert wanted me to tell you to come up the back stairs. What do they want? Your head on a plate, I should think. Derwent steered me towards the stairs. The papers will have been in touch with them, looking for a quote. They'll know all about your little rendezvous. Stop making it sound seedy, I said, my voice sharp. You see, you wouldn't be so defensive if you were really sure of yourself. I would have dearly liked to walk away from Derwent and his provoking, overbearing conversational style, but he was right behind me, all the way into Una Bert's office, where an A3 printout lay across her desk. Is this it? Did they send it over? A nod from Bert. Her expression was absolutely unreadable. It could have been disapproval or amusement that made her mouth turn down at the corners. They want a quote from us. They've left a space for it. Oh, Derwent over my shoulder. That looks dodgy as hell. The first picture had been taken through the coffee shop door. I was leaning forward while Kelly talked animatedly, reaching out to touch my arm. Second picture, outside, on the wet street, our hands were touching. I was smiling while Kelly looked serious. Third picture, me looking down at something while Kelly leaned towards me, his mouth a little open. Did he kiss you, or does it just look that way? Of course he didn't kiss me. I tore myself away from the paper. God, I hadn't even read the captions yet, to glare at Derwent. It was the end of our conversation. What was going on here? Liv pointed at the first picture. I was putting my bag down, that's why I'm leaning forward. I think we were talking about the weather or something. And this one? He gave me something. A wooden owl. I looked at Una Bert. He had it in his pocket. He makes them all the time. I found a similar carving in Leo's place today. Why did he give it to you? Because I liked it, and he was finished with it. It wasn't a bribe. In fairness to the Daily Messenger, they don't say it was. Derwent was grinning. It's a love token, according to them. Bollocks. There was absolutely nothing romantic about our discussion. It was helpful to me to know more about Leo Stone, and it reassured Kelly to talk to me about his dad. That was it. He wasn't remotely interested in me, and I certainly wasn't keen on him. Picky? Just because he's shorter than you. I turned on Derwent. Look, do you have anything helpful to contribute, or are you here to enjoy yourself? Bit of both. To Una Bert, he said, What do the families want? They want her off the case. Oh, that's ridiculous, I said. They're overreacting. The story they're writing suggests that you might be on Leo's side, especially since you're providing him with an alibi for the disappearance of Tessa Marsh. How do they know that? Someone well-informed leaked it, along with the pictures. Who would do that? Someone who wants to cause trouble for you, I imagine. Una was not going to be drawn into speculation. I had the impression she didn't really care who was responsible. They want a quote from you about your meeting with Stone. They want you to confirm he was here at the same time Tessa Marsh disappeared." "I can't confirm that," I said icily, "because we don't know when she disappeared." A thought pushed its way to the front of my mind. It would suit Seth Taylor to get Stone's alibi into the media at the earliest possible opportunity. He had known where Kelly was going. He had called and found out I had agreed to the meeting. But I had chosen the venue, and Kelly couldn't have told him where we were while I sat there, could he? Unless Taylor had followed us. Unless the phone call had been designed to draw me outside so the pictures could be taken. Kelly Lambert had drawn my attention to someone outside the cafe, making me look around. Could that have been deliberate? Or... surely the Greys are here to lend Kerrigan their support. Derwent settled himself on the windowsill, his preferred spot. They're life members of the Leo Stone fan club. Oh no, the article also suggests that Stone is only a suspect because Maeve wants an excuse to see Kelly Lambert. She's smitten with the handsome campaigner. I'm quoting, obviously, Bert said to me, seeing the expression on my face. So the Greys are pissed off because I'm bothering Leo and Kelly, and the Howards are furious because I'm on Leo's side now. I threw my hands in the air, frustrated. I can't win. You have managed to make them agree on something, which is no mean feat. Liv patted my arm soothingly. Don't worry about it, Maeve. No one will remember this story after tomorrow. It's no big deal dressed up as a scandal. The outrage is completely fake. The families are genuine, though. I was skimming through the article. The journalist had managed to suggest that where she was being vague, it was just that she was holding back information she couldn't share. There was a real skill to writing about nothing and making it look significant. Even I was almost convinced. Ouch. The quote from Mrs. Howard hurts. What did she say? Derwent asked. That she and her husband can't trust the police any more. Yes, she did say that. She said the same thing to me. Bert wedged herself onto the edge of her desk, tucking one leg behind the other. Now, listen, Maeve. This is why you're here. Not to explain yourself. I'm sure you had your reasons for meeting with Kelly Lambert. You need to repair the damage that meeting has done. We need the families to be on our side, not cozying up with Leo Stone or the media. The less faith they have in us, the more difficult it makes our job. So what do you want me to do? You have to talk to them in person, right now. And say what? That you're sorry to have upset them. That you acted alone, without the advice or guidance of your senior officers. That they need to trust the rest of us, even if they don't trust you, so everyone else can move on with the case. And you need to tell them that you're not going to be working on any high-profile aspects of this case any longer. I'm not. You can't. You're part of the story now. You're a focus for the media. The Messenger are better at scandal than factual reporting, but all the other papers will follow their lead. Bert shook her head at me. If you had any sense, Maeve, you'd agree with me. Does Superintendent Godley know about this? The article? The fact that your solution is to have me stop working on the case? Bert looked down and brushed an invisible piece of fluff off her knee. It's for the best. And I'm sure there are ways you can support the lead investigators. But does Godley know about it? Yes, he does. She looked up at me again, and with a shock, I realised that what I could see in her eyes wasn't guilt or embarrassment at going behind Godley's back. It was pity. For me. Godley wasn't there because he didn't want to be the one to carry out the execution, but it was happening on his orders. I looked at Liv, who was nibbling the edge of her thumbnail, and then reluctantly at Derwent. He was sitting on the windowsill as if he was carved from stone, his arms folded, his face blank. It doesn't seem as if I have much choice. No, you don't, Bert said firmly. But it's the best thing for the case. What about Tessa Marsh? That investigation is proceeding. I'm in touch with the SIO, and I can let you know if there are any significant developments. From your investigations, I think we can be fairly sure Mr. Stone wasn't involved anyway, so you don't need to worry about it. It was getting increasingly difficult to talk around the lump that was wedged in my throat. And Rachel Healy? Bert blinked, caught off guard. Everyone forgot Rachel Healy. I'm not sure what's going on there, to be honest with you. Her family haven't complained. I don't know if the messenger tried to contact her next of kin, though. I thought of Rachel's sister and her plump baby, and the exhaustion that had slowed her movements and put an edge in her voice. She was probably too harassed to answer her phone to an unknown number. Can I keep working on Rachel, then? It's another dead end. Bert's voice was surprisingly gentle. Then it doesn't matter if I pursue it. I've got more important things you could do. I stood up, shoving the chair back. No one's interested in finding out what happened to Rachel except me. No one's prepared to spend any time at all on her, though she's entitled to as much care and hard work as any of these women. There isn't a strong connection between her and the others. That's because we haven't made one. My voice was rising in pitch and volume. You can't write her off just because we haven't bothered to make her part of this case. I understand you want to be involved somehow in getting Stone back behind bars, but it's not because of Stone. It's got nothing to do with him. I don't care about him. I don't know if he did kill them. I'm glad I'm not going to be on the jury, because I'm not sure I'd convict on the strength of the evidence we've got so far. That's enough, Bert snapped, dropping the sympathetic head tilt and the sugary manner. You don't need to make a scene. This isn't making a scene. If I was doing that, believe me, you'd know it. I'm pointing out that Rachel is a deserving victim and we shouldn't ignore her. I took a deep breath, rinsing the emotion out of my next words, so that I sounded more like a hard-headed police officer and less like a bleeding heart. I know she's not an important part of the case. She's not key to the prosecution. I would have thought that you might let me investigate her death for the very reason that she's peripheral to the inquiry at the moment. It's a waste of your time and your skill as an investigator. In spite of myself, I smiled. Look, ma'am, if you were that impressed with my skill as an investigator, you'd be fighting for me to stay on this case, instead of telling me to quit. If I'm disposable, let me work on Rachel Healy, and I'll say whatever you want me to say to the Greys and the Howards. Which was how, 10 minutes later, I found myself standing outside a room that contained both of the families, brought together at the last possible moment. Don't take too long about this. They're probably at each other's throats already. Bert opened the door and marched through it before I could respond, followed by Liv. That left me on my own in the corridor, with Derwent, who was draped against a wall as if standing up all by himself was too much hassle. I raised my eyebrows at him. Well? Well, what? You've been very silent, that's all. It's not like you. I was wondering what you were thinking. You should apologize. To whom? Everyone. The families, the boss, me. He wasn't smiling. Why should I? I haven't done anything wrong. Debatable. You should still apologize just to get back on the case. You wouldn't. I wouldn't have let myself get into that position in the first place. I've seen you in much more compromising positions than that, I said, which was accurate but unwise. Derwent glowered at me and peeled himself off the wall to hold the door open. Get on with it. Chapter 22. When I walked into the meeting room, I saw that someone had put the Greys on one side of the big table in the centre of the room, and the Howards on the other. I understood the impulse to keep them apart, but it made for a confrontational atmosphere. Una Burt stood at the back of the room, flanked by Liv, and, to my surprise, Georgia Shaw. Georgia was looking straight ahead of her, as if her mind was elsewhere, and didn't appear to notice that Derwent and I had entered the room. Up to something, I thought. Mr. Howard. I went to shake hands with the round, red-faced man sitting beside Mrs. Howard. We haven't met. My wife told me about you. He looked at her, uncertain, waiting for a cue for how to react. Mrs. Howard was staring at the table. Her face was flushed, and I could tell she was upset. Derwent leaned past me to introduce himself to Mr. Howard as I had. He rested a hand on Mrs. Howard's shoulder. How are you? I've been better. She dragged her eyes up because she was fundamentally too nice a person to ignore him. I saw her soften at whatever she could read in his face, and in spite of myself, I was impressed. God, he was good at dealing with people when he wanted to be. The next moment, he spoiled it all with a nod across the table. Mr. and Mrs. Grey? It's Dr. Grey. Her mouth was a line. Her husband shook his head and folded his arms, the body language clear. Una Burt gave me a meaningful look, and I cleared my throat. Dr. Grey, Mr. Grey, Mr. and Mrs. Howard, I understand you were upset by the article that the Daily Messenger are planning to publish tomorrow about a meeting I had with Kelly Lambert. I'm not upset by the article. I'm upset by the fact that you thought it was appropriate to have a secret liaison with Kelly. Dr. Grey's voice was pure acid. I absolutely wouldn't describe it as a secret liaison. It was a brief conversation. We talked about his father. The thing about Kelly, Mr. Grey said heavily, is that he's a decent chap. He didn't get the best start in life, but he's done his best with what he had. He's not worldly. He wouldn't see anything wrong with talking to you, but it's inappropriate. In what way? It's vile. Dr. Grey's voice was harsh. You want Leo to go back to prison, and you'll do whatever it takes to put him there, including cozying up to his son. And in the meantime, the person who killed my daughter is walking around laughing at you and at us. The pain on her face made me catch my breath. No wonder she hated us. I think it's important that you should realize Mr. Lambert contacted me informally, as he'll confirm if you ask him. This wasn't an official interview, and it wasn't something I planned. It was a quick coffee. We've seen the photographs. You look very happy to be there. Of course, he's handsome. Dr. Grey's face was tight, and all of a sudden I understood that she was, if not in love with Kelly Lambert, desperately attracted to him. Beside her, her husband scratched his head, oblivious. A shower of dandruff drifted down, dusting his shoulder. Kelly was sweet, earnest, talented and full of youthful energy. The contrast with Dr. Grey's husband couldn't have been starker. I have no romantic interest in Kelly Lambert, I said calmly, as if it was an acceptable suggestion for her to have made. I don't imagine you read the Daily Messenger very often, but this is how they fill their pages. They have constructed a story around some misleading pictures. There was nothing inappropriate about our meeting. It was a conversation about Mr. Lambert's relationship with his father. Why meet with him at all? The question came from Mrs. Howard. I trusted you. I thought you were on our side. Mrs. Howard, you have to understand that I'm not on anyone's side. If I was, I wouldn't be doing my job. My job is to find out as much as I can about what happened to your daughters, and to investigate the case to the best of my abilities. I've tried very hard to keep an open mind. I turned to the Greys. I haven't assumed that Mr. Stone is guilty. Mrs. Howard gave a soft wail of protest. But I haven't assumed he's innocent either, I continued. I hadn't planned to talk to Kelly Lambert, but when he asked me to sit down with him, I agreed. It was an opportunity for me to understand his father a little better. Anything that gives me insight into Leo Stone helps me to do my job. The article in the newspaper might not acknowledge it, but that's what I was doing. My job. Then why are you being taken off the case? That question came from Mr. Grey. His red-rimmed eyes were suspicious. Because DCI Burt wouldn't back me up, if you must know. I'm working on a different aspect of the case. I'll still be involved. I don't want that. It was Mrs. Howard who spoke. My stomach lurched with unease and disappointment. I had liked her. A lot. And I'd wanted to help her. How had I managed to do the exact opposite? You know what he did to us. I told you what he was like, and I thought you believed me. Then I see that was an act. You tricked us. Mr. Lambert probably thinks you believe him. I don't know, maybe you do. Mrs. Howard, you're obsessed with Leo. Why can't you see he had nothing to do with our daughters' deaths? Dr. Grey had gone white with anger. She was staring across the table at Mrs. Howard. You keep putting pressure on the police to concentrate on him because he fits your idea of what a killer should be. Just because he doesn't have a lot of education and he looks a bit different. He is the real killer. You've allowed yourselves to be taken in by him and his con-man son. Mrs. Howard's voice was rising. I resent the implications of that. He had nothing to do with Sarah's death. There's no evidence at all to suggest he was involved. Her body was dumped beside Willa's. How could that be a coincidence? Mr. Howard snapped. He put a hand on his wife's arm. Don't engage with her, love. She's a lost cause. She doesn't want to believe he did it. Leo had an explanation for the blood in his house from your daughter. One tiny speck of blood shouldn't be enough to condemn a man for all time. You're the ones who don't want to believe he's innocent. He taunted us. Mr. Howard stood up, his chair tipping so Derwent had to catch it before it fell. He wanted us to suffer more than we had already. He wasn't satisfied with taking our daughter. He had to taint our memory of her. Absolute nonsense, Dr. Grey retorted. Leo would never do such a thing. Please, please. Una Burt stepped forward, flapping her hands ineffectually. This isn't helping anyone. Forgive me if I don't feel you can help either. Dr. Grey turned on her. I haven't seen much in the way of new ideas from this investigation. What exactly are you planning to do differently this time round? Well, Dr. Grey, I'm Georgia Shaw, Georgia said smoothly, stepping forward with a low-wattage version of her smile that was respectful but warm. She looked and sounded polished, and the impression she gave was that she was deeply competent. I'm going to be taking over from D.S. Kerrigan, working with Inspector Derwent. A meaningful glance for him, nothing for me. I might as well have been a pot plant for all the attention she paid me. Why haven't you been involved from the start? Mr. Howard looked to Una Burt. Caught off guard, she coughed, then mumbled, I think a fresh pair of eyes may help at this stage. I'm so honoured to be replacing Maeve, Georgia cooed. I hope I'll manage to persuade you that we are really conscious of how difficult this has been for you, all of you. Your welfare is as important to us as making sure the right person goes to prison. She put a hand on her chest, her expression earnest. We all know D.S. Kerrigan crossed a line. Even she admitted it. I remembered doing no such thing, but Georgia was still talking. I promise I won't let that happen from now on. Your daughters feel like friends to me. I think we would have been friends if we'd known each other. Mrs. Howard was nodding, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Georgia was winding up for the big finish. I want to assure you, all of you, a quick look around the room, making eye contact with all of the bereaved parents in turn, I want to make sure they get the justice they deserve. Pride is one route to perfect posture if you don't have time for yoga. I walked out of the meeting room with my head held high, even though I knew my flushed cheeks told the truth about how I was feeling. I was halfway down the corridor when the sound of quick footsteps made me turn, sharply, to see Liv running after me. "What do you want?" "To see if you're okay." I almost laughed. "Not really." "I'm not surprised." "Did you hear her?" "Hold on, not here." Liv looked back down the corridor warily, then took hold of my arm and steered me into the kitchen, shutting the door that was usually wedged open in defiance of fire regulations. "Who let her take over the meeting? She acted as if she was in charge, and Bert let her get away with it. And then the way she talked. I'm so honoured to be replacing Maeve. That cow!" I paced up and down the narrow kitchen as Liv pressed herself against the sink, trying to stay out of my way. I knew Georgia was ambitious, but I didn't realise she was that keen to step into my shoes. I think everyone else knew it a while ago. Really? I stopped pacing. I thought I was imagining things. For someone who's generally quite perceptive, you're terrible at knowing how people feel about you. I don't think that's fair. Georgia has seen you as a threat and a challenge since day one. But I've been nice to her. Have you? Liv's voice was carefully neutral. Yes, I have. I sounded defensive, even to myself. She could have been kicked off the team for what happened in the summer. She fucked up and she knew it, but I stood up for her. It would have been a lot easier to agree that it was all her fault and let her take the blame. So, she owes you for that. Maybe she resents it. Liv shrugged. Or maybe she knows you don't like her. What's to like? She's a backstabbing, two-faced... Shh! Liv was practically wringing her hands. I don't know how soundproof this room is. You don't want her to hear. I don't care if she does. You should. I went back to pacing. She's so good at sucking up to people. Everyone in that room was taken in. Not everyone. The Greys were. The Howards were. Bert was purring. Only because she needs them to cooperate with us, and Georgia was very persuasive. I'm not surprised Bert was impressed. Did she impress you? No, of course not. But Liv looked away from me as she said it, and the way she spoke was a shade too casual, to be honest. Knock, knock. Derwent pushed the door open. What's going on? Making me a cuppa? Obviously not. Why would I? You're more than capable of making it yourself. I need to check something, Liv said vaguely, and slid out of the room. Shut the door, I snapped. Derwent was the last person to take an order from me, but he did as I asked, and then leaned against it. His hands were in his pockets, the corners of his mouth turning up from some private amusement. Well? Did you take the pictures that are going to be in the messenger? Whatever he'd been expecting, it wasn't that. The smile evaporated. What? No, of course not. Kelly thought he saw you when we were in the cafe. He thought you were watching us. All the warmth had disappeared from his expression. I wasn't aware you'd met up with him until an hour or so ago. If I had known you were with him, I would have intervened. I didn't do anything wrong. The kindest possible interpretation of what you did is that you were unwise. That's absolute bollocks, and you know it. I glared. It's not like you to be taken in by a hack. Oh, I don't think what was in the newspaper was true. The pictures were certainly misleading. But you shouldn't have been there in the first place. It was an ordinary conversation. There was nothing underhand about it. And there was no reason anyone should have been interested. Whoever took the pictures must have known very well they would cause problems for me. And you think I took them? Why would I want to cause problems for you? Anger was still uppermost, but I could see hurt pulling at the corners of Derwent's eyes and hear it in his tone. You wanted me to stay away from Stone. Now you've made sure I have to. You honestly think I would threaten your career and embarrass you for that? I think you'd do just about anything to get your own way. And even if you didn't, you're glad this has happened."
"Is that so?"
He said it softly, and that made it more menacing than if he'd shouted at me. "You were furious that I met with Leo Stone. You tried to persuade me to say no, and I wouldn't. I stood up to you, and you didn't like it because you hate losing. And now I'm learning my lesson." He was silent for a moment. Then,
"I see."
I narrowed my eyes, trying to guess the significance of what he'd said from the way he'd said it. There was something about him that suggested what I'd said went much further than I'd intended. "What do you see?" Derwent shook his head. All his defences were up. "You can try to pin this on me if you like. But it's not about who took the pictures. It's about who had the bad judgment to be in the pictures in the first place. No one forced you to take Kelly out for a chat. You did that all by yourself." He opened the door and turned for his parting shot. "So, if it didn't work out the way you wanted, you only have yourself to blame." Chapter 23. "I knew that something was wrong straight away. I just knew." Paul Bliss stopped talking to rub his eyes with the heel of his hand, and a fusillade of camera clicks filled the silence. Hundreds of flashes bleached the colour out of his face. The shot was tight, so my television screen was filled with Bliss's face and the forest of microphones on the table in front of him. I could see his fingers trembling, though I was watching it from my sofa in my pyjamas, rather than standing in the room with him. I would have been there if things had worked out differently. Instead, I was watching a live feed, transmitted directly from the police station to the endlessly demanding 24-hour rolling news channels. I tried to pretend that everything was normal when I came home and she wasn't there. I wanted to believe that she was going to walk in the door any minute. Part of me still wants to think that might happen." Behind him, a large poster of Tessa Marsh smiled down on the assembled media. Bliss would be allowed to make his statement without facing questions from the journalists. But they would be desperate to ask when exactly he had decided to call us in, and why he was so sure Tessa hadn't walked out on him, and who did he think might be responsible. This was a chance for the general public to hear his voice and see his agony, so they might rack their brains one more time and locate the stray fact, the missing memory that could solve the case and return Tessa to her family. "Tessa, if you're watching this..." His voice broke horribly, and his face began to quiver. I felt myself tense up, willing him to finish his statement before he collapsed. "If you're watching, please come home. We're all desperate to see you. We miss you and love you. For the sake of your parents, your friends, and for me, please make contact and reassure us that you're okay." He took a long, quivery breath and sniffed loudly. "I have to ask that, even though I know you'd let us know if you could. Whoever has Tessa, please, I'm begging you, let her go." The last word disappeared as he dropped his head onto his folded arms and gave in to despair, his shoulders shaking. Gone was the cocky musician I'd met 2 days before. As the hours passed, Paul Bliss had let go of his vanity, his self-confidence, and his belief that Tessa was going to come back to him unharmed. What I saw on the television was a man who was in hell. A hand appeared in the corner of the screen and held on to Bliss's arm. The cameraman adjusted his focus so I could see Mr. Marsh, Tessa's father. He looked withered, desiccated by the horror he was enduring. His eyes were dry behind his spectacles. The emotions were there, but held back because of the convention that men didn't cry. Paul Bliss, brought up in a different era, leaned on Mr. Marsh's shoulder and howled. It was a sound that made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Someone came and helped him to his feet, and he stumbled away. Mr. Marsh followed, his shoulders hunched up protectively around his ears, a shy man hating the spotlight. D.I. Owens stepped into view, looking just as tough and competent on television as she had in real life. "You've heard there from Tessa Marsh's boyfriend, Paul Bliss. This is an active investigation, ladies and gentlemen, and there may be developments sooner rather than later. I will issue regular statements when there's anything I can tell you about the case. Please don't approach witnesses or my officers, as they will not be able to talk to you, and you'll simply hold up the investigation. Thank you." She stood up, and I switched the television off as a babble of questions broke out. She wouldn't answer them, and I knew why. There were no new developments. Paul Bliss had been marched out to face the nation's media to generate news where there was none. Still missing got you no headlines, unless you could offer a new angle. I sat and thought about Paul Bliss, about whether he had revealed more than he'd intended to. A cocky killer might agree to make a statement, assuming they could act well enough to fool everyone who watched them. Then again, they might feel they couldn't refuse the opportunity to speak, in case it made them look suspicious. Bliss had abandoned himself to his emotions in a way that made me feel he'd really meant what he was saying. Idly, I wondered if Tom Mitchell had made an appeal for Sarah Gray's safe return, and if he had wept on camera. I would have looked it up if I'd still been working on the case. I picked up my phone and started to write a text about it, but then deleted it instead of sending it. Derwent didn't need my advice about that or anything else. A person with bad judgment didn't tell a senior officer what to do, did they? And anyway, it wasn't my job anymore, just as it wasn't my job to find Tessa Marsh. I looked up at the picture I'd propped on the mantelpiece, at Rachel Healy's composed, charming smile. It was still my responsibility to try to find her. So there was no point in sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I levered myself off the sofa and went to get dressed in jeans and a heavy jumper. Where I was going, I wouldn't need to wear a suit. It wasn't actually raining when I parked at Long Valley Nature Reserve, but the memory of rain still hung in the air, and every breeze shook loose a cascade of droplets from the trees. I pulled my hood up and zipped my coat, checking the car park from habit. 2 cars were parked near the entrance, and I didn't recognise either of them. Almost without thinking, I made a mental note of their registration numbers and the make and model. One, a Vauxhall Astra, had a bright pink princess sunshade on the side window, and the back seat was littered with toys. The other car was an ancient Volvo that sat low on its wheels. Rust had eaten along the driver's door, fringing it with a rough brown frill. RSPB stickers covered the back of the car, and a National Trust sticker skewed at an odd angle on the front windscreen. And that was it for the other visitors. Otherwise, the reserve was deserted. I shouldn't have been surprised. Late November was probably a bad time to birdwatch, and the light was dreadful. The sun muffled in heavy grey clouds. The air was raw. It would rain again soon, I thought, and I shivered as I crunched along the path to a hut by the gate. A man was leaning in the doorway, peering at me through the gloom. He had to be the Volvo's owner. He was resplendent in an ancient barber, a holey jumper, cords, and wellies even more battered than the ones I wore. From a distance, he could have been just past retirement age, but a second look persuaded me he was closer to 80. He greeted me with a raised hand. "Lovely day for it?" "Other people don't seem to think so." I pushed back my hood and smiled at him. "Have you been here all day? You must be freezing." "The reserve is only open from 10 to 2:30 at this time of year, and I've got a little heater in here. And a cup of tea, as you can see." It was steaming on a shelf by his elbow. I tried not to look at it with too much longing in case he took it as a hint. Are you here to walk around? I've got a map, and there's a lovely loop you can do. Well, not so lovely in the rain, but it's really quite charming on a nice day. How far is it? 3 miles or thereabouts. You're probably quite fast at walking, but the terrain is difficult in places. And do remember that you'll only have an hour or so. I don't want to lock you in. That would be awful. I looked around. How would I get out if that did happen? Well, of course I would wait for you. He beamed. Gallantry was going to get between me and finding out what I wanted to know. I swallowed my irritation and smiled back. Say someone came here when the gate was closed. Would they be able to get in? Is there a fence? No, not all the way round. There's a hedge, but it's quite easy to push through it, and there are gates here and there, and they're not locked. I'm afraid, we can't afford to have a proper fence, and the local teenagers do use the reserve when it's supposed to be closed. Teenagers would get through a proper fence if they really wanted to. Do you keep a register of visitors to the reserve? Record the number plates, that kind of thing? Why do you ask, my dear? I held up my ID with some reluctance, knowing that it would change the tone of the conversation from friendly to official. The elderly man peered at it and then raised his eyebrows. Oh dear, I knew I'd get found out one of these days. All those unpaid parking tickets are catching up with me. I grinned in spite of myself. I'm not here for you. Why then? The murders. He said it in a matter-of-fact way, I was relieved to note. I'm supposed to be finding a third missing woman. Or a fourth, if Tessa Marsh had been really unlucky, it occurred to me. They did look very thoroughly after the first poor girl was discovered. I know. I just wanted to have a look for myself. I quite understand. No, we don't keep a register of visitors. We don't get so many, though. Most of the volunteers are a bit past it, but I think we would have noticed someone carrying a body into the reserve. Assuming they came through the gate, that is. I'm sure you would. It was a dreadful thing to do, leaving those girls here. He looked truly fierce, bright eyes shining with anger under bristling white eyebrows. It spoils it for the children, you see. We used to have school trips here, and lots of people came to walk with the little ones. It was safe here, away from all the hustle and bustle. And now they don't come any more. I can't blame them, really, but it's a shame. It was quiet, I'd noticed already, the valley offering shelter from the suburban sprawl that hemmed it in. For their sake, though, I'm glad he put them here. The man looked down the path, his face softening. It's a beautiful place. They could be at peace here. For a while. I'd like to be scattered here when my time comes. It's a comforting thought that I might get to hang around here after I'm supposed to be gone. It might have sounded ghoulish, but I spent a lot of time around death, and I knew what he meant. He stood holding the map he'd planned to give me. Would you like this? Would it help? It absolutely would. I would have taken it, even if I'd had a large-scale ordnance survey map, instead of Dr. Early's shaky sketch. Thank you, Mr. Walter. Just Walter. Thanks, Walter. I'll try not to take too long. I'll wait for you. I felt obscurely comforted as I headed off down the path, knowing Walter was watching me go. Someone knew where I was. I didn't often feel lonely when I was alone, especially at work, but something about the circumstances made me miss company. Derwent complaining about the weather would have been better than the sound of my own footsteps, and my breath, and my heart beating faster as the path snaked over a hill. But I didn't want to think about Derwent. A thin, high sound made me stop in my tracks. Keening, the purest kind of misery. It hung over a rumbling noise that I couldn't place for a moment. I worked out what it was a second before the buggy rounded the corner of the path. The woman pushing the buggy looked exhausted, her coat flattened against her body with rainwater. "Almost there," she said to the baby, whose wails got a fraction louder. "Come on, Lily. Give me a break." She doesn't sound too happy. Oh, she's not. Teething. She hasn't slept for 2 days. The mother stopped and rubbed a hand over her face. "I'm exhausted. If she doesn't sleep tonight, I'm going to go mad." I had no advice to offer her, so I settled for a sympathetic smile. I watched her push the buggy away, thinking about Rachel Healy's sister, and babies, and how Liv didn't know what she was letting herself in for if she did manage to have a baby, and that we would lose her from the team. It would be impossible to be a murder detective with a small baby, whatever about when they were older. The men managed it, I thought, with a surge of outrage that cooled off to the blank realization that Rob, my Rob, would be becoming a father any day now. I had seen a picture of him with his pregnant fiancée 4 months earlier, and managed not to think about it much until now. In this cold and deserted nature reserve, I couldn't think about anything else. A baby. Rob's baby. If it had been mine, I would be scared but excited. I cut myself off from a line of thought that could only hurt, scowling down at the map. I needed to be on the other side of the trees on my right. Concentrate, Maeve. I was ruthlessly efficient as I located Sarah Gray's dump site and then Willa Howard's, noting the tree and the landmarks Dr. Early had mentioned. If I hadn't had her map, there would have been nothing to indicate that this was where the 2 women had been. There was no sign of anything else suspicious, no hint that Rachel Healy might be nearby. They had looked for her with dogs and search equipment, and I was unlikely to stumble upon her by chance, I told myself. It was ridiculous to feel disappointed. Walter's map suggested that there were a few buildings on the nature reserve, a hut at the opposite end of the valley, and 2 bird watchers' hides. It was too late to make it to the hut that day, but it was marked as out of use anyway, a biro-inked star scrawled on the map. I would check with Walter whether out of use meant securely locked up. In the meantime, I walked across to the nearer hide for a closer look at the low building, my boots catching in the long, limp grass that was sodden with rain. It was empty and cold, the window unglazed, so there was nothing between you, the birdwatcher, and your beloved birds. There was a door at either end, and a bench in the middle, so you could sit down while peering out at the beauties of nature, but otherwise it was distinctly lacking in amenities. I looked out at the grassland where Sarah had slowly disintegrated, hidden from view. Why here? It wasn't all that close to Leo Stone's home. There were many places to leave a body between his house and the nature reserve. Any number of rivers, lakes, canals, forests, pits, ditches, waste ground, derelict buildings. What was the significance of Long Valley? If I hadn't chosen to leave by the second door instead of the one I'd used to go into the hide, I would have missed it. An amateurish mural decorated that end of the hide. A faded scene with stiff, stunted trees, bulky owls staring out of the branches, spindly swallows pinned in the sky, and mice creeping up ears of grass, and ladybirds, and spiders, and butterflies, and a garish woodpecker, twice the size of the fox that lurked in the shadows, its face watchful. The fox was good. Whoever had painted it had caught something of the animal, the blend of wariness and boldness, and stiff-legged readiness to sprint. The colours were flat, and the paint was starting to peel away. On closer inspection, it wasn't as accomplished as I'd thought. It was a child's attempt at a fox, I reminded myself, playing my torch over it. It made me think of something, though. It was late. I needed to go. Walter would be waiting. I stayed where I was, staring at the fox. What was it? The eyes? The tilt of the head? The set of the ears? They had signed it. A long list of contributors in straggling, pock-marked paint. Thorold School's best artists. I ran my torch down the list, knowing what I would find before I got to the name I was expecting to see. Kelly Lambert, aged 11. He had painted his name with care, forming the letters beautifully, just as he had painted the fox with as much skill as he could muster. Whitlock had checked Kelly's alibis for the disappearances, and I couldn't believe he'd have made a mistake. But as far as I knew from the files, no one had made a connection between Kelly Lambert and Long Valley Nature Reserve before now. Charming, good-natured Kelly, waiting in the rain for me, carving figures with the knife that was practically a part of him. Do you think he did it? Not because he was worried about his father's freedom. Because he was worried we were looking for another suspect. Or maybe Kelly was as innocent as he seemed, and this was Leo's way of tainting a childhood memory that mattered to his son. I stood in the dank, draughty hide, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature.